After the inauguration of the new army, Silver was partly done for the day. But more jobs found their way to him. He had to head somewhere with Lily immediately, as they were building their first major lab in Ribist. In fact, he decided that the White Tower of Ribist would be used as the powerhouse of research for the kingdom. "So are we teleporting directly into the town?" Silver asked as they both left the lights and started walking. "No, I'll teleport us a good distance away from the town. You should take a look at the outside before heading inside," Lily said, and made a portal. The two of them walked in and arrived in the forest near the town, then started walking toward it. "You knows that you are an adult now, right?" Lily asked. "Yes, I do," Silver replied without thinking much. "I'm sure you already knew this, but all actions have cause and effect. Everything you have done so far has caused one thing or another in return. Your good will and your bad will have floated around and given results. Life as an adult is harder and different. It's not all about the fight and the power. You now have a responsibility to be a leader to the young. Let them look at you and aspire to be you. You and I know that you are a merciless being, but to the kids that run the streets, show them a smile. You might not have had the privilege of a simple childhood, but you should allow them to. That is what an adult would do." "But I am not that type of adult," Silver said. "Oh, I know that you are not like normal people. You would kill a child if you needed to. But what I'm saying is what people expect from an adult. You should still try to get some of that into your actions." "But all this is really not why I asked us to come from a distance. Neither is the reason to see the town from afar. All that was bullshit that I cooked up to make it look like a good reason to walk with me. What I really want to talk about is love, and don't try to change the topic, Silver," she said in a threatening tone. "Cough, why would you want to talk about that?" Silver asked. "You see, Silver, many people are pretty, and many are handsome and cute, but there are few that can reach up to you. Do you even know how many love letters from young girls of all races we send away? You attract them without needing to speak. That is how attractive you are. And then there are those that know you. They have lived around you and can tell how much of a wonderful guy you are. You are a walking piece of hotcake, and every girl wants you, especially those that are close to you. Normally, a guy like you would be filled with pride, feeling like he was on top of the world. But you act like you don't know, like you are not aware that you are that attractive," she said. "Oh, I'm not clueless. The issue is that I have come to build a large circle of women. Picking one person to date would be an all-out suicide. I know the situation around me, so I've decided not to worry about relationships and keep my eyes closed to all of that. I don't know how I'll handle them all in this case, so I'm running away." "I see. Well, there is only so much you can run," Lily said, and suddenly turned, trying to grab Silver. Silver dodged her and put distance between them. "What the hell are you doing, Lily?" Silver asked. "Nothing much. I just want you to know that there are more ways to handle an issue like this," she said, and launched at Silver again. Silver dodged her attack once again and put more distance between them. "What the hell is going on, Lily?" Silver asked. "Well, I heard that you are yet to have your first kiss or any serious contact with a lady. I am not one to struggle with others, and that's why I have brought you here so that we will be alone," Lily said. "Huh? What about the place we're going to?" Silver asked immediately. "That can wait. I'll have to hold you down and do what I need to. I refuse to use my abilities so that I can feel how the kiss would be," she said. "Lily, you are always so calm and collected. Why are you suddenly like this?" Silver asked. "It seems there is a little more about me that you'll find out soon. Though I still don't care about how I look and how I behave, all that matters now is getting that kiss from you," she said, and charged at Silver. Silver leapt backward and dodged her attack. Before going in for a counter, he went behind her and hugged her from the back. "Let's settle with a hug, all right?" Silver asked, his arms still around her. "Fine, I'll let you be for now. Though I don't know what the others will do. Unlike me, they won't hold back." "Jade told me she was going to your room, and I am certain she went, right?" "You see, whether you like it or not, you have created a harem. Everyone that is a part of it is open to you loving other women, aside from that little brat elf. She feels she can have you all to herself. It's a stupid idea, to be honest, because dragons are polygamous in nature. They have an extreme pride and power system, especially the males. And that is something that shows in all of them and makes them want to have more than one lover and assert dominance. So that elf is simply dumb to think she can have you. Me, on the other hand, I've decided to be the one guarding you and controlling the others. I have already been doing this for quite a while. You don't understand why none of them have actually come for you in full force. It was because I always kept them in check. But from now, I'll let them do what they want because I'll be doing what I want as well, she said. My question is really when you started liking me, because I didn't expect it to go that way at all, Silver said. Well, it started as she paused and looked away for a moment. We have guests, she said. Take me there, Silver replied. She nodded and opened a portal. They walked in and came out at a place near the border of their kingdom. Lily, let me meet whoever it is that is coming. You wait for me, okay? Silver said. She nodded and let him go alone. Silver headed in the direction where he felt 3 presences. When he got close, he saw 3 figures headed his way, a lady and 2 men. After some time, they stopped a few meters away from Silver. Who are you? Meg came forward and asked. I should be the one asking that, Silver said. A cocky brat, huh? The black-haired guy with the cold expression said and stepped forward. Ron, it's not time to do this, Meg said. Yes, Ron. We didn't come here to start trouble, at least not until we make it to the capital, the monk said. He is just one kid, Riker. I'll take care of him quick and gather information, Ron said and took out his sword. Silver internally laughed at the stupidity. Who just sees a person and decides to attack out of nowhere? Ron dashed at Silver. He sent a clean slash at Silver's chest, wanting to quickly take him down in one move. His strike hit the target, but it didn't feel like it. After half a second, the after-image of Silver faded away. Seriously, who are you all? Silver asked, standing to the side, looking at Ron, who had just attacked. Ron looked at Silver in shock. How did Silver get there? It seems you have some tricks under your belt, Ron said. No, Damus. I'm simply stronger than you. Use your head. But no, you will not use it. You will rather call my bluff and still attack me, Silver said. Ron gritted his teeth when he heard that and charged at Silver. Silver let out a tired sigh and dodged the next attack again. Ron looked at Silver in disbelief, his anger rising. Now, rather than agree that I am stronger than you, you will believe that when you activate your power, you will somehow be able to hit me, Silver said. And just like he said, Ron channeled his mana into his sword, and it erupted in blue flames that were very hot. Sigh, you are really stupid, Silver said. Ron didn't stop even after all Silver said. He charged with his flaming sword, smashing out and releasing a massive flame arc. Silver easily leapt over the arc, but it kept going, destroying many trees and setting them ablaze. Silver faced Ron with a pissed expression. You are destroying my home, you pig-headed bastard, Silver said and took out his sword. With the sword out, the whole atmosphere changed. The air became thinner, and all the mana began swirling around Silver in a calm motion. Meg sensed an indescribable feeling inside her, but she could tell it was telling her to run. She looked over at Silver and then came to a realization of this might be who they were looking for. Wait, are you by chance the Demon King candidate that rules here? Meg asked. Silver looked at her. Yes, why are you asking? Meg was shocked that it was actually Silver. She expected someone a bit older. She asked but didn't believe it would be true. When Ron heard that, his face scrunched even more. You bloody bastard. Do you think we'll believe that someone like you will take over a kingdom? He asked. Do you drink piss for breakfast? How does your mind work in such a stupid way? Silver snapped. When I saw the way you look, I thought you were some sort of cool, calm dude, but now you're just making noise like a wild animal, Silver said. Ron didn't respond to him. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his calm demeanor was back. He simply sheathed his sword and walked away, leaving Silver confused. Meg saw the confusion and stepped forward to explain. Forgive Ron. He has a dual soul in him, meaning 2 personalities. The original thought it would be too much of an issue to be the one in control of his body throughout the journey. So he let the second take control, and it has been the second that you have been engaged in battle with, Meg explained. Silver easily understood. Oh, so the stupid impulsive one is the second, and the one that took control now is the first?" Silver asked. "Even if he is stupid, you don't have the right to call him that," Ron said in a calm tone. Silver looked at him. He also noticed that the calm one was way more powerful than the impulsive one. "I'd like to know more as to how you contain two souls, but that will be for later. My name is Silver, and it seems you already know that I am a Demon King candidate and the one ruling this place," Silver said. Now that he confirmed it, he felt killing intent from Riker and Ron. "You should know that if you make even the slightest move against me here with the intent to kill, you would be dead before you take that first step," Silver warned with a smile. And as if to reinforce what he just said, the three hero candidates felt a terrible pressure from different directions. They instantly knew that Silver was not alone and that the people watching them were very strong. "You know, it's cowardly to rely on so many people despite being a Demon King candidate," Riker said. "You see, they are not really here to protect me. They are here to give you quick deaths if you come against me. Because if I am the one that lays my hands on you, you would face eternal torment. And then one day, I'll just choose to consume that soul and increase my power." "It's been a while since I fed my gluttony," Silver said. They didn't understand half of what Silver said, but for sure, they could feel he wasn't bluffing about the parts they understood. "Now that I have told you who I am, it's time for you lot to tell me who you are and what you are doing here," Silver said. He was smiling, but the pressure he exuded was crazy. "We are hero candidates. I will not lie because I feel that if I should, you would know right away," Meg said. "It seems you are coming to understand your position here. If you had lied, your heads would have already long left your bodies," Silver said. Riker and the second Ron were very pissed at all Silver was saying. He was nothing but a common Demon King candidate, yet he was acting so high and mighty. He was acting like he was at an untouchable level and they were just ants before his eyes. "All right then, my name is Meg, the monk is Riker, and the one you already know is Ron," she said calmly. "So three hero candidates are here in my kingdom. This can't be a normal visit. It seems the Empire and the Holy Kingdom have found out what I did and related it to the heroes. But rather than risk starting a war, they sent you three to come and see. Am I right?" Silver asked, looking into Meg's eyes. She tried not to look directly into his eyes as she responded. "Well, you took over a whole kingdom and are building your own. It's only normal that they will try to find out what's happening. This is our territory, after all," she said. "Wrong. This territory has been removed from your map. It belongs to me now and not the Demon Kings, nor the Empire, or anyone else. But that aside, there is something more to why you are here. In fact, there are a few more things you want to do here. I can guess that one is to find the hero candidate that stays here," Silver said. Meg looked away immediately because it was true. "You can't just take someone hostage like that," Riker said. "Who said I took her hostage?" Silver asked. "There is no way she would stay here otherwise," Riker said. "Riker is right," Ron added. "You are a vile creature that is forcing her and thousands of humans to live with you to fulfill your selfish desire of creating a new place where all races are equal," Ron said and took a step forward. His calm face was still there, and his cold eyes stared straight into Silver's. "You live in a delusion where you think humans should coexist with lower life forms like you that do not even qualify to be the dirt beneath our feet. Even now, you face us with pride like you are some sort of godly being, and that pisses me off to no end. But we will let this slide if you follow our conditions. 1. You release the hero, and 2. You come with us back for questioning," Ron said. Smack, the crisp sound of a slap resounded. Ron's face snapped to the side. When he looked up, he saw a girl standing beside Silver. Leah looked at the person she had just slapped in anger. She had just been teleported here by Lily and heard the last part of Ron's statement. Ron wanted to draw his sword, but he felt a similar energy from this person, and then he realized she was the hero candidate. Meg and Riker also felt it and knew she was the hero candidate. The person they came to save had just slapped one of them across the face. "Leah, what are you doing here?" Silver asked. "Lily told me that you were facing off some hero candidates, and I had to come," she replied. She then turned to face Ron, who had straightened up. "I don't know why you hero candidates are here all of a sudden, but the next time I see you get close to Silver, I'll make sure I kill you, Leah said. Meg, Ron, and Riker looked in confusion. Why was the person they came to save acting this way? They could tell she was a real person and not under any binding they knew of. So the only options that came to mind were that it was a binding they didn't know about or that she was really happy here. But they didn't want to accept that she wanted to be here, so their minds shifted away from the second option. Well, the two boys actually, because Meg could actually see herself wanting to run away from this whole hero thing. If she got the opportunity to live in a peaceful place, she would do anything to use that opportunity. What did you do to her? Riker asked. Huh? Nothing. But I'm tired of standing and answering all your questions. If you wish to talk like humans, then follow me, Silver said, and a portal opened. He walked into it with Leah, who didn't even look at them anymore. The three hero candidates looked at each other, unsure what to do. But Meg just said, screw it, in her mind and walked into it. So did the boys. The portal closed after they went in. When they walked out, they were in the throne room of the castle. The three heroes looked around in shock. That was a long-distance portal just now. It carried us from the edge of the kingdom all the way to your capital, Meg said. Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Silver asked. No, it's just that it takes a lot of mana, so only powerful mages do it for long distances. There's also the fact that you are bending space and time, so it is very delicate, Meg said. I get what you are saying, but it's different for us. Also, you are not only using space and time in a portal, you are also using reality. It is a long topic, but reality also plays a very delicate role in portals. You see, in a portal, you have to bend space to make it possible for you to travel. But if you enter without bending time as well, you'll have a disordered time, and that can cause your body to collapse on itself. Then there is reality, and that is the belt that holds the two together. That portal that exists is not supposed to exist. So when we do it, we are tampering with reality as well. It is a very long discussion, and there are intricate details that can be talked about for days unending, but that is not what we are here for, Silver said. He walked to his throne and sat down, while the heroes stood before him. Before we get into what it is that could have brought you here, I'd like for my guardians and a few other people to be here, Silver said. That's not an issue, as long as you trust them with what we will be discussing, Meg said. Silver snapped his fingers, and portals started opening, the whole gang coming out in their domineering forms. The summons, Dang, Galen, and Dawn. The siblings, Leah, Mike, Quinn, and Sage. Also, Roxy, Aaron, and Faye. Then Aris and Amber. Finally, the Guardians and Elsa. The presence of the throne room changed immediately. The heroes looked around and were simply shocked at the beings they were seeing. Their instincts screamed at them, telling them how dangerous the place they were in was. They had to swallow that feeling and try to speak. You seem to have quite the force here, Meg said. Well, most of them are my summons, and the rest are friends and family. They are all the people that I trust, and for sure I can leave my life in their hands. Each person here is a story of my life. Each person tells about what I've done for the past 14 years of my life. So that's why I wanted them to meet you, for you to know the faces behind the kingdom that is the Dark Dragon Kingdom, Silver said. So this is your council, I guess. Well then, I won't waste any more time. You already know one of the reasons that we are here, and that is the hero candidate over there, Meg said. When they heard this, everyone in the throne room had a confused face. They wanted to take Leah. Why? Silver leaned forward and then spoke. Look at the faces of everyone here. They are confused because they know that Leah would never actively try to leave here. Now take a look at Leah standing here. She is genuinely pissed at you lot. Does this seem like a person that wants to go with you? She looks like she wants to kill you. She left her family and all she grew up with and decided to stay with us. Do you think she wants to go with you? Silver asked. Meg froze up a bit after she heard all that. She couldn't process an answer fast enough, but Ron could. You have done something to her, and to all the humans here as well, else there is no way that a hero candidate would choose to coexist with a demon like you. This is not to insult or spite you, but this has been the setup for generations, Ron said. So you think I have mind control on them? That's a pretty crazy idea. but sadly I don't. The reason all of them are here is because they believe in what we will build. You don't even know the story of Leah and what she went through because of the tag hero candidate. She was chosen at a young age, and she had to bear pains because of it. Her parents were only concerned about her training, wanting her to get stronger and be a hero. They detached from her and made her a loner. Because of her loneliness, she found solace in the arms of a crazy woman that used her and made this little child commit still crimes. All this because she bore a tag, but she no longer wants to be defined by that tag. And so she decided that she would walk with me to the end as we go against everyone. I have no plans to be a demon king, and the status is but a name to me. I will not stand for the demon kings nor for the heroes. I choose to be for myself and beyond. I do what I want and go where I want. And Leah has allowed me to be her leader. You think just because she carries the tag hero she should become like you? Your decisions are made by a group of old farts called the heroes. Leah, not anyone here, is under control. They have all chosen to stay here and live here, and if you decide to try to take them away, there will be no body part left to bury you, Silver said. The heroes kept quiet after that, but then Riker stepped forward. I refuse to believe that a hero candidate will forego humanity and choose to walk beside a demon like you. Let's have a deal, fight us, and if we win, we get the opportunity to talk to her ourselves, Riker said. Oh, this is getting interesting, Silver said with a smile. You saw your friend run over the fight me and barely do anything. What suddenly makes you think that if you fight me again, you would win? Silver asked. Well, the reason is simple. The soul of Ron that fought you was not the hero candidate. Only one of his souls is the hero candidate, and that is the one that will fight you this time. I can tell that you are quite strong, but against the three of us, we would surely win, and that's a fact, Riker said. Oh. So 3 versus 1. I didn't know that was how heroes played their games. How do you expect that I'll fight the 3 of you at the same time? Sure, I can do it, no hassle, but why should I? It's unfair on a numbers basis, and you are insulting yourself and the heroes that sent you. You are saying that the current generation of hero candidates is incapable of handling one demon king candidate. Not that I care. I'll still take all of you and easily defeat you. So, when do we start? Silver said and got up from his throne, starting to walk down. Fine, we will fight you one-on-one, Riker said. After he said that, Meg raised her hands and spoke. I would like to opt out of this fight. My purpose for coming here is to talk to you, not throw blades. I understand why the boys would want to solve this through a duel, but that is not for me, Meg said and shifted away. Riker and Ron didn't think much about it, though, and were getting ready to battle. When Silver was close, he looked at them and smiled. You know, today is my birthday. I just turned 14, Silver said. Wait, what? You look at least 16, Riker said. Well, I matured faster, but that is beside the point. The point is that today is a special day, and on this special day, a lot is happening, some with my knowledge and some hidden from me. But honestly, there is a lot of happiness in the air. And I like that. So your presence here is to obstruct that happiness, and I won't be having that, not by a long shot, Silver said and drew his sword. Lily immediately created a transparent dome to isolate them. Ron and Riker looked unfazed by this. I would advise you to take your first choice and fight me together. If you don't, you will regret it very much, Silver said. Oh, shut your trap, Riker said and spun his staff. He took one step, and his body vanished. He appeared behind Silver, everything moving in slow motion. Riker located where he would hit to the back of his neck. Silver followed the movements with his eyes, though, and as the spear was about to hit his neck, he bent forward and dodged. Silver spun around while being low to the ground and used his leg to sweep Riker off the ground. Riker flipped in the air and managed to stand, but as he looked at Silver, he was not there anymore. Riker panicked a bit. He tried to sense where Silver was, but he couldn't. Then suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. He leapt into the air. Black tendril-like arms shot out of the ground and tried to latch onto Riker. Riker spun his spear in the air and struck the tendrils with a massive wind explosion from the staff. The tendrils burst into pieces, but then they spun around and created a swirling ball around Riker. Riker could not see anything. He attacked with his staff and forced an opening. But as that opening formed, he saw Silver right outside, flying. Silver slashed, and a powerful black arc shot from his sword. Riker had to react fast enough, but the sheer size of the arc was large, and dodging would require a very high amount of speed. Luckily, he used wind, and that allowed him to reach higher speed. He shot out of there with full propulsion, managing to escape by just an inch. But immediately as he stopped on the ground, Silver was already standing in front of him. Riker leapt back in fear. "Why are you so scared, hero?" "You should be able to take this," Silver said and charged towards him with a stab. Riker took a quick step back and stabbed his spear into the ground. "Wind wall," Riker called out, and a powerful wall of wind rose and blocked Silver. But Silver was unhindered. He slashed through it easily and dashed towards Riker. "This is impossible." "How are you this strong?" Riker yelled and started a flurry of powerful attacks, not wanting to give Silver any attack space. Silver blocked all the attacks with a smile on his face. "A monk should not show such chaotic emotions, or is it not so here?" Silver asked. "Shut up," Riker yelled and stomped the ground, shooting at Silver at his fastest speed yet. Then he spun his entire body like a drill, creating a horizontal tornado with the tip facing Silver. It was like an incoming spinning lance. "Taking a single hit from this would destroy your insides and outsides. I have to say, you are way too weak for me. But I'll humor you," Silver said. He used the broadside of his sword and blocked the tornado. He was pushed back from the attack initially, but after taking that attack for a second, he stopped moving and simply stood in one place, blocking the attack. Riker finally stopped his attack and leaned on the floor. He looked up at Silver, who was standing there undisturbed, and his heart filled with rage. He didn't understand why a Demon King candidate would have so much strength, far more than him. Yet he was a hero candidate. Riker got up from the floor and took another stance with an emotionless face. "I don't know how you are doing all this, but I can see that defeating you won't be a walk in the park, and so I'll go all out and take you down now," Riker said. The sound of fire crackling and sizzling oil filled the night air of the wilderness, as a soft, warm glow of the flames could be seen from a distance. Closer to the flame was a blonde-haired man seated on a rock, tending to the thin cuts of meat that were placed on the pan above the flames. From sight alone, one could tell that very few ingredients had gone into the pan, yet the aroma filled the air. It was a beautiful scent in all ramifications. The man took the stick he had placed beside the rock he sat on and used it to slowly flip the pieces of meat over, revealing the sides that had been cooking for a while. He began humming a tune as he flipped them, nodding his head to follow the rhythm. He kept going for a while until everything was well cooked and the insides were tender. He took the pan off the pot and placed it on the rock beside him. He took out a small knife and used it to pick slices of meat from the pan and eat. The outskirts of the Dragon Empire belong to the Wyverns, which act like watchdogs for the dragon. All I was asked to bring was their blood. The dragon would be very hard to get, but Wyverns will be a lot easier. The scent of the meat should be reaching them soon. They'll attack in a group, maybe up to 5. I'll have to take every one of them down first. But still, that is relatively easier than taking on a full dragon. Come to think of it, don't we have tamed Wyverns and also modified Wyverns? But those stupid researchers want untamed ones. Like, who the hell makes such absurd requests? The man complained as he took his next bite. After a while, he heard the loud, piercing roar of a wyvern, and then more followed. He listened closely to find out their number. "Seems I was a little off. There are 6 of them. I have to get ready," he said. He took out a metal string and a very thick leather glove. He put the glove on and spun the wire around his arm, then waited. After 30 seconds, the wyverns came into sight and landed close to him. 6 in number. But the man noticed that there was something wrong with the first wyvern. It was bigger than the rest, and it exuded a different pressure. "Sir, are you the one cooking out here?" the first wyvern asked. Immediately, the man's face changed. Oh shit. For a wyvern to reach a level where it could speak human language, that meant it was either really strong or really intelligent, and in this case, it seemed like both. The man took a step back slowly, but the wyvern noticed it. The wyvern let out a small roar, and all the wyverns except him flew into the air and charged at the man. The man turned around and ran. As he ran, he slowly loosened the wire. When it was loose, he turned around and waited for the first wyvern that would reach him. The first one reached him and tried to use its leg to grab him. The man timed the attack well, and when it was about to hit his chest, he very quickly tied the wire around the leg. Immediately the wire touched the leg, he released a blast of lightning into the wire. There, electricity ran through the body of the wyvern and temporarily paralyzed it. The wyvern fell to the ground with a loud thud. The man wasted no time. He undid his wire and got ready again. This time, the wyverns didn't just jump in. They recognized that this man was a threat, and so the four flew into formation. Shit, these wyverns are too smart. If I don't take them down in time, the first one I took down will be able to stand again, the man said. He never expected that they would be this coordinated. He chose the very outskirts of the empire, where the weakest wyverns stayed around. These wyverns he was fighting now were wyverns that should be closer to the main empire, not far out here. Fuck it, the man said and charged at one wyvern. He took out a small blade and threw it into the air. The blade suddenly shined brightly and then exploded. But the explosion was not to hit anyone. It was all a misdirection because the man was already near a wyvern. Due to the explosion, there was a small gap in their formation. He used the wire again and leapt into the air, managing to get it around the neck of the wyvern and shooting a crazy amount of lightning into its neck. The wyvern fell to the ground, paralyzed. The man was about to get up and move again, but before he could, the tail of another wyvern slammed into his chest and sent him flying. He rolled across the ground while coughing out blood. He lost when it came to strength, as the base strength of a wyvern was far greater than that of a human. When he finally came to a stop, he pushed himself up while coughing blood even more. He got back to his feet and faced the wyverns. God, I hate this job. Why can't I just be a chef alone? He asked himself. He took out about 5 small blades and threw them around him in a pattern. Then he bent on one knee, waiting for the wyverns. You all might be smart, but when you start winning, your dragon pride, or should I say wyvern pride, will kick in, and you'll make some rash decisions, like one of you coming this way. The man spoke, but not loud enough for them to hear. And just like he said, one wyvern decided to finish the job and flew towards the man. As soon as the wyvern got inside the pattern created with the blades activated and created a powerful lightning gauge. But just before it fully formed, the man leapt out and let the wyvern be caught inside. The lightning hit the wyvern with ferocity until it was paralyzed there. That's 3 down, but how long can I keep them down for? If I'm not fast enough, all this will be for nothing, the man said. He decided to go all out right now so that he wouldn't die here. He took out 2 slim swords and took a stance. He charged at the 2 wyverns. When he was close to them and they were about to snap at him, his feet fired lightning, and he moved faster, getting past them. To stop his speed, he turned around and stabbed into the ground, forcing himself into a stop. Then he leapt from there, his entire body covered in lightning. The wyverns turned around and shot out a stream of flames. The man slashed through it, forcefully cutting through the stream of flames. But the heat was very unbearable. His skin was getting burnt, and his clothes as well. But he didn't stop. He managed to push through their flames and landed in the middle. Before they could move to attack, he threw both swords at the same time, and they managed to pierce the bodies of the wyverns. Remote lightning blast, the man called out, and the blades infused tons of lightning like an explosion into the bodies of the wyverns, knocking both of them out. The man stood breathing heavily, struggling to catch his breath. He bent over and placed his hands on his knees. It seems you are more than just a mere human, the leader of the wyverns spoke. The man looked up at him with a tired expression. Fuck, I forgot that you were here, he said. The man stood up straight, walked to the 2 wyverns to pull out his swords, and then started walking toward the wyvern. Let's get this over with already, he said. Indeed, the wyvern said. He opened his mouth and let out a powerful stream of flames that completely towered over the man. The man started running with the help of his lightning. The wyvern chased after him with the flames like a whip. The man dodged and dodged, but the temperature was reaching a seriously high level. He couldn't see any opening, and it seemed like the wyvern had more flames to pour out. The wyvern saw that his flames were not hitting, so he flew into the air. When he was above the man, he opened his mouth, and a bright orange formation formed outside it. The wyvern shot his flames into the formation, and the flames increased into a massive ball of fire that shot toward the ground. The man knew he couldn't take that attack directly. He pulled out a crystal with runes and smashed it into the ground. It created a barrier around him before the attack hit. The flames hit and exploded, but the barrier stopped the flames from reaching him. However, it didn't stop the temperature from rising. When the attack was over, the man fell over, his body red and covered in sweat. His breathing was scattered, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Still, the man managed to get up. He wanted to keep the fight going and win, but when he got up, he saw that some of the wyverns were finally getting up. Seeing this, the man lost any hope of winning. His mind immediately shifted to escaping. He looked around and picked a direction to move in. Then he took out all his blades from his ring and allowed them to activate. It caused a massive explosion of lightning, so bright that it looked like day for an instant. When the light died down, the man had vanished. The leader of the wyverns looked around, but he could not sense the man. However, he wasn't willing to let the man go. "Find him now," he spoke in their tongue. All the wyverns flew in all directions to search for the man. The leader also looked around again to see if the man could be hiding. When he was sure the man was not there, he flew off as well. A far distance away from where the fight had happened, the man was seated behind some rocks, breathing heavily. When he had used the bright light distraction, he used a talisman for speed. With his own speed, he was able to get out of there. "I feel like crap," the man said. He took a bottle of water, gulped it down quickly, and threw the bottle aside. His eyes were trying to close forcefully, but he knew that he couldn't sleep here. He couldn't sleep now. It wasn't over, and until he was far out of their territory, he couldn't rest. As he sat there, a black crow flew toward him with a little piece of paper on its leg. The man immediately knew what the bird was for, so he stretched out his hand, and the bird landed on it. He pulled the paper out, and the bird flew to his shoulder and waited for him to read it. He opened the paper and started reading the contents. "Sparkblade, this is from the head office. You are to leave your current mission. There is now an urgent issue that you must help take care of." The letter went on to tell him about how Silver took over a kingdom and everything he had done so far. They asked him to go to the kingdom of Dark Dragon to infiltrate it, slowly find a way to deal with the kingdom, and give them the information so they could take action. At the end, they included a drawing of Silver. It was a wonder how they got his image, but they did. When the man looked at the image, he recalled the boy who had eaten the slime jelly he had made way back for a restaurant in Rybist. It can't be, right? It can't be him. Riker's aura changed, wind began swirling around him, and then he stabbed with his spear. A powerful blast of wind shot at Silver. The wind moved like a serpent, coiling and moving irregularly. Silver dodged the blast of wind and then ran toward Riker. Riker was unfazed. He raised his hand into the air, and a magical circle formed, firing wind spears at Silver. Silver dodged all of them easily. Then, he added his speed and made it behind Riker, with his sword going for Riker's neck. But before the blade reached, another blade blocked Silver's attack. Silver looked at the person and saw that it was Ron. Ron grabbed Riker and pulled him back from Silver's range. "Really? You feel you have watched me all through and now understand my range and fighting abilities?" Silver asked. He knew from the get-go that Ron was studying him, and now Ron felt like he could fight Silver. So Silver decided to show them that they were not of the same league. As Ron stood there, his shoulder was suddenly slashed open, with blood spewing in all directions. Ron stared at the wound in shock. He was certain that he was out of Silver's range. He looked up and saw that Silver was not even moving at all. His blade was still where it had always been. But then Silver took a step. As his feet touched the ground, the two of them were blasted with a pressure so strong that they were sent flying into the walls of the dome. Silver started walking toward them, and with every step, they were pressed against the walls even harder. Ron knew he had to break out, or else they would die, and so he struggled and cast a spell. A formation formed above Silver and shot a blade of flames at Silver. Silver dodged the attack, and the pressure on the heroes weakened, allowing them to escape. Immediately, they escaped, charging at Silver, trying to flank him. "Riker, use your legacy," Ron yelled for the first time since they came here. Riker nodded, and suddenly his eyes glowed white, and he vanished. Ron also activated his legacy, and a massive flame warrior formed around him, wielding two swords. The mighty blue flame warrior looked very powerful. Silver looked at the flame giant and used vibration sensing to find Riker. "Your legacies look great, but they won't change anything," Silver said. Legacies were part of a person and influenced their strength on a normal day, but they also had a special ability. For Silver, it was his dragon and abyss magic. So right now, what they were showing was the max power of their legacies, and that meant they were going all out. But Silver was tired of their tantrums, so he wanted to show them dominance. Silver waited for them to attack. Riker came with so much speed that he almost reached half of Silver's base speed, while Ron came in with a slash. "Chronos lock," Silver said, catching them in his time control field. The both of them froze and were unable to move at all. Silver walked to Riker. He used the broadside of his sword to whack his head with so much strength that shattered his nose and some cheekbones. Then, he walked toward the flaming giant. He flew up to where Ron was and passed through the flames, doing the same thing to him. Silver came out and walked out of the cross field and the dome. He released the Chronos lock, and the both of them immediately passed out. No one was shocked at the outcome of the fight aside from Meg. She could tell Silver was strong, but she didn't know he was this strong. He wiped the floor with them easily, and it seemed like he was still not trying at all. Would she be able to kill Silver? What sort of being is he? So young, yet already so powerful, Meg said. Lily healed the heroes before everyone left, and then she showed them to their guest room. "I don't get it. How can he be that strong?" Riker asked. He was seated on the bed with his back leaned against the top of the frame, looking up at the ceiling. Meg and Ron sat at the edge of the bed as well, their faces showing that they were thinking. "He wasn't even trying," Meg said. "Huh? What do you mean?" Ron asked. "He wasn't going all out. I could tell. Even the last move that locked you all in place seemed like it was nothing to him. It's as if he could have taken you all out with a breath," Meg said. "Come on, Meg. He isn't a demon king, he is only a candidate," Riker said. "You still feel it's impossible after getting your ass kicked so bad?" "He didn't even break a sweat. He was casually fighting like it was nothing," Meg said. "Whatever." "Well, it seems like the people that are here are really staying with him of their own will," Ron said. "I still don't believe that. I know for sure that something is up here, but we won't be able to get it in the castle. So let's get out of here and check his city. We might find one or two clear-headed people who will tell us how he has managed to keep everyone here." "There is nothing a little money and persuasion can't fix," Riker suggested. "It's a good plan, but I feel it won't be that easy for us," Ron said. "Why do you think so?" Riker asked. Ron looked at Meg, and Meg answered Riker. "It's really easy to notice. Everything in this place seems to revolve around Silver, so he has to be watching everything somehow. It's possible he will have eyes and ears everywhere, and they might have been informed to watch us and report to him. And if he has proof that we were causing issues, it can be used against us to blackmail us and lots more," Meg explained. The atmosphere in the capital was bright and filled with joy. The humans, the ogres, the Gonliks, and everyone else mixed and were having a blast while preparing for the capital-wide party to honor Silver. This was the birthday of their monarch, and they wanted to make it the best they could. In only 1 month, Silver showed them that they could coexist and also live happy lives. With the basic amenities and life he had given them, they had all been happy. Most humans that had felt like life would take a sour turn saw Silver enable them to live like nobles. Meg, Ron, and Riker left the castle unhindered and entered the city, which was buzzing with excitement. They watched as people and beasts moved around, doing different things. "Is all this because of his birthday?" Riker asked. "It does look like it," Ron said. "It seems he is really loved, to a suspicious amount. For a kingdom that has existed for just a month, what would he have done to actually make them love him this much?" Meg asked. "Well, that's what we are about to find out. And the best place to find out anything is the bar," Riker said. "Remember, we have to be cautious and make it seem like we are just asking random 1 or 2 questions, letting the discussion happily drift toward the direction we want," Meg said. We should go. Ron is getting all pumped up since you mentioned the bar, Riker said. You shouldn't allow him to drink so much, it ends up putting a toll on your body, Meg said. That is why I let him bear the stress by himself, and I'll come out after the hangover clears, Ron said and started walking. Meg sighed and followed behind with Riker. They strolled through the town, with people greeting them, and the beasts capable of human speech also greeting them. For most of them to be able to use human speech, it means they have high intelligence. Well, that makes sense seeing as they are coexisting, Meg said. Doesn't change anything. They are filthy followers of demons, vile creatures, Ron said. Doesn't matter, Ron. Until we are able to defeat the top vile creature, we just have to accept them as they are, Meg said. They made it to the bar. There were a few people inside, which was abnormal for a bar, but it didn't matter to the three. They headed to the counter, where the bartender was a 7-foot-tall minotaur. They didn't say anything about that and just came to sit. Oh, good morning, guests. What can I get for you lot? The minotaur asked. Just give us 3 beers, Meg said. All right, the minotaur said and went to get their drinks. He served them and was about to turn and leave, but then Meg spoke. Your place is a bit empty, she simply stated. Oh, that is to be expected. Today is the king's birthday. He carried a rag and a cup and started cleaning it. From your statement alone, I can tell that you are not from Dark Dragon. If you were, you would have understood the hype behind his birthday. Oh, by the way, my name is Lawrence. You see, the king to the people here is not just a figure of rulership, he is the hope of a better world. The crazy part is that he doesn't even know he is. It's like he is automatically made to make the right decisions. He believes they are selfish decisions, but in all honesty, every one of them has made life better for us, Lawrence said. You speak so highly of him. I can understand since I've met him face to face. But for you, what exactly has he done for you? Meg asked. Ron and Riker were already gulping down their beers while trying to follow the discussion. For me? That's really simple. I have a family of 5, and giving them a good life would entail me hunting other beasts and humans as well for sustenance. But rather than let me do that, he offered me a work contract that stated I should choose from one line of work, and so I chose to be a bartender, as that sounded fun to me. So I was taken for a 2-week class on how to run a bar, equipped with the best knowledge. I and lots of others now have bars at specific locations set by the king. He built this shop and let me own it under the contract that he takes 30%, and I can keep 70% to run the place and have my profit. The place might still belong to the kingdom, but it's still mine, and he made it possible for me. So I no longer have to swing an axe to have food, I can simply buy what I need. Lawrence finished explaining. I have another question. What do you eat for meat? Because it would be weird for you to eat goblin meat with goblins living here, Meg asked, trying to at least catch him in something. Oh, that. There are those who are against the killing of any beast, but they are really few. You see, not every beast is a part of us. To us, they are still beasts, or should I say animals. They have no chance of any evolution of intelligence, either due to a biological factor or something else. We have pigs, goats, wild bulls, and more. They have no access to evolution, and so they are reared. It might seem evil in its own way, but to those that have had to eat each other for years, this is a sweet relief, and we are happy. No one can ever be completely good. We all have stains, Lawrence said and took Ron and Riker's cups to fill them again. Meg stayed and watched a bit. This was what humans did to eat beasts and animals they thought were just animals. And she didn't regret that. She just felt it would have a different effect on this minotaur. But it didn't. The trio chugged on, beer after beer, while still trying to pull what information they could. Lawrence answered everything with a smile. After 30 minutes or so, Ron was wasted, and Riker was also getting there. Meg knew it was time to get anything useful out of Lawrence. Everything he said was just a song of praise to Silver, and that wasn't what she was looking for. She wanted something that would pull Silver down, something that would expose him. Thank you for the drinks, she said. She got up and placed a gold coin on the counter before dragging Ron and Riker out. The amount she dropped was quite much compared to what she and her friends drank, but Lawrence knew she was seeking information, and the extra was just a payoff. Luckily, He didn't even know anything that could implicate the king. As Meg pulled the drunk duo through the town, she thought of a solution to all her issues, and she came to one answer: as Silver was the only answer to her questions. She would have to meet him and have a one-on-one talk. She wanted to understand the mind of Silver, even if she had to kill him later on. She still wanted to know. When she arrived at the castle, the guards helped her friends since they knew they were guests of the king. She, on the other hand, went in search of a Silver, and she found him seated alone on a balcony, looking at the kingdom, though she knew that Silver was not alone. It was basically impossible for him to be truly alone, especially with 3 heroes here. "It's a great view, seeing all this come together one piece at a time," Silver said when she came close. "It is indeed a beautiful city, and it makes it feel unreal," Meg said. "Every new invention felt unreal at first. Our minds are not capable of easily accepting grand new changes. It feels like it isn't supposed to be, and yet it is. It makes us anxious, makes us worried, makes us scared. The world is simply scared of the concept of several races coming together. It hasn't been seen for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and that makes it difficult to accept. I, on the other hand, am the first person to live the best of both worlds. Being a human and also being a dragon, I have lived the two, and now I'm living them both all at once. Because of this, I have friends and family that are human and also friends and family from different races. In such a case, what do you do? Pick one? Because of an ancient system that I don't give a shit about? No, there is no way I'll throw away my happiness for the screwed up laws of this world. I have said this to many, and I'll keep saying it. I am selfish and a hypocrite. I do what I want, when I want, and if I should die trying, I'll die with a smile. No matter how you look at life, it is built by the memories that you make, the smiles you give, and the smiles you take. And honestly, I have taken away so many smiles that even the devil would bow in respect to my evil. But I don't want the story of my life to be all black and filled with blood. I want there to be a time in my story where I smiled, where I made dreams come true. Even if it will never save me from the person I am, it still allows an escape. Because when I walk down the streets, and I see orc, ogre, human, and all smiling because of me, it makes me feel a little bit better. Silver finished talking and then faced the kingdom again. "I see. So, to have seen part of you good and bright, you created a home for many and gave them all they need. If half of the world could think like you, there would be a reduction in pain. Because, unlike you, people choose evil, and they never let the smallest amount of light come from them. They just dish out evil and evil and evil, making the world darker with every passing day," Meg said. "You are right and still wrong at the same time. I don't want a part of me to be good and bright. I only want a place where I can find some peace, and that's why I built this place. Don't forget, I am a dragon and a demon lord candidate. Life is fickle before me, and I'm sure it is to you as well. Heroes and demon kings are just cut from the same fabric and then given different names. We have no love for most people because we see them as beneath us. Tell me this, if a man takes a staff and hits you, even if he had a good reason, what would be your response?" Silver asked. "If there are few witnesses and I can get away with it, I'll chop his head off," Meg said. "You see, it's the same. We can't view them as people to worry about unless they are really close to us. So, on that note, let me tell you an even better thing. If this city should one day turn against me, even in the slightest, after all I have done for them, I'll kill everyone one by one and feed their blood to the earth," Silver said. "It makes sense then. You simply want to be happy, and helping them in your own way makes you happy. But if they turn against you, you end them. Honestly, I see the fault in your mindset. Lesser beings should always remain grateful to those above, whether they like it or not, as long as you provide for them. But if they want to be free from you, they must find their own strength and escape you. Else they'll die. It's the same thing with my father. I lack the strength to escape him, so I listen," Meg said. "Your father? Can you tell me more?" Silver asked. "My father is a hero, the strongest of the group. He is renowned and well known for his swordplay and magic. Normally, it's nearly impossible for the child of a hero to become a hero, but I turned out to be one, and the immediate pressure came on me. My father is a man who works based on results. He doesn't care about the stress and strain that is put on me, his child. But I have to follow, and follow, regardless of what I feel. All I have to do is become a hero that will match his reputation. So, like the people here, you offer them a good life, and they just have to listen to you. But there's a difference. You actually give the people here genuine happiness, so they can easily follow you. But my father just chooses for me. I have no happiness in it, Meg said. You are facing a lot, but then again, life's hard until you step up to fix it, Silver said. So you're saying if anyone is against you, they should just step up and fix it, which can mean killing you, Meg said. Well, if they can kill me, that is. No one is stopping them. But remember that I am the worst hypocrite in the world. I do what I want. The faster people understand that, the quicker they would know that I'm the least unpredictable thing. There is only one person I listen to. She is a being that I respect, and if you ask me why, I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel indebted to her. She saved my life, and I have always felt good towards her, Silver said. She sounds like a seriously great person, Meg said. I can't say she is great. That's because she uses me as she will. She tells me what to do all the time. Normally, for a dragon, they would never do that or listen to anyone else. But I do for her, Silver said and looked up. So, what's your dream? What is it that you want to do? All these adventures and everything you have gone through, or what do you do them for? She asked. Freedom, just freedom. All I want is to be able to do what I want, when I want, and where I want. But to do that, I need power, real power, beyond everything that already exists, and that's why I'll keep going every day, trying to find a way to be free. No one should have the right to tell me what to do. No one should try to cage me. If there were no one trying to cage me, I would have no need to kill, no need to waste all the lives I have wasted, Silver said. I also want this, but if we do this, there would be chaos and destruction. There would be no order, and people would do what they want, Meg said. If that's what it will take for me to be free, then I'll do it, Silver said and stretched out his hands to the sky. I'll break the order, break the chaos. I'll break everything that exists to chain me. And then I'll float in the nothingness of freedom. I'll be free, I'll be unchained. I'll be truly all-powerful, Silver said. You sound crazy, yet I like it, Meg said. Ha ha, well, that's what it is. Have you ever heard of the paradox of the Almighty? It's a fun statement that tickles the brain. A paradox with nearly no answers. Can an all-powerful being make a sword so strong that even it cannot lift or break it? If it can, then it's not truly all-powerful because it can't lift or break the sword. If it can't, then it's not truly all-powerful because it can't make the sword. When Meg heard the paradox, she paused and processed it. Then it started making sense and still not making sense at the same time. The Almighty making the sword no one can lift, but if he lifts it, he is not the Almighty because he couldn't make a sword no one could lift. But if he can't lift the sword, then he isn't the Almighty because he can't lift the sword. Meg thought about it for a while, but she could not find an answer, so she looked at Silver for an answer. So, what is it? How can the Almighty be truly almighty? Meg asked. By existing outside order and the times of reality. Until the Almighty lives in an image outside order, then he can never be truly almighty. So, in essence, the only almighty being is order itself, and that's just what it is. There is no real answer that you can understand. In fact, there isn't a real answer that a human mind can understand for this paradox. But me hoping that there is an answer to that makes me want to keep going because then a true freedom, Silver said. He got up and walked a little distance, then looked back at Meg. Hero or Demon King, if you choose to be an ally, I'll stand and help you fight. Also, what they asked you to do is risky. Think twice before you make that choice. I might be a nice guy at times, but I'll never look back if I kill an enemy that came for my life, Silver said and walked away. Meg was shocked when she heard that. Was that Silver telling her that he knew what she was coming to do? If he did, then why didn't he kill her already? Was she just acting paranoid? It was possible that what he was talking about was an entirely different thing. She stayed there for a bit before getting up and walking away, her mind in turmoil. She headed back to her room. She just wanted to rest now. She didn't want to be bothered by all the things she had to digest. But there was still a thought in her mind, and that was, just who was Silver? Night came, and it was finally time to kickstart the birthday of the king, Silver. All preparations had been fully made to make the night special, but Silver wasn't there even as the celebrations began. Everyone was looking for him, but he was deep in a forest, about to buy a new spell. For so long now, Silver had been saving his system points, waiting for the day when he would buy a new abyss spell. SP 2 million. He had 2 million points, and that meant he could buy something really good. And the spell of his choice was Hell's Domain. Create a 1-kilometer domain replica of Hell, a domain fully under your control, a place where souls cry and flames are let loose. But this domain comes with a ruler, the Everflame, and in the hands of the Everflame is the power to rule the domain. Price, 2 million SP. Silver had already long read the description of the spell, and he had made up his mind to buy it. The reason he came out here before heading back to the party was to deal with the Everflame. Purchase the spell, and let's take over this, Silver said, and the system bought the spell. Immediately after he bought the spell, the ground beneath him started changing. It began turning into a rocky floor with gaps filled with black and purple flames and lava. It spread out for a full 10 kilometers, filled with flames, lava, mountains, and pools of lava. The skies darkened, and a purple moon sat in the sky. Silver knew that from outside, people would see only a black 10-kilometer dome. The domain was easy to enter but nearly impossible to leave without the creator's permission. Now that he was inside, Silver could already sense the Everflame at the center of the domain, a humanoid flame spirit that was waiting. No holding back. We take down the Everflame, Silver said, and summoned all his clones. Immediately, he charged towards the center with all the clones, each one wielding a sword, their speed so fast that their legs looked like a blur. The Everflame noticed the intruders. It turned around and blasted a huge stream of flames at the Silvers in a sweeping motion. One of the clones stepped forward and created a large wall of darkness. The flames slammed on the wall but didn't get through. The clones leapt from behind the wall, all 9 in different directions. The Everflame didn't know which to follow, so it found a way to attack all at once, using an explosive flame spike attack. The spikes of flames shot from the body of the Everflame at all the clones. They all blocked the flames, while the real Silver and another clone had moved to flank the Everflame. The Everflame didn't expect them, and as Silver and the clone used flash steps, they arrived at the Everflame quicker than it could react. Silver and the clone went for their attack. The Everflame intensified the flames around it in an explosive manner that pushed Silver and the clone back. But Silver didn't want to let his chance go. He shot out a dark tendril just as the flames lessened, and he latched onto the Everflame. Silver pulled closer with the tendril and went for a strike with full force. The Everflame had to react fast and block the attack, so it used its arm. The sword cut through the arm but didn't reach the chest. The Everflame immediately put distance between them after surviving the attack. It quickly regrew the arm that had been cut off, but Silver immediately noticed that the flames of the Everflame dimmed a bit. Silver smiled when he saw that and immediately spoke to all the clones. You have one job and one job only, hit that flame with everything that you have, Silver said. With that, all the clones immediately moved to attack. The Everflame tried to escape the encirclement by blasting its flames again, but the clones were already ready. They all transformed into the Dragon Newt, which allowed them to counter the flames and get near the Everflame. The Everflame was shocked but couldn't do anything as hit after hit landed on it, weakening its flames. When all the clones had ended their attacks, the flames of the Everflame dimmed to a dangerous level, and it could not even move anymore. Silver walked to the Everflame. He bent down, looked closer at it, and noticed a red flame at the core of the purple Everflame. He stuck his hand into the flames and pulled out the red flame. Immediately, the flames sunk into his hand. You have gained the key of Hell's Domain. You have gained control over the domain. Silver smiled and stood up. He took his blade and cut through the head of the Everflame. That attack killed the flames, and the Everflame died there. After that, Silver took a look around his new domain. He raised his hands, and a mountain rose, changing the entire area. He now had control over this hell and could do whatever he wanted for an entire 10 kilometers to a world where all enemies lost their power against him. This would be his trump card in case he ever went against the heroes or the demon kings. He could tell that a fight of this level was coming, and it was going to be on another level. He was still cautious about the future that Lily had seen. He wanted to ensure that he was as ready as he could be. Because he wanted to fulfill the dream of true freedom, he couldn't allow himself to die or his world to crumble. Congratulations on gaining an A-ranked unique spell. You have gained the skill, Synthesis. Synthesis is a skill that allows you to merge spells and skills together. New spells created from merged spells can either be stronger or weaker than the base spells, depending on their compatibility. When Silver read the new synthesis skill, ideas immediately began popping into his head, but before he could even think of doing anything, two people walked into the domain. Drake and Lily. Immediately they entered. Silver felt their presence and went to meet them. "I told you it would be Silver," Lily said as soon as they saw each other. Yeah, I should have known that a 10-kilometer wide dome would be the work of Master," Drake said. "So you guys just walked into a dome you saw?" "What if it was an enemy's dome?" Silver asked. "Then we would fight our way out," Drake said. "Not possible. Even with your strength, this is called a domain or a place where my rules reign supreme," Silver said. "So what you are saying is that inside here, there is nothing we can do to you?" Lily asked. "That is exactly it. I am untouchable here. Rather, you would be the ones trying to survive," Silver said. "There is some time before we need to head to your birthday, and we've asked that no one enters the dome until we're back or in 2 hours. If we don't return," Drake said. "Yes, and so in that time we will try to see what this domain can do," Lily said. "Oh, my two strongest guardians are about to go all out against me?" "That is something I'd love to do anytime," Silver said. Drake didn't speak anymore. He just raised his hand into the air, and 100 blood spears formed and shot down at Silver. "Nice start, but you'll need far more than that to even graze me," Silver said and snapped his fingers. The lava inside whirled and shot up, consuming the spears. Drake looked at this and analyzed it a bit before making his next move. "You can control everything here, aside from external bodies like us, right? So we just have to ensure we are faster than your controls," Drake said. "That sounds absolutely stupid, Drake, but I'll go ahead with that plan as well," Lily said. She suddenly vanished. Even Silver could not follow her with his eyes, and oddly, he could not sense her. She had shifted the space and, in an odd way, removed her presence. Lily was like Ares. She had mastered all elements except time, so she knew space as well. That was why she was able to create shifts and distortions in space. With the absurd amount of mana she had, she could do whatever she wanted with the elements. When she finally reappeared, she was behind Silver, about to attack. She fired a huge fireball at close proximity, but a wall rose and blocked her attack. After blocking her attack, the wall turned into lava, shaped into a lance, and shot at her. But she wasn't fazed. She created a wall of ice to block it, then flapped her wings and moved at a teleport-like speed. While she was with Silver, Drake had readied his attack. As the strongest guardian and a vampire, he wanted to show his mettle. Blood poured from his body and covered him entirely. It shaped up into full body armor, and a spear of blood appeared in his hands. He stomped on the ground and shot at Silver. A huge explosion happened as he moved, leaving a crater in the ground. Silver saw him coming, and while he pushed back Lily, he allowed another mind to focus on Drake. A lava hand formed from the pools around and moved to grab Drake. Drake slashed through the hand in an explosive move and destroyed the arm. He pushed towards Silver, but 10 more lava hands were created, all moving toward him at the same time. He had to stop to fight them. He spun the spear around, and a flow of darkness formed. Like circular blades, they cut through all the lava hands. This was the first time Silver had seen Drake use anything other than blood. It seemed Drake was getting serious. "I guess holding back against Master is suicide. I'll fight you at full strength," Drake said, and his eyes suddenly glowed. A red diamond mark appeared on his forehead. Right then, Silver could feel Drake's power rising endlessly. Drake launched at Silver with so much speed that space twisted. Bursting through all the lava hands and walls, Drake was getting close to Silver. But this was Silver's domain, and his will made the laws. The gravity of the domain increased tenfold and slammed the two of them into the ground, stopping them entirely. You guys are strong, but the issue is that inside here, I am the law, Silver said. Master, today we will teach you one reason the heroes and demon kings are feared, Drake said while standing up, shocking Silver. Lily also started getting up with much struggle behind Silver. How the hell are you two getting up? Silver asked. He increased the gravity more, pushing them down, but they started getting up again. Master, your domain seems to use the concept of laws. Laws are the things that run the world. But every being can create or harness a law when they reach a certain level. Lady Aras tapped into the law of chaos and is able to cause untold chaos. Lily is also trying to gain the law of chaos, but right now, she can't because of her special ability of the law of time. Drake said. Wait, I never thought about it, but Lily can see the future. So that means she should be able to create chaos because the only thing she said she was missing is time. But she is it, Silver said, still increasing the gravity. Yes, Silver, I have the ability to see the future, which is advanced time magic, but I can do that because I was born with the ability to control the law of time. But to gain chaos, I must be able to merge all the elements together, right? But I don't have the element of time here, I only have the law of time. The tropic immediately intrigued Silver. He stopped the gravity and then faced Lily. You have the laws, but not the element? How does that work? He asked. That's really simple, Lily said and got up. She cleaned herself a little since they started talking. The law is something above the elements. An element can become a law, but a law can never become an element. It is a permanent growth that can't be offset. I was born with the law of time, which means my understanding of the concept of time is way higher than that of my other elements. Do you know what that means? It means that I can't use it to create my chaos. Chaos can only be born when all the elements are merged together in perfect harmony, and for that to happen, there needs to be a balance. You must master all the elements in an equal amount, then, and only then, can you use the elements to make chaos. But I have mastered all elements almost equally, and I will not be able to use them to make chaos because they aren't laws, they are only elements. Time is already a law, so for me to be able to use it and make it into chaos, I must advance all my elements into laws and then merge those laws to create chaos. But the chaos birthed from the merge of laws is not the normal type of chaos, it is something referred to as the primal chaos. The primal chaos is a different type of chaos. It is a chaos that can even destroy destinies and more. That is why to get it, it takes a lot of time and training. Even with my power, race, and other things, I might not be able to live long enough to actually gain the primal chaos, Lily finished explaining, and Silver understood her concept. I see. But then, I have to ask, why were you able to stand? That gravity should have held you down, Silver said. That is also simple, Drake said. It took two things, our own strength and then the use of laws. Remember when I said the domain uses the concept of laws to an extent? Well, when laws clash, they can repel themselves. Even if the law of the other person has nothing to do with the law of the opponent, and the law of the other person is weaker than that of the other person, it will still have a repulsion effect, no matter how weak. So when we internally started circulating our laws, we were able to weaken the hold of your gravity, and then we used our strength to do the rest. Still, the laws within here are all in your control, and that made it a lot more difficult because it is as though we were going against the natural order of things. And when you go against the natural law, it really fights you and makes life hard, Drake explained. Oh, I see. All this finally makes sense. Drake, what law do you have? Silver asked. Well, the law of darkness. I have mastered it to the letter, Drake said. Wait, if you have mastered that, shouldn't you be able to walk without your gear? Silver asked. I can, but it won't be easy. Because what you just asked brings us back to the thing I said about the use of laws to fight against the natural laws. The sun is a natural law that has been set, and if I use a law to directly fight the sun, I will be under a huge amount of pressure from the laws of this world. I can only use my laws for things that don't directly conflict with the laws of this world too much, like in a fight, for instance. But hopefully, if I grow stronger in the future, I should be able to defy even the laws of nature and do whatever I want, Drake said. I get it. But still, on that, if we kept fighting, who would have won, that is, using my domain alone? Silver asked. That's not even up for debate. We are at your mercy here. We saw that after fighting you for a bit, Drake said. Lily walked behind Silver and patted his shoulder. You have really become strong. She smiled and walked past him and then looked back. Now let's go back. We have the whole kingdom waiting for the arrival of their king to his birthday celebration, Lily said. Silver nodded, deactivated the domain, and the three of them headed toward the capital to join the celebration. But deep away in another dimension, and I watched Silver and all he did this night, even the domain and the fight that happened inside. When the fight was over and the three left, the eye closed again, vanishing into the darkness. The capital was filled with joyous noises, with people eating and drinking. It was a massive celebration that encompassed the whole capital. All work was stopped, and everyone had to be either eating or drinking, making merry and dancing. Silver himself only appeared at the birthday once. Using a broadcast, he spoke to everyone and thanked them for celebrating him. After that, Drake informed him that Ezra arrived that night and was waiting for him. So Silver headed to the castle to meet with Ezra. When he got in and took his seat on the throne, Ezra was brought in with his entourage. They all came and bowed to Silver, even Ezra, the king. Happy birthday, Lord Silver. The kingdom of Aragon decided to celebrate you how we can, and so we brought this gift to offer to you. Ezra spoke and stretched out his hand, and one of the men behind him quickly brought a large box. Ezra opened it up and took out a sword from inside. It was an elegant sword, one well crafted and infused with several pseudo-cores for channeling magic. But when Silver saw that sword, his face changed. Ezra, is this an attempt to betray me? Silver asked. No, my lord. Ugh! Ezra yelled out in pain and fell to the ground. Silver got up from his throne and walked closer to Ezra. Remember that you belong to me now. I own you and everything that is you. Lying to me is the worst sin that you can commit, Silver said and grabbed Ezra by the neck, raising him up. The entourage with Ezra tried to do something, but Drake appeared out of nowhere and blocked them. He immediately tied them all up with blood binds. Silver looked Ezra deep in the eyes as he spoke. Ezra, tell me the truth, the unfiltered truth. Were you trying to betray me? Silver asked again. I didn't mean it. I was forced, Ezra said. Is that so? Tell me all about it then, Silver said. He let go of Ezra so that he could talk. Ezra immediately got on his knees and started talking. The Empire got word that I had joined with you, and so they came to my castle secretly to kill me. They gave me a few options, to give them all I know about you or to die. But I told them of the bind I have with you and why I am unable to say anything. They tried to find and break the bind, but nothing worked. So they decided that they would still find a way to use me against you. They asked me to give any information that I was allowed to give, and so I told them about your birthday and the fact that you were celebrating it. It would be the best time for them to strike since the whole capital would be jolly, and the defenses would be dropped. But I told them that you are strong, and that was the best information I could give. So they had to find a way to weaken you. Then they handed me this sword as a gift for you. They didn't tell me what the sword could do because if I knew how it could harm you, it would read as betrayal, and the bind would attack me. So I took the sword blind to what it could do. And that brings us to today, where I am holding the sword here, Ezra said. I see. Take the sword and pour some mana into it, Ezra, Silver said. When Ezra heard that, his eyes opened wide in shock and fear. He knew that something was up with this sword and that if he poured mana into it, something would definitely happen. He looked up, trying to reason with Silver, but Silver looked at him with cold, distant gaze. There was no way he would accept anything that Ezra would say. So Ezra swallowed hard, and with shaky hands, he took the sword and slowly poured mana into it. Go faster, Silver said. Ezra complied and poured mana into the sword more. Immediately after that, spikes protruded out of the sword and pierced his palm. They kept growing like vines and stabbing into Ezra, but not in places that could kill him. The vines latched all over him and tied him up as he bled. Crazy, to think this is the sword that I almost held, Silver said. When he had seen the sword the first time in the box, he immediately got a sense of danger. That sword surely had something in it, and that was how he knew that Ezra was trying to harm him. Silver could tell that Ezra was still alive, but he wanted him to feel the punishment more. There were more important things to do. There was a part that Ezra missed in his story, and that was the fact that some assassins were coming for him, hidden in the crowds. They would attack when they were certain that Silver would have received the sword, and that would be game over. But Silver had plans to make their lives a living hell, and that would start with capturing them, which was easily done using Lily's ability to see the future. She looked into the future and saw each person that was an assassin. After that, she sent the guards to pick them from the crowds. He had telepathically told her to be on guard when he saw the sword with Ezra. Now that those people were captured, he wanted to torture all the information out of them. He left the throne room and went down into the dungeons where the assassins were kept. His footsteps echoed through the narrow dungeon. It was like a sound in heavy contrast to the in-between silence. The torches there allowed his shadow to be cast in a scary way. When he arrived at the depths of the dungeon, he started talking. All the way from the Empire, you came to my town, and you're trying to kill me. Isn't that crazy? Silver asked. But there was no response. I always wondered when I would come in contact with the Empire. I have a mission there, a task. So today, even if I have to squeeze it out of your cells, I will, Silver said, and used a key to open one of the doors and went in. That assassin saw this as an opening to attack and charged Silver, but immediately he took a step. A dark bullet pierced through his chest and slammed him into a wall. Think you are fast? Silver asked. He walked to the man and sent a punch to his gut, a punch so powerful that the man coughed up the pill he had kept inside his mouth. It was similar to a pill that assassins from the Empire used as well. They would crush it and immediately die. It was called a suicide pill and was used to ensure they didn't give out any information. Silver stepped on the pill and crushed it, then grabbed the man by the neck and started squeezing tightly until the sound of crushing bones could be heard. Tell me why exactly they sent you. I want all the details. I want every little detail, Silver asked. But the man was still struggling not to talk. But Silver was a dragon, a dark dragon at that, one that was very powerful, and his intimidation factor was no joke at all. His eyes glowed as he stared at the man. The man began shivering in fear, trying not to look at Silver's eyes. But no matter how he turned away, he still looked back at Silver. After some seconds, he could no longer endure it, and he started spilling the secrets. We were sent to analyze the Demon King candidate and, if possible, take him into captivity. We heard reports that you were strong but not at the level that you were. We estimated that you would be a newly evolved being with a powerful legacy capable of fighting lots of levels ahead, but we didn't know to what extent. So we estimated, at best, that you would be able to fight a normal evolved human at level 5 or 6. Then we brought the sword as what we would use to get you because the sword is capable of capturing anyone below level 10 evolved. Since you are here, I can say that you were not caught by the sword. That is all I know. We never ask questions, we never say anything, we just take the mission that is handed to us and do it, the man said. No, there must be more that you know, like future plans. What do they have in store for us? When will they move against us? All those details, I want them, Silver said. I don't know really, I swear. But there is something I overheard. They are making numerous moves to kill you in hopes that they kill you and then weaken the next generation of Demon Kings. Not everyone is in agreement with this, and that must be why there hasn't been a general move against you, only small assassination attempts at best. I believe that it is because half of the people believe that war will break out if you die. And even if we can hold out in the wars, innocents will die in this political war. Demon Kings and heroes have been in peace for years, and many do not want the greed of the leaders to destroy that peace. You turned out to be more useful than I thought. You have bought you and all your men their lives. I'll find a way to release you all, Silver said, and left the dungeon. He shut the door and left. He saw the guards of the dungeon outside, and he stopped. It was 2 Minotaurs in full gear. Kill them in the most painful way. Record it on a crystal and send it to me. I want to send a message to the Empire, Silver said and walked away. Again, he was a hypocrite and a selfish dude. Those idiots didn't deserve his honesty. As he walked away, the guards went in, and soon the shouts of men filled the air. The sounds of blood and the crushing of bones to a gruesome song played all night. It had become obvious that Silver had little time before things started getting serious. The Empire had turned their sights on him and was now using some methods to attack him. It had only been a month since he took over, and their response was well within the specified time frame that he had set. He estimated that simple attacks and probings would start in months, but it would take at least a year before a real movement was made. But with the way Silver was reacting to all their attacks, he was shortening the time, and he had a very good reason for that. The latest message from Ophelia said that he had to check something in the Empire, and that was what he had to do immediately after he established his kingdom. His plan was simple. Use the Dark Dragon Kingdom as a distraction, pulling the attention of the Empire and the Holy Kingdom towards the kingdom. He would create such a menace in their back that they would have little to no time for some little things, and the real Silver would be hidden in those little things. He would be slowly infiltrating the Empire and finding out their secrets one by one, hoping that Ophelia would guide him to complete the task as she wanted. It would be generally hard for him to do this normally, and he would have to pull all the stops on a normal day to gather the information he needed. But if there was a big enough distraction that no one could ignore, it would create a banner that Silver could run under and dig for the information he needed. But this would mean he had to do certain things for this to work. 1. He had to be the ruler of Dark Dragon, the powerful demon king terrorizing the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. And second, he had to be an unknown spy. He could take on the role of an adventurer that would start his journey in the Empire and start digging for information. He would let his growth be outstanding, and he would begin to draw attention and create connections that would allow him to get the information he needed. With Silver's strength and resources, it was a question why he didn't just barge in, start a war with the Empire, and use brute force to get what he wanted. But by a general consensus of all his minds, it was ruled out as a stupid idea. He didn't know the full strength of the Empire if he moved against them. He didn't know what to expect. Also, there was the Holy Kingdom, and he heavily doubted that they would let the Empire go down by the hands of a demon king. Also, his job was to investigate what was happening while waiting for Ophelia to tell him what to do next. There was no place where he was supposed to start attacking. In general, he had to do this carefully and not stupidly. He wasn't the strongest, yet he couldn't do whatever he wanted at any time. The day after the birthday, Silver had a few things to handle, and the first on his list was the King of Aragon. After they removed the vines from his body, they healed him up and locked him up for the night, allowing him to sleep on the cold floor with the rats. Silver walked into the throne room, where all 4 guardians were already stationed: Drake, Lily, Zack, and Kratos. Silver sat on the throne and waited. After some seconds, the doors opened, and an ogre walked in while dragging Ezra behind him. The ogre threw Ezra at the feet of Silver, bowed, and then walked away from the throne room. Silver looked at Ezra, who refused to raise his head, and then he smiled and spoke. "Smart move yesterday, a really great move to actually try to kill me on my birthday," Silver said. "I'm sorry, Master. I swear on my life that I'll never repeat it," Ezra said, while trying to get closer and grovel, but Kratos used his tail and slammed Ezra back. "Don't ever get close to Master at all, you filthy creature," Kratos said, his face filled with genuine disgust. "Ezra, what makes you think that your life is worth anything anymore? Do you feel like I want to leave you alive? You should know by now that I am really not one to take things lightly. I have always looked at you as nothing but a rat that I could kill at any time. But do you know what I see now? A worm. A useless worm. I gave you something that the Empire couldn't. I gave you development. I gave your people happiness, amenities and development. All this was yours to keep and enjoy, but your greed stopped you from seeing the bright light, and you went after something fake. Then again, I am no hero, I am no helper, I only do things for my benefit. But you are the first person I didn't really have much benefit from, yet I helped you, and you broke that trust. But rejoice, because I will not be killing you. That would be too easy an escape for you, so I have something better. Silver got up from his throne and walked towards Ezra. I will restructure the bind I have on you, and I'll make you suffer. A constant screaming voice in your head telling you to obey me. And whenever you even think of disobeying me, the voice will get 10 times louder and faster. I also wanted to make sure that you never get used to the voice, so I have every shout stand on a different frequency, vastly different from the last one. An eternal torment in your head, and it will follow you until the day you die or kill yourself. Silver placed his hand on the head of Ezra. A small tendril of darkness passed from Silver into Ezra, causing Ezra to pass out immediately after. After dealing with the issue of Ezra, Silver had to meet up with the hero candidates. They were already waiting for him in a lounge. Silver entered the lounge, followed only by Elsa. He took a seat across from the hero candidates. On the table in between, some snacks had already been set out for them with tea. "Hello, guys. Haven't seen you in a bit. How are you doing?" Silver asked as he sat down. Elsa sat beside him. "It's been alright. I asked the guys not to speak here. I'll be the one talking with you, so let's have some tea and relax," Meg said. Silver glanced at the teapot, picked it up slowly, and started pouring tea into a cup. He set the teapot down and took a teaspoon to stir it. He picked up the cup, and as he brought it toward his mouth, he noticed Meg's eyes following the cup eagerly. He paused and let out a sigh. "Ron, Riker, please leave the room. I have something important to say to Meg," Silver suddenly spoke. Ron and Riker were confused as to why Silver said that, but they left regardless. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Elsa asked. "Nothing much, Elsa. Our guest just has to make a decision right now," Silver said and looked at Meg. "You spiked it, didn't you?" "The tea?" Silver asked. "Number. What would make you say that?" She replied. Her ability to lie was quite good, and she could deceive a normal person easily. But Silver was not a normal person. He could sense the spike in her heartbeat, the subtle movements of her body, and much more. "We spoke on my birthday. I told you about it. Don't do what they want you to do. If you stand as my ally, I will fight for you and help you till the end. But if you're adamant that you didn't put anything inside my tea, I'll drink it. But let me warn you, if there is anything inside this tea, your death will not be an easy one. It will be slow and painful," Silver said. He started bringing the cup toward his mouth, but Meg moved and stopped him. She held his hand and took away the cup. "Fine, you win. They asked me to poison you, but I can't do it anymore. Your threat is one reason I would hate to die, but also, I can't allow you to die. Look at the place you have built, with happy people all around. I would be no hero to destroy this. I'm tired of all this. I'm tired of carrying this weight that I never asked for, numerous people dead by my hands, just because I was chosen as a hero candidate. But then I met you, unbound by rules and free to do what you want. In just a day that I have seen you and what you have done, I envy you. Being able to live how you want, unlike me. I am nothing but a caged bird being forced to be a dragon," Meg said. "We choose our paths, Meg, and we bear the consequences." Just like Leah, she decided that this hero thing was too much. "And I also believe that we have our lives to live, and some ancient setup should not stop us from living our best lives." "Meg, you have your own dreams, and whatever they are, I'll help you and even fight your father for you and with you. So make your own choice now on how you want to live," Silver said. He looked at her, waiting for her answer. She looked at him, then bowed her head. "My mother. I want to find her. My father has made it so that I can never find her, but I believe that she is alive, and I want to find her. That is my dream and my goal, nothing else," Meg said. "Then let's make that happen, and I'll help." "Are you in?" Silver asked with a smile and stretched out his hand. He could sense her heart rate increasing, and he felt like it was just because she was nervous and unsure. But she stretched her hand out and shook his. Before Silver could pull back his hand, she pulled him in. Silver, who was many times faster than her, suddenly could not react to her movements. He watched himself get pulled in. She wrapped her hands around his head and pulled his head in. It was all in slow motion as her soft lips landed on Silver's lips. Silver felt the world freeze as their lips touched. His eyes opened wide in shock. The kiss lasted only 3 seconds until she pulled away. But to Silver, it felt like a lifetime, as though he had been swimming in a cool stream. He sat there looking at her, completely shocked. Meg got up after kissing him and walked to the door. She opened it and then looked back at him. "That was my first," she said and walked out. "Daddy, Elsa will tell the others that you kissed Meg," Elsa said and got up to leave as well. It was time for her to gossip. But Silver just sat there, not moving at all. He stayed for a minute before getting up as well. He walked out and saw Meg and the two still waiting for him. "I have discussed everything with Meg. She will fill you in." "I have to go," he said without looking at Meg once and walked away quickly. He made it to his room, walked in, and closed the door. He activated all the formations there to ensure that no one could enter or hear him. "That was my first kiss. I don't know how to feel. I feel confused. What do I do now?" he asked himself. "I have to ask the boys," Silver said as he contacted Drake to call the boys to his room immediately, stating that it was of the highest importance. Drake and all the boys arrived at Silver's room, and he let them in. It was Zack, Kratos, Mike, Quinn, Drake, Fang, Galen, and Maru, who had not been around much. Maru had been actively training soldiers that would protect the kingdom, so he was only around when summoned. With all the boys inside his gigantic room, Silver started explaining why he called them. He told them about the kiss, how it happened, and then asked for their input and advice on what to do next. But as soon as Drake heard what happened, he asked a question. "Master, was Lady Elsa with you when this happened?" Drake asked. "Yes, she saw all of it and then later left. She said something about telling, but my mind was too out of sorts. Oh, my fucking hell." Silver stopped mid-sentence as he realized Elsa had gone to tell the others. "Meg, we have to protect Meg, or she will die," Scary and Drake said at the same time. "Maru, Zack, find Meg and protect her with your life from the girls. Come up with a way to keep her safe. They will not just go after her, they will come to this room as well. We that are gathered here will handle them," Silver said. Maru and Zack immediately left the room after Silver deactivated the formations. "I doubt that will be enough protection, brother," Quinn said. "Indeed, Master Silver, your brother is right. Lily and Ares are there as well, and also the young lady Amber. They will defeat Zack and Maru easily," Drake said. "Their full force will not go after them. Zack and Maru would be the best to protect her," Silver said. He activated all the formations and waited for the inevitable. All because of a kiss, he was now out here preparing for some sort of small-scale war. Maru and Zack made it to where Meg was in their room, preparing to leave that day. Luckily, she was still alive. They barged in without warning and spoke. "Meg, Silver has requested for you to see him one last time before you go," Maru said. Meg thought it would probably be about what she did today, and she was right, but not in the way she expected. "I'll be back, guys," she said and got up. "Yeah, whatever," the guys replied. They were tired of this whole operation and could not wait to leave. They had found nothing, and the whole thing had been a massive waste of time. When Meg left with Maru and Zack, Zack lifted her onto his shoulder. She tried to resist but couldn't. "Miss Meg, you kissed Master Silver, right?" "Well, that is an issue because there will be some beautiful ladies coming for you." After all, that was Silver's first kiss. It had been a struggle as to who would get it, but then you came out of nowhere and stole it. War can't begin to describe what will happen here. Your life is seriously on the line, Maru explained. When Meg heard that, she complied. She didn't think the ladies here would go to that extreme, but there was no harm in being cautious. As they walked a short distance from the room into a large hallway, Maru and Zack saw Jade, Amber, and Dawn standing there. Maru and Zack immediately came to a halt and tried to keep calm. "Maru, Zack, what are you both doing?" Jade asked. "Well, Master sent us on an errand, so we are carrying it out," Zack said. "I do hope that this errand has nothing to do with the girl on your shoulder because I have something to discuss with her," Jade said. "Sorry, Jade, but she is the focal point of our errand. We have to get her to where Master said," So please, if you would be kind enough to let us pass. Zack tried to talk his way through, though he was sure it wouldn't work. Sorry, Zack, but that girl must come with me, Jade said, and then suddenly vanished. Zack and Mariu's eyes darted around like crazy. Zack noticed the shadow, and he moved immediately, taking out his axe. He leapt in front of Mariu and blocked the attack. Jade used her tail at full power to attack Mariu, but Zack intercepted it. The power of the blow was so strong that Zack slammed into a wall but was unharmed. Mariu realized this was a serious fight, and he wouldn't get out if he kept carrying the girl, so he dropped her. Run as fast as you can. I'll find you when we are done here, Mariu said. Meg could already see her life was on the line and that she would die if she stayed, so she ran immediately. Dawn and Amber didn't want to let her go. They immediately charged after her. Mariu moved to stop them, but he saw a bright light and then shining jade scales shooting toward him. Mariu took out his great one-edged sword and blocked the scales, but by the time he blocked them all, the girls had vanished, leaving only Jade against the two of them. I can't believe you would protect that filthy hero who decided to steal the Master's kiss. She deserves death, Jade said. Jade, take a breather. Master Silver was bound to lose his first kiss one day, and she was just the lucky one. Killing her won't erase the fact that she was his first kiss. Zack tried to reason with her, but it only seemed to make her angrier. She looked furious. Jade, you might be one of the strongest, but against the two of us, your chances will be slim, Mariu stated. You think so? Jade asked and vanished again. Mariu blocked at the last moment as her powerful tail slammed against his sword, pushing him back, but he stopped it. From his left, Zack came out to seize the opportunity. He went for a horizontal slash, but Jade moved again. Even with her massive body, she was too fast. Jade moved swiftly, attacking with whip-like attacks using her tail. Zack and Mariu took turns to block the attacks, but it was getting difficult. It was becoming evident that the top guardians were not to be messed with. Mariu decided to move and for a counter, so he parried her next attack with all the strength he could summon. Her tail moved and slammed into the wall, demolishing it. He pushed forward and went for a stab, but at the last moment, he changed the direction of the sword to her shoulder, and that was his mistake. She was able to dodge it, and then she grabbed the sword with her hands covered with scales. She looked Mariu dead in the eye and spoke. You should really go for the kill if you plan to stop me and find the girl. Right now, she is running for her life, and the others might have caught up to her, Jade said. The fuck is wrong with all of you? It was just a kiss, Zack said and ran towards them. He swung his axe, but Jade pushed Mariu towards him, forcing Zack to stop. Then she used her tail and slammed the two of them into a wall. It's not just a kiss. It was his first, and the person that he kissed first will forever be stuck in his mind. Personally, I have no issue with who the master kisses first. But after seeing how devastated the girls were when they heard the news from Elsa, I knew that I had to do something to fix it, and that meant punishment for the girl, Jade said. She leapt again. Zack and Mariu immediately blocked the path to hold her back. Zack channeled his mana through the axe, and the axe glowed red. He struck down on the ground with explosive force that destroyed the floor and pushed Jade back. Jade was undeterred, though. She pushed forward again and leapt over the hole. Her scales glowed green, and her speed increased as she spun around to slam them with her tail. The tail slammed into the ground, causing a full explosion, throwing Mariu and Zack back. They hit the ground so hard they coughed up blood. Jade came close and stared at both of them. There is a reason we have rankings. You can't stop me, Jade said. Don't be too sure, Mariu said and tapped his hands on the ground. Shattering earth, Mariu called out, and the ground started shaking violently, collapsing on itself, with Jade falling into the hole. To think that the entire castle would be at risk of collapse because Silver joined lips with a girl was a stupid thought, yet here it was, happening right before them. Jade tried to forge open a portal that would allow her to escape, but Zack came from above with his axe glowing red, aiming an attack at her. She had to stop the portal in order to block the attack. She blocked it with her tail, but Zack managed to push her deeper. As Meg ran, she felt the castle tremble. Because of that, she tripped and fell. She immediately got up, but Amber and Dawn had already arrived close to her. Meg saw them and knew that a fight was inevitable. She took out a staff and got into a battle stance. "You lot are really crazy. You would fight me over a kiss," Meg said. "No, we wouldn't. We would kill you," Dawn said and charged with her dual blades, going for her head immediately. Meg used her staff and blocked the attack. She skidded back a meter and then stopped. She pushed the swords back, but Dawn was already coming in for another attack. Amber, at the back, was already pulling on her bow, about to fire an enchanted arrow. This would definitely spell the death of Meg. But before they could reach her, Silver appeared with several clones, all dragging every single person. He grabbed them by their ears and pulled them. 2 clones jumped Amber and Dawn and grabbed hold of them. After the clones had secured everyone, boys and girls, Silver started talking. "Are you all shitheads? You are destroying my castle, and all because I kissed someone," Silver said. "Pretty bold of you to say that, though," Ara said, but the clone twisted her ear a bit. "We can't allow the 2 dumb hero candidates to know what is happening here. That's why I asked Mario and Zack to activate the formation in their room when they took Meg. So they haven't heard or felt anything that has been happening. Also, the doors are locked. Meg has to leave today, and she will be leaving with her head. You all will not touch her," Silver said. "Master Silver, if I may ask, why are we, the boys, getting held by our ears?" "We didn't do anything wrong except help you," Drake said. "I know, but for equality, I have made it so," Silver said. "Now, back to the main issue. You will not kill the first person that I kissed." "And yes, I kissed her." "Deal with it." "But on that note, I have decided to set a competition and sell my body as a reward to satiate your anger. The winner of this competition will get 1 kiss from the king, which is me. This competition will be selling my body as the prize, and so it will be harder than an S-ranked labyrinth. It will be more terrifying than anything you have seen. I'll do my absolute best to stop anyone from winning, though I doubt that will deter you all," Silver said and then looked at Meg. "Go and tell those idiots that it's time for them to go," he said. She nodded and left under the death stares directed at her. "This competition will be to have some fun before we begin Operation Infiltrate the Empire. So, ladies, give it your best," Silver said, and then all his clones vanished, and so did he. It turned out that he was a clone as well. The heroes candidates had finally left Dark Dragon and were on their way back to the place they came from. But their leaving was in no way the same as when they arrived. Ron and Riker now understood that the people who were here chose to be here. The people who lived in the kingdom were the poor and forgotten, those who in the old kingdom had nothing to live off. Their daily lives had been filled with misery and unhappiness. Food was hard to come by, and they had nothing to survive on. But Silver came and became their hero. He became the one who saved them and allowed them to live here happily. However, all this raised some thoughts in the minds of Ron and Riker. What happened to the people who decided not to stay? "I'm watching." It is a rule that innocents are left out as much as possible. So Silver wouldn't have killed all of them, right? But if he didn't kill them, where were they? If neighboring kingdoms had received the survivors of war, for sure the Demon King candidates would have heard about it. But they heard nothing, and that meant they might not have gone to another kingdom, or perhaps the kingdoms were keeping quiet about the matter. Still, whatever happened, it raised some concern, and they would need to talk about it. It might be the only thing they could use to hold Silver down. Because if he killed tens of thousands of people, then the Empire and the Holy Kingdom would need to step into the matter. Meg, on the other hand, was not in the same state of mind as the boys at all. All she could think about was the promise Silver made to her to help her find her mother. All she had to do now was be his inside person, and he would be able to take her further out of the picture soon and help her find her mother. Silver was becoming a bad influence on the heroes and Demon King candidates. He affected the mental state of Aqua, stole the hearts of Amber, Leah, and now Meg. He created insecurity in Ron and Riker. Whichever Demon King candidate or hero candidate met him, they never remained the same, and if it got too much, it would become an issue that would need fixing, and that would mean killing Silver. After the heroes left, Silver could finally get back to work and look forward to the many things he had to do. Silver was no longer on the path of looking for crazy strength, because this world had little to offer in the way of experience anymore. There was nothing to fight on his level anymore, so his eyes had now shifted to the heroes and the demon kings, as well as every major power. The Empire, the Holy Kingdom, the dragons, the elves, fairies, and all other powerful races. So what he needed to start with was first, the sending of the dragon to the Dragon Kingdom. The dragon would be his inside man and stay there as long as possible until Silver was ready to head there. Silver walked into the yard where Aguilar was waiting for him. Immediately, Aguilar saw Silver and bowed his head. It's been over a month now, Aguilar. You have learned all that there is to learn concerning the dragons. You have been given every piece of information that you would need to carry out what we asked of you. So now, you have to go and do what you need to, be useful to them, work, and gain their trust. You have no means of contacting us, so try to ensure that you keep yourself safe and alive. But every once in a while, I'll contact you first to get updates on what you are doing and on what to do next, Silver said and patted Aguilar on the head. After Silver finished, Aguilar raised his head and looked at the sky. He flapped his wings, and like a powerful rocket, he blasted up into the air, causing a sonic boom as he moved through the air. Silver watched him go until he was so far away that even Silver's senses could not pick up his position. Then Silver finally turned and walked away. It was time to begin his plans for the development of his kingdom and also the infiltration of the Empire. 3 luxury carriages pulled up outside a magnificent building. Their coachman came down quickly, ran to the carriage doors, and opened them up. From the 3 carriages, 1 person came out of each. They wore white robes like priests, but the 2 on the sides had purple accessories, while the one in the middle had gold accessories and a gold cap. The guards of the magnificent building opened the gates for the 3 men, bowing as they came. The men walked without looking sideways. Every step was well calculated, even the weight they put on the ground was calculated. They made it to the door of the building, and a butler was there waiting for them. The butler bowed and said nothing. Then he opened the door and led them in. The butler didn't utter a word to them and only led them until they finally made it to a large door that led to a large lounge. The butler opened the door, and seated inside the lounge was a middle-aged man with silver hair. When the man noticed the door was open, he looked and saw the 3 men. After reaching there, the butler withdrew and left them to their business. The 3 men walked in and sat down on the chairs across from the man. Bishop Levi and Romero, I am glad to see you. And Archbishop Robert, it's great to see you strong and alive. You won't be killing me anytime soon, Duke Reyes. But let us get into the business that brought us here today, Archbishop Robert said and leaned in closer to the table. You know, Archbishop, the Holy Pope and the Council of Holiness would not approve of what you are doing. The Empire is willing to partner with anyone to push their goals, but are you really willing to risk your life for this? If word got out, you would be labeled a sinner without redemption, and your soul would be corroded by the holy flame, sir, or so I've heard, Reyes said. What will happen to me is not your business, and the Pope is a wimp. They can't understand the mysteries that lie in the work I seek to do, to create the perfect human, one that will surpass the heroes and demon kings. And that one would be the one that will bring down the demons and restore the world to humanity. It doesn't matter what path must be followed to make this happen, but we must successfully get it done. The Empire is filled with resources and smart people like yourself, and so I believe that this is the best place to do what needs to be done, Robert said. Then please follow me, Archbishop, though both bishops will have to stay here, Reyes said and got up, heading for the opposite door. Robert got up as well and walked behind him. Reyes opened the door and walked into a dark corridor. Robert did the same and locked the door behind him. After the door was locked, light crystals at the edges of the wall lit up and allowed them to see where they were. They began walking down the corridor. After a while, they got to a door. Reyes opened the door that led into a lab. The lab was filled with massive test tubes connected to several devices. The test tubes were filled with some red translucent liquid. At the center of those liquids were children, alive in suspended animation. This is where the magic happens, the place where I am attempting to genetically create the perfect being. Each test tube holds a child not more than 12. All in suspended animation. The liquid is working to alter their genetics, using special materials that have been infused deeply into the liquid. Like the DNA of heroes, some beast features, and lots more. And of recent, the demon blood that the royal family is in control of. As a duke, I have access to a certain amount in order to carry out research. I fuse the demon blood into the liquid. After that, special rods are hammered into the body of children to allow the liquid to enter faster and perfectly alter their DNA. In theory, all that we have found should have worked, and we should have had our first weapon. But in the last 6 months, there have been 3 failed batches. But this is the 4th, where I have learned from my mistakes. Hopefully, in 2 months or so, we will have the first batch that shows some success. And when that happens, we can push more to create the being you want, because we would have laid the groundwork. Dark Dragon, the competition that would choose who gets a kiss from Silver, was on the way. It was a series of different competitions. Now, some of the ladies had strengths that were higher than others, and that made it very unfair, but Silver had a solution for that. He and Drake worked on a device that would bring everyone to the same power level. That way, it would all come down to experience and skill to win. After that, he collected the names of the ladies that wanted to participate in the competition, and sure, he saw Leah's name here. That would be Anisha for sure. He called her aside to his room to have a talk with her. When Leah arrived at his room, she walked in and saw him seated on a chair near the bed. He pointed at the bed for her to sit. She sat down, facing him, waiting for him to start talking. Leah, I saw your name on the list of people that wanted to partake in the competition. I know I have been lax about things, but you are still my sister. Kissing you would be something wrong. Seriously, Leah, Silver said. Am I related to you by blood? Leah asked. Her face was down like she was trying to hold in her anger. Well, no, by blood you aren't, Buta. No buts. That is all I needed to know, and that is enough for me. I won't allow you to stop me, she said and got up, leaving Silver in the room. Well, that didn't go as I expected it to. She still wants to kiss me. It feels weird to me, but it is a different world with different rules, Silver said. While preparations were going on from the competition, Silver received a notification. The Weeping Angels are arriving. When Silver saw the message, he immediately left the castle and fled into the forest at top speed. Immediately after he entered the forest, time in the entire 10-kilometer radius froze. Portals opened, and 2 6-winged angels came out. Right off the bat, Silver could tell that they were vastly stronger than the last angel he fought, even if they were all 6 wings. But there was another thing he noted: they were moving, even though he was looking right at them. How are they moving? He thought to himself, and all his minds immediately went to work. In less than 3 seconds, they brought a solution. The issue was that the Weeping Angels freeze when they are stared at in time. Only when they are looked at in time will they freeze. But now, they had frozen time, and so they did not exist in the normal flow of time. At least, they could live as they wished. Silver wasn't sure if this was the right answer, but it made sense, so he would go with it. The angels didn't waste any time. As soon as they stepped out, they attacked. Their speed was beyond what Silver had ever seen before. He could barely follow them with his eyes. I guess I'll die if I don't go all out today, Silver said. He immediately transformed into a dragon-ute state and took out his sword as well. He flapped his wings and shot into the air with teleport-like speed before the angels could get to him. Immediately he went up, they shot up into the air as well. He made a bend in the air and flew down as he attacked them with a slash, but they merely blocked it easily and even pushed Silver back. After pushing him back, one angel countered with a powerful slash. A sonic boom shook the air as Silver managed to block the attack. But for the first time, Silver's hands trembled after blocking an attack. It didn't stop there because the angels moved faster and attacked ferociously. Silver blocked every attack, but his hands got number with every attack that he blocked. Rather than make Silver scared, this made him feel excited for what this battle had to offer. He fired massive dark bullets at them to push them back, and then he fired a massive abyssal flame arc from his sword at the angels. One angel moved to block the flames. The sword of the angel glowed, and it cut through the flames. Immediately the flame vanished, and the angel wanted to counter Silver. But Silver was no longer there. They both looked around and saw him right above with a formation above his head yet pointed at them in a tilted angle. The formation fired a thick stream of flames at the angels. They tried to block them, but the force and heat of the flames were really high, and they took damage. Unlike the first time Silver fought a six-wing, he had grown more and was a lot more confident, and that reflected in the way he fought. The angels became enraged, and they moved even faster and with more ferociousness. Their slashes held full power, and with every attack that Silver blocked, the more he was pushed back. But this fight was just getting good. That was how Silver felt, and he wanted to go all out and see how strong they were. But after blocking a lot of their attacks, his hands had gone completely numb. Even his scales could not help him. Silver summoned two clones to assist him. Immediately they appeared. They moved to attack the angels. They immediately got into a heated battle with each other. While Silver in the back was cooking up something, he first cast the Joker of the Abyss, transforming into the Joker. After that, he cast his domain. The domain spread out and covered the entire 10 kilometers, which was the distance of the time freeze of the angels. And now two laws began clashing, the laws of the domain and the laws of the time freeze zone. This caused the angels to start glitching while fighting, stopping and then moving again. When they stopped, the clones could do nothing. But when they moved, the clones could attack again. The reason for this glitch was because the clones needed the time zone to be able to move freely when Silver was looking at them. But now, the domain was clashing with the time zone, and the domain was cancelling out the time zone. But the time zone was putting up a very good fight, and that was what was causing the fluctuations. A large carriage made it to the gates of the capital of Aragon. The guards at the gate surrounded the carriage and began checking what was inside while asking the carriage driver some questions like identifications and other things. They asked about where he was coming from, and the man told them all he needed to while still showing them his documents. He came from a small farming town in the kingdom and was bringing his harvest to sell in the capital. The guards checked all his documents to ensure that he was legit, and then, when they were certain, they allowed him to pass and enter the capital. The carriage rose through the streets, and then it took a very odd turn into an alley. The carriage driver stopped the carriage and walked to the back. He knocked on one of the boxes, big enough to hold a human. He opened the cover and cleared out the crops on top to reveal Spark's blade. "We have made it to the capital of Aragon, Sir Spark," the man said. "Already?" The ride was really comfy, Spark Blade said, and got up from the box. He came out of the carriage and stretched his body. "Be safe. Word is that the Demon King candidate has a lot of influence in the capital. Many say that the king is his dog, doing his bidding," the carriage driver said. He got back on his carriage and used the other way to leave, leaving Sparkblade behind. Sparkblade turned around and left the alley. Immediately after leaving, he found a bar and walked into it. What better place to start gathering information than the bar? The place was brimming with untapped information and loud mouths that would say anything in their stupor. It was a spy's paradise. He entered, and the place was already pounding and noisy. He walked straight to the counter and took his seat. He waved to the bartender, a middle-aged man, and asked for some beer. The bartender served it up for him and placed it on the counter. "Business seems to be booming," Sparkblade said, and that was all he needed to start the conversation. "Well, it has been that way ever since the new Dark Dragon Kingdom provided us with cheap teleportation. Since you don't know this, I'm guessing you are from one of the outside towns and not the capital," the bartender said. "Yes, I work in a town not too far from here. I have heard about things getting better in the capital because of a connection to the new kingdom, but I never knew the details." Silver pulled out a card from his deck and tossed it into the air. The card was a binding card because he wanted to bind the Weeping Angels. He wanted to see if that was possible, so he had the clones hold them still while black chains shot out of the card at the Weeping Angels. The angels saw the chains and felt a deep sense of danger from them, so the angels started moving as they forced themselves to stop the glitch. They moved even when Silver was looking at them, and the fluctuation was still on. They dodged the chains at top speed. After that, everywhere suddenly became quieter, too quiet. The time zone shattered, and the domain collapsed. Silver was shocked to see his domain collapse, but when he saw what came next, he immediately understood that he was in trouble. The skies tore, and over 10 white figures came out of the enforcers of order. If they were here, it meant order had been shattered, and they had come to fix it. Silver believed he would only have 2 enemies to fight, but as he looked at the weeping angels, he could see them trembling in fear. Both of them immediately tried to make a portal and run away, but as they made it, the portal shattered. They kept trying, and the portals kept shattering. It slowly began to sink into Silver's head that even as he believed the white figures were powerful, he didn't know how powerful. He thought that Ophelia was exaggerating a bit. But now he could see the genuine fear in the eyes of the weeping angels, and so he realized that even the strongest have something they fear. The 10 white figures pointed their palms at Silver and the weeping angels and all fired massive beams at them. Silver pulled a card as fast as he could to block the attack, creating a crystal wall, but it couldn't take the whole impact of 10 beams. The wall shattered, and Silver was sent flying, so were the angels. They all landed roughly and rolled for a bit before coming to a stop. Before they could get back up, the white figures had fired another beam. Silver looked up and immediately used Flash Step to get out of the way. The blast hit the ground and dug a very large crater. This fight was not a matter of strength but intelligence. He knew that no matter how much he attacked, he would only be causing issues for himself. So he wanted to try to keep them from calling any backup at all. He had to think and rattled his 11 minds for a way to fix this. Both angels had also gotten up from the floor, but just like Silver, they didn't put up their swords to fight. They were only dodging and dodging. It seemed everyone who knew about the white enforcers already understood that it was impossible to defeat them in a fight. But Silver was not willing to give up. He kept using Flash Steps to dodge all the attacks coming his way. At the same time, he was browsing his system to know what could possibly kill the white figures. He couldn't find anything by himself, so he asked the system for help. System, give me anything that can hold back our fight of these white figures. I really need to win right now, Silver said. This request goes against order. Order has denied this request. This was the first time Silver experienced this, and he finally understood that he was in deep trouble. He had no choice. He transformed into a full dragon and shot into the air. But the white figures saw this attempt to escape, and Silver's danger level immediately rose. 5 of the white figures chased after him, matching his top speed. Silver saw them coming, but he didn't want to stop, so he sped up. The white figures all fired beams at Silver. He started dodging, but one of the beams tore through his wings and sent him crashing at top speed. Sparkblade spent the whole day gathering information in places like bars, restaurants, and even red light districts. Every hotspot was a breeding place for information, and as he retired to his inn for the day, he had gathered so much information that he could piece a few things together. As he sat on the bed, he began processing every bit of information he had received. Very few people could really describe the King of Dark Dragon, but from what they said, he was a small child no more than 14 with white hair. Sparkblade could only think of one person that fit the description of the kid he met and the kid he saw in the image that was sent to him. So that kid was a demon king? He seemed so human and happy. I didn't think he would come to take over a kingdom and also take out thousands of humans, Sparkblade said as he thought about it more. Sigh, seems I might have to get supplies tonight. I'll need to infiltrate Dark Dragon tonight, Sparkblade said and walked out of the room. He walked the night streets that were still very much active. He wanted to find the shop of the man that brought him here. The man was working for the Empire and had been a spy for years, acting under the guise of a farmer. Actually, he supplied information and weapons of all sorts. Whatever you needed, he was the guy that would be able to get it for you. Right now, Sparkblade needed some extra supplies. Plus he wanted the information the man had gathered as well. Though he was carrying out his own investigation, the farmer was doing the same, and Sparkblade knew the farmer would gather way more than him. Sparkblade walked into the alley behind the shop and, using a patterned knock on the door, was let inside by the farmer. Silver transformed back to human after taking the fall. His dragon size and the force of the fall left a huge crater in the ground. Silver stood at the center of the crater. He looked up and saw the queen figures flying above him. They fired their light beams at him without a second thought. Silver used Flash Step to get away, running at top speed, while his mind began thinking about what to do. Only one solution came to mind, and that was Ophelia. He had to find a way to contact her. Then he realized, she was a goddess. Goddesses should be able to hear the prayers of their people, so Silver just had to pray, and it should get to her. But there had to be thousands of prayers lined up for her. How would she know it was him and check it first? The time he needed her to be watching him, she wasn't watching. Silver was getting filled with rage as he ran. He felt like turning around and fighting. But that was a stupid idea, a very stupid one. This was the first time that Silver didn't know what to do. But as he thought about it more, he decided there was something he could try. He took out a blade and cut himself to draw blood, and as the blood poured, he activated the spell, Hell's Gate. The gate opened and began pulling all the white figures into it, and to Silver's shock, they didn't resist and allowed themselves to be pulled in. Silver wanted to feel like he had won, but then the gate broke open, and they came right out. After coming out, they doubled in number, making it 10 that were facing him. Shit. This is not good, Silver said and tried to run away, but the white figures seemed to be faster now. They circled him and were about to finish him off. But suddenly, a bright light shone from the sky in their center and encompassed them all. At the center of this light was Ophelia herself. "I am calling for an overrule of this verdict on account of wrong order enforcement," she said, and immediately, the figures stopped moving. "What? How did you do that?" Silver asked in shock. "That is not important now. What I have just done now is the same as challenging the law of order, and now we must defend ourselves before order or be erased from existence," Ophelia said. The 10 figures flew in front of Silver and Ophelia in a straight line, side by side, and all at once they started talking. "You have claimed that wrong order has been carried out. Present your proof before order." Their voices boomed together and created a creepy feel. Silver felt a heavy pressure from the voice alone. It was like a mountain on his shoulder. Ophelia turned and looked at Silver. "What we are about to do now is very risky, Silver. I have taken this risk to ensure that you didn't die. Everything you say or do will be used by order. If there is one thing that is known, it is that order hates to lose, because every time it loses, it just makes some changes to the rules," Ophelia said. "So how will we know if we have won? Can't it just choose to lie?" Silver asked. "No, order can't lie, nor can it cheat. If it does that, it risks the entire universe wiping away," Ophelia said. "You can now prove yourselves," Order said. Ophelia stepped up and started talking. "Order, it's an unfair enforcement because Silver was caught in it, and he wasn't part of what disrupted the order. It was the Weeping Angels that did it, the followers of Ragnar. He has been chasing Silver, trying to kill Silver all this while," Ophelia said. She had finally said the name of the being that was chasing Silver, Ragnar. Silver's ears tuned in very much because it seemed he would learn a lot of things from this case. And if he survived, then he would be able to do certain things to avoid his terrible future. "Ragnar is a primal, a being above even you gods. He possesses the right to kill a puny being as he pleases," Order said. "Indeed, Ragnar has that right. But what about his weeping angels? They aren't allowed to break order. And the sins of the servant shall be reflected on the master. Weeping angels are not allowed to move under the eyes of a living being. The only exception is inside special areas. But right here, they moved to save themselves, and Silver was watching them. So that means they went against order, which I believe is the reason you came here." "So why is Silver being punished and attacked?" Ophelia asked. "Silver is the cause, even if he is not directly linked to what happened. If he had not drawn the ire of a primal, he would not be in this situation. And the angels would not have broken order. Silver has proven to be more trouble than he is worth, angering beings above him. And you protect him. Do you not remember what happened eons ago? The being you so protected, and how he almost killed order and unraveled the universe. Yet this Silver seems worse than even the first. His every action goes so close to breaking order." Silver heard everything that was going on, and he finally summoned some courage to speak. Hello, Order. "You see, I don't know what your beef with me is, but you are a hypocrite," Silver said, shocking Ophelia. "Hypocrite? Please explain." "Well, when I was thrown into my homeworld without my permission, you came after me, saying I was the one that broke order. You wanted to kill me, but it wasn't my fault. Someone threw me there, and you, being order. I'm sure that you know about it. Yet you will say that it was within order, But you wanted to kill me for a crime that I was thrown into. Is what you have said the reason that you believe that I am a hypocrite? If so, then you are heavily wrong. Your simple mind can't understand the complexity of order. IT is not built to serve anyone. Order is built to ensure that what needs to be will be. Hence order can't be a hypocrite, for IT is all laws in itself. Order said. So, based on what you are saying, you are right no matter what. Order can never be wrong, and all that it does is the right thing. That is what you are implying, and I understand that, because you are a mighty existence, standing above all and all. And you know what, I want to be mad at you, but I can't, because I am a hypocrite as well, and I might as well do the same if I had your strength. But I just thought about something, and you should listen because it is important. If I die here, there are more than 20 very powerful people that would know. And if I die, they won't think it's the work of order. No, they'll say that it was the empire of the Holy Kingdom, or the Demon Kings. That is what they will believe, and when they believe that, they will begin a war that will plunge this world into destruction. And because of order, Ophelia or any god will not be able to interfere with the war easily. Many will die, and this world will be scarred forever. And all for what? All because order was being biased. I don't know if you have any emotions in you, but if you do, I want you to hear this. If the weeping angels die, 2 soldiers die. But if I die, this world dies along with it, and their hope for a future will be destroyed. Silver said, and let it be. Goddess Ophelia, is Silver an anchor being in your world? Order asked. You already know the answer. Order. The current survival of my world stands on him, and if you should kill him, my world will be lost forever. Ophelia said. This new anchor, are you certain that he will not be a threat as large as the first anchor? They exhibit similar behaviors. Order asked. I can't stand firm. Order. I am unable to see the future like that. The only thing that I can say is that Silver is my anchor. And in all honesty, he wasn't the one that caused the break in order. So here, I call forth my once in 1,000 years plea. Remember, a god can stand on behalf of a lesser being that broke order and saved them, as long as that person is not as powerful as a god and not the god himself. So I want to use this plea along with all the proof that he isn't at fault, to beg you to pardon him. Ophelia said. Based on order, all you have done is enough to get him out of this situation. So therefore, Ophelia, you have used your plea, and for the next 1,000 years, you will be under strict observation. If you slip up even once in the 1,000-year period, your world as well as you will be wiped away. Order said, and then the white figure vanished. The light beam died away. Ophelia and Silver stood there. Silver turned to face her, and then he bowed his head, something he would never normally do. Thank you for all you did for me just now. I understand that you have used a very valuable thing to keep me alive. Once more I am indebted to you, and I don't know how I'll begin to pay you back, Silver said. Ophelia stretched out her hand and lifted Silver's head by the chin. She looked into his eyes and spoke. You have done a lot for me. This world has started moving on the right path because of you. If anything, I should find more ways to show you my appreciation. You just have to keep doing what you are doing. You have been on the right path so far, and I believe you'll help me fix this world soon, Ophelia said. So you aren't angry about the killing and what I have been doing? Silver asked. No, there is a saying in your world, you have to crack a few eggs to make an omelette. I don't really care about all the little things. My eyes are set on the grand scheme of things, and so far, you have been doing exceedingly well in carrying out the tasks. Sadly, because of this run-in with Order, I will not be able to help you as I'd like and as I did before. Order will have a close eye on people from now on, and that will make things harder, but I'll do my best to communicate with you within the boundaries of what is allowed, Ophelia said. Then she pulled Silver in closer and kissed his forehead. Thank you for helping me so far, Silver, she said after kissing his head. And then she vanished. Silver stood there for a bit, and then he kicked a rock and started walking, headed back for the kingdom. Luckily for him, Order had taken care of the weeping angels. As Silver headed back for the capital, he felt a presence, but the presence disappeared immediately after. Silver immediately found that suspicious, so he decided to follow and check it out. He moved to the location where he first felt the presence and looked around. But there was no one there. It didn't even seem like anyone had passed through there in a while. He looked around still and checked for little details. When he didn't find anything at all, he started trying to search further away and to search more in depth. After a few minutes or searching, he found the presence again. Silver immediately gave chase. He dashed through the forest like a bullet, yet it was as though he was light as a feather. His footsteps could not be heard at all. Finally, he got closer to the person, who was running towards the capital. The person was wearing an all-black assassin-type outfit. The clothes seemed to be blocking his presence to make it harder to find him. But that was not going to work for Silver. Silver approached him from behind, being careful, so he was certain that the person would not be able to sense him. But to Silver's surprise, when he was within range of the person spun around with a blade covered in lightning towards Silver's throat. Silver leapt back and avoided the attack easily. "I didn't expect that you would dodge that easily," the person said. "I didn't expect you to sense me that easily. Seems you are experienced. But let's not get into chit-chat. Why are you here? And why are you trying to infiltrate my capital?" Silver asked. "Your capital?" the person asked, and then he looked closer and discovered that this was the person that he was to spy on, Silver Terron. "Shit!" the person exclaimed. He smashed something on the ground, and smoke rose. He used the smoke to escape. But Silver could easily sense vibrations. He could tell where the guy was heading towards, so he immediately gave chase. Using flash step, he arrived right in front of the person. He threw a punch, one that the person would surely not be able to dodge. And for sure, he wasn't able to dodge it. The fist collided with his face and sent him flying into a tree. The person got back up immediately after like nothing had happened. He took out his blade and was ready to fight. "Are you dumb? That movement alone shows you that we are not of the same league at all. Just tell me who you are before I damage your face completely. I just came from a very stressful day, and for fuck's sake, it is already night, and I want to rest. There are people that will kill me when I go home, because there was supposed to be a competition today, yet I missed it and will have to postpone it. So please, you're jumping all around and throwing blades is the last thing that I want to deal with. I'll crush your head, I'll pop it like a pimple, if you don't start talking right now." "So what is it going to be, you fucking asshole?" Silver stated, shouting. The person didn't move or say anything. He just stared at Silver through his mask. And as the seconds went by, Silver's rage increased. So Silver finally lashed out. He shot out tendrils and immediately wrapped them around the person before he could even move. He used the tendrils and slammed the guy into a tree and then forcefully removed the mask. When he looked at the face, he couldn't help but feel that this person was somehow familiar. He tried to recall, and with his perfect memory, he did. You were in that restaurant that day," Silver said. When Sparkblade saw that he was recognized, he knew he had to leave, so he slipped something out of his mouth and let it drop to the ground. It was like a marble. Silver used a tendril to catch it before it could reach the ground. He brought it close to his eyes to see what it was, but then it exploded right in his face. This caused him to let go of Sparkblade to protect himself. Sparkblade immediately turned and ran away, seeing that his plan had worked. He got about 100 meters away, but then he felt everything go cold. He looked up and saw a dark flaming sword in the sky. The sword was as large as a house and very long. When Sparkblade looked at it, he felt genuine fear fill his body. "I told you that I was pissed. Why the fuck would you stress me even more?" Silver said and released the sword on Spark's blade. The flames on the sword, for some reason, were absorbing all the heat, and the environment was getting colder. But right as the sword was about to hit, a powerful beam of chaos slammed into the sword and destroyed it. Immediately, Silver knew who had done it, and he became pissed. He looked up and saw Ares, Elsa, Drake, and Lily. "Why the hell did you just stop my attack?" Silver asked, already taking out his sword and ready to fight. Their next sentence would determine their lives. "Master, we understand that you have had a stressful day. We can already guess the beam of light that shot from the sky had something to do with you, and that's why you are stressed. But Master, you can't allow your mind to be clouded." Immediately this figure came towards the city. "We noticed him, and Ares claimed to know him. So, On our way here, we saw you about to obliterate him, and that would waste valuable information that we could have gotten from him," Drake explained. "You blocked my attack, but I understand that it was for a valid reason. Just know that next time, I might not wait to listen to that reason," Silver said and walked towards a tree. He sat down and leaned his back on the tree, watching them. Everyone could tell that Silver was genuinely tired and pissed, and so his emotions were all over the place right now. As for Sparkblade, he had literally pissed himself from fear. He would have died now, unable to fight back even in the slightest. Lily walked to his side and secured him. She created a portal and took him inside. Ares followed them through the portal, leaving only Drake and Elsa with Silver. Elsa walked to Silver and sat beside him. "Daddy, what made you so upset?" she asked. "Nothing much, just that I realize my life is still in the hands of many, and I have to keep running to someone for help. The goddess keeps saving me. Every time something goes wrong, I am unable to help myself. It is pathetic, it hurts my pride, and I don't like it. I need to fix it," Silver said. "Well then, why don't we start the move to the Empire? They have overstayed their welcome." "Let's bring them down," Elsa said. "What about the competition?" Silver asked. "This is more important, Dad, but I want to advise you, Daddy. Pay attention to the ladies that love you. All of them are willing to die for you and live for you. It might be a huge amount, but each of them deserves your care. Lily, Faye, Leah, Amber, Dawn, and Roxy. They all deserve it. As for the Guardians, Jade and Serax, they aren't really to be worried about. They just think you are cute and want to toy with you, even if that includes sex. But they won't bear children or live with you happily ever after. That doesn't mean they don't love you, they absolutely do, but in their own way," Elsa explained. "I didn't even realize how many they had become." Sigh. "All of them could have followed whoever they want and loved who they want, but they chose me, and I have simply been making jest of their feelings. I think I'll try to change that. Also, I can't do it anymore. I'll try to show the 7 of them love, but that's all. I will not accept the love of anyone else. Normally having 2 people to love is already crazy to me, and now I'm faced with 7. Even amongst harems, this is crazy," Silver said and chuckled. "You are a dragon, remember? Also, the least lovable person ever, to me, that is. You should also learn the types of love that they show toward you. You don't want to start romantically loving all of them if they actually have a different love. Amber is obsessed with you, which I guess counts as romantic love. Roxy is between indebted to you and loving you. She will make a good partner, but she'll never get over that indebted feeling. Faye only sees you." She shut her eyes away from other men for some reason. "I have noticed it." "Leah respects and reveres you. She sees you as her future and the right place to be. She'll never leave, but be careful with her, though." "Leah is one that actually has pure love for you, no matter how you look at it." "As for Lily, Lily sees you as something to protect, and she will burn the world for you. She is getting too dependent on you, and I really have nothing to say on that." "As for Dawn, if all life was against you, Dawn would be the last one to stand with you." "I don't know why her mind is structured that way, but everything she does is targeted to help you out," Elsa finished. Silver was shocked after hearing that. He didn't think she would be capable of watching so many things so detailed. Then Silver thought of something, and he asked, "What about Ares? What is your take on her?" "Ares, no matter what she shows you, she is only a partner to you. That's how she sees you, a close partner and someone she can tease," Elsa replied. Silver decided to rest that night. He didn't even want to bother with the man they had captured. He slept like a log. When the sun rose and the day started, Silver woke up and noticed Dawn and Leah in the room, at the side of the bed. It seemed they had fallen asleep watching him, and for the first time, he didn't jump out of bed or run away. He simply patted both of them on their heads softly and then slipped out of bed. He walked out of the room and stretched out his body, and then the look in his eyes changed. It was time to start work. He immediately contacted Drake and Lily and asked them to set a place for him to meet the man they had captured. He recognized that man as the person who had told him about the slime jelly, and for some reason, it pissed him off even more. It pissed him off that the person who told him about the jelly was also probably an enemy. Silver made it to the lounge and saw the man there already, along with Drake and Lily. Silver took his seat and looked at the man. You already know all that I want to ask you, so tell me and survive. If you don't, there are other means to get it out of you, but they won't be pleasant, Silver said. You have really grown since that day, Sparkblade said. I didn't bring up the fact that I know you because for some reason, it is really pissing me off, and I'll probably kill you because of it. So be careful, Silver said in anger. Fine, I'm tired of all this, in fact, so I'll tell you a little story. Over 30 years ago, a young boy lived with his parents far on the outskirts of the empire. He played with his friends in their small village, happily. Every day, he would wake up and help his parents take care of the house, and then he would help his father prepare their crops for sale in the empire. After that, he would take time to play with his friends and cause all sorts of mischief all around the town. But because everyone knew that he didn't really have bad intentions, no one really bothered him. But all that was not the highlight of the boy's day. His highlight was about the sword when he could go into his hidden corner, where he had a rusted blade that he swung all day. There was no one to teach him, no one to help him learn, but he still went ahead to learn as best as he could, swinging every day. Was he getting better? No one knew, but he was happy with himself. And so he kept going until one day, after he passed the age of 12, he suddenly started emitting lightning. It wasn't an element but a legacy, which may seem similar, but they are not the same. Now, with this new power, he felt happy. But he was unsure as to what he should do. He wasn't sure he should show his parents they just wanted a simple life, and if he showed them his legacy, that would be affected. So he kept it to himself and trained daily, going to his spot and learning how to use his legacy in the most effective way. He lacked mana, and that made his mana run out fast after every practice, but he kept going, and he was actually making decent progress. But that's beside the point, as the life of the boy changed one day. He went to train at the end of the day. Unknown to him, a small battle had started with a grey wolf pack and a fierce beast. That grey wolf pack was the largest around there, with an incredible number of 2,000 wolves. The battle started, and the wolves suffered some losses and retreated to regroup, but they didn't regroup in their home here. They went to the boy's town. They decided to rest there and regroup. The town was a very small town and didn't have the type of defenses that would stop that sort of pack of wolves. They came into the town and tore through everything with ease. They killed everyone in sight, ravaged the town, and killed. They killed the mother of the boy. His father also returned to the town later that day, and the wolves attacked him and killed him. The boy returned to the town, but before he reached it, his higher senses, toned from using mana, sensed something was wrong, and so he snuck into the town, and somehow into his house, and on the ground, he saw his mother dead. He was shocked, but the wolves found him, and he had to run. He used his little sword practice and lightning to fight some of the wolves off and kill them, but not without a lot of injuries. But he managed to escape them, and he began running toward the empire, and that was where he found his father's body on the road. But let me round up this story. The boy headed into the empire, filled with rage and anger. He joined to become a spy and assassin. He took out his rage every day, killing and completing missions, but one day he met a lady, and that lady introduced him to cooking. And he fell in love with cooking and in love with her. And that started taking away his time, and he stopped caring about being a killer. But all that didn't last long, because he found out that she was a half-elf, and her people had come to claim her back, and he could do nothing to stop them. But before she left, she asked him to always cook and never stop, because then they would always be able to be together. Sigh, is there more to this? Silver interrupted and asked. Of course there is, so humor me, Sparkblade said with a chuckle. Silver let out a tired groan and leaned back into the chair. All right, you have 3 minutes to round up, Silver said. Thank you. So the boy, now turned man, needed a way to find his love and follow his newfound dream of cooking. But he lacked the resources to search for her, so he turned to the Empire and his bosses for help. No, 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 Silver interrupted him. Standing up and walking up to his face, Silver looked him dead in the eye and spoke. I know where this whole story is going, and I don't like it. You want to tell me now that the Empire asked you to carry out jobs for them, and they would help you get her back? What the hell do you mean that you didn't have the resources to chase after her? She was the love of your life, The person that offered you a way to live and have a life. She saved you from the hell that you dug for yourself. She gave you an escape from the pain of losing your parents. She gave you another chance at life. Silver walked closer to him and grabbed him by the collar. She didn't care about the risk of loving you. If the Empire had found out about her because of you, she would have been killed. She threw away all care and decided that, because of you, she would love a human and invest her time into giving your life light. Now, I'm not a good person, and I live how I want, but if there is one thing I never do, it is turn on the people that truly stand by me. I would burn the world for them, and I would kill anyone to make sure that they were happy, even if it meant going against gods. But you have the guts to say that you didn't have the resources. You opened that trap of yours and said that the woman who invested her life in you was not important enough for you to go after. No, I didn't say she wasn't important. Shut your trap, you bloody idiot. You already said it, saying you didn't have resources. Should that even be a question? Should that even be something you can say? You should have gone through the mud, through the heat, through the darkness, through everything. What is the point of claiming that you have love for her if you sit down and don't do anything? You think the Empire will ever allow you to chase a half-elf? Are you dumb, or do you just want to be? Do you even have the brain capacity to understand what is happening? She is a half-elf. Have you thought about the hate she would be receiving from fellow elves? Or did you just believe that because she is a half-elf and they came to take her, then they would accept her easily? You should have thought, what would make the elves suddenly want their half-elf back? But no, you ran back to your old life, not knowing if she lived or breathed. And the worst part is that you didn't even keep the promise you made to her. She told you, keep cooking that way, we would be together. And being the asshole you are, you went ahead to start killing again. Wow. What a lover boy. Your actions show that you never cared. You never loved her. You lied to her. You used her and then threw her away and moved on with your life. To you, she was just a phase. Sparkblade got enraged by the last line. She rose up and grabbed Silver by the neck. Don't ever say I didn't love her. She was my everything, so don't say that. I loved her more than you could ever imagine, Sparkblade said. Then why didn't you show her that damn love? Silver said and punched Sparkblade in the guts, sending him flying into the wall. Sparkblade slammed against the wall, passed out for a second, and then woke up. He fell to the ground and coughed violently. Silver walked to his side like the devil. He bent low and spoke. The Empire played you through the love you have, but I have an offer, Sparkblade. I'll make sure that you'll be able to see your love in less than a week. If I complete that, then you'll work for me, and I'll make it so that you can also finally be together, even if it means burning the elves that stand in my way. You have so much vital information about the Empire, and you are also very talented, and the Empire is wasting that talent. So what do you say? Do you want to see her again, or was your love for her just a lie? Silver said. You have a way to let me see her? Sparkblade asked. To confirm. Oh yes, the Princess of the Elf Empire is my closest friend. She will be able to find your love easily and reunite you. But it doesn't come cheap. If I do this, you'll have to sell your soul to me and be my person forever. But you also get more out of this bargain. I'll protect both of you and also ensure that you are doing well. So now, the question lies with you. How much do you want to see her? How much do you want to show her that you love her? Silver asked. Sparkblade looked down at the ground, and he sighed. My real name is Gabriel. I take your deal. My whole life after her has been dark, and even if she doesn't love me anymore, just getting to see her and know that she is fine is enough to sell my soul, Gabriel said. Silver placed his hand on Gabriel's shoulder and spoke. You have agreed to your part. Now let me show you that I'll go above and beyond for my followers, Silver said and then turned to leave the room. The others followed as well, leaving only Gabriel. Since they had agreed to help Gabriel, Silver started putting things in motion. The first step was contacting Amber and telling her to meet in the lounge for a discussion. The meeting was between Silver, Amber, and Gabriel. When they were all seated, Silver began the discussion. So, Amber, there is something that we urgently need your help with. You see Gabriel here, he has a lover, and she was a half-elf. Suddenly, after a long while of her living happily, she was reclaimed by the elves. Normally, I don't think elves would claim a half-blood, so we need your expertise on the issue first, Silver said. I see. Elves are a race that really loves the purity of their blood. It's very rare to see mixed blood. In fact, pureborns with weak blood purity are also looked down upon and seen as waste. So it is shocking for them to take a half-blood. They even came to the human empire to do so. That means they took permission from the empire to take her. And that only tells me one thing: either she is a very important person, most likely the daughter of a high-ranking elf who couldn't bear any more children and decided that the half-blood would be their heir. It's rare, but it has certainly happened a few times that I know of, where elves compromise based on the fact that they can't give birth to more. But her elf parent must be really high on the spectrum for that to work. They would need a crazy amount of influence. But then again, the half-elf, no matter whose daughter she is, won't be able to live a happy life there. She has no say in what happens in her life, Amber said. Silver looked at Gabriel. You are a grown-ass man, and you couldn't figure these details out? Did you fry your brain while cooking? But that is beside the point. Now we know that she has ties to a very high-ranking elf. Normally, that would be an issue. But Amber is one of the most revered beings in the Elf Empire. So we already have the upper hand, and we might get back your love. But then again, I want you to have it at the back of your mind that she may have moved on, Silver said. I understand that. I just want us to find her, Gabriel said. All right, Amber, can you help out? Silver asked. Yes, I can. Tell me the name, and I'll try to see if I can recall her. If I can't, we will have to use another method, Amber said. Her name was Rose. I never knew if she had a family name. I only knew her name was Rose, Gabriel said. I haven't heard of any Rose that is a half-elf, but I don't know everyone, so I'll have to check it in detail. I think the best thing will be for us to return to the Elf Empire. That way, I can check in detail. I can contact my father and have him prepare to receive you, Amber said. Going to the Elvish Empire. Seems I'll have to leave my comfort this once. It's a good opportunity to see the world, Silver said. Then it's settled. I'll go and tell my father about it, Amber said and left. Silver got up as well, but he didn't leave. He tapped Gabriel on the shoulder. I noticed you wanted to use some unusual methods to fight me that night. I think they might be able to help my soldiers fight better. I want to mix it with several other martial arts that we have. Follow me to the arena so that we can spar, Silver said. They made it to the small arena in the castle. Silver picked a wooden sword and pointed it at Gabriel. Use all your weapons regardless of what I'm using. If you don't, you might die by mistake, Silver said. Gabriel nodded and took out two slim swords. He charged at Silver at top speed, his swords crackling with lightning. Silver was ready to take the attack, but to his surprise, Gabriel threw one of the swords into the air. This distracted Silver for a split second. When Silver looked back at Gabriel, he saw the second sword had been thrown as well, and it was heading for Silver. Silver moved quickly and blocked the sword, but the sword suddenly exploded, scattering particles in all directions. Then, the electricity from them all linked and created a cage around Silver. Gabriel caught the second sword and dashed at Silver to stab him. Silver made a simple slashing motion, and a powerful force shot out, destroying the cage he was in and blasting Gabriel back. But Gabriel was not going to give up. He took out a metal wire with a blade tied at the front. He landed on his feet and threw the blade at Silver. The blade didn't seem to have any electricity inside, and that made Silver a little suspicious. But the answer to his suspicion came immediately after. He blocked the attack, and the tip of the blade hit Silver's sword. It exploded with powerful lightning. Gabriel had stored the lightning very compactly in the tip, and that explosion was the result. To be honest, Silver was impressed with this, but he still wanted to see what Gabriel could do. So he took a stance as Gabriel withdrew his blade. Since his explosives did nothing to Silver, he had to bring a few methods to attack. But Silver wasn't waiting at all. He charged at Gabriel, and Gabriel could not react. The blunt side of the sword slammed into Gabriel's chest and sent Gabriel flying. But Gabriel didn't let himself fall. He pulled out a sword, landed on his feet, and got into his stance. The sword had always been his true weapon, and so he was going to use that now and show Silver his true strength. Gabriel attacked with more ferocity. He moved in a graceful manner, his feet barely touching the ground before he lifted off and attacked again. But Silver was blocking the attacks with ease, his blade parrying them like they were nothing. He had yet to even move a step from where he stood. Gabriel went in for more attacks, trying to strike from different angles, but it was like he was hitting a wall. There was no space for him to get through at all. Finally, he took a step back and assumed another stance. His blade crackled with lightning, and he charged in again. Now that he was using his legacy, he was faster and better, but Silver still easily countered him. However, the wooden sword was getting chipped little by little, and that was a sign that he was making decent progress, but it was far from enough to trouble Silver. "That is enough now. I've gotten what I need. You can rest wherever you want in the castle while you wait for Amber. She should be getting things ready, and that will take some time. I'll be going to get some things done," Silver said as he dropped his sword and walked out. One thing had reached his mind, and that was the fact that he had started taking things too slow. Ophelia took a risk for him, and he had to repay her. All this investigation and trying to gather information was wasting time. He wanted to get things done. He wanted to break into the Empire. Even if he still had to follow the normal plan, he wanted to speed things up significantly. The first part would be to get stronger. But getting stronger now would either require him to take down the most powerful beings around, and he didn't have access to that for now. So he would use something he had obtained a few days back, the synthesis skill. It would allow him to create more powerful spells. He had a few spells that he believed would work well together and yield massive results. When he arrived at his room, he got in and locked the door. He sat on the bed and started sorting out the spells he would be merging in his mind. The first one was a good candidate, Chronos Lock and Hell's Domain. The two just seemed to make sense together in his mind. His board of minds also agreed that it was the best idea. The system would not tell him if synthesis would produce a good result, so he had to wing it. The method he devised involved looking at the details of each spell and determining how they would complement each other. The domain was a place that used the power of laws to create an area Silver could control. But while he could control the domain, he couldn't completely control the time within it. He could probably slow it down a bit or speed it up slightly, but that was all. However, if he merged Chronos Lock and the domain together, he would gain greater control over the time inside his domain than he had before. Sure, he would lose Chronos Lock, but in the long run, the risk was worth it. He would be battling some heavy hitters very soon. System, I want to use synthesis to merge Chronos Lock and Hell's Domain, Silver said. Are you sure you want to synthesize both spells? There is no possible way to reverse the merge. The system threw out a warning, but Silver ignored it and proceeded. Yes, merge them, he said. Beginning synthesis of Hell's Domain and Chronos Lock. It processed for a few seconds before completing. You have successfully merged Chronos Lock and Hell's Domain. You have created a new spell, Hell's True Domain. Hell's True Domain. Create a 1 kilometer domain where even time falls under your control. Silver read the brief description. There was no drawback. He had simply created a superior new spell. He didn't care for the name, but it didn't matter to him. He had merged his first spell, and that was a win. Now, he had to plan what other spells he would merge. He had already made a list in his mind, but he needed to review and recheck it to ensure the merges would yield better and worthwhile results. He made his second decision and was about to proceed when there was a knock at the door, and Amber spoke. Silver, I've prepared everything. We can go now, she said. All right, Silver said as he got up. He walked to the door and met Amber. So, you told your dad I'll be coming? Silver asked as they started walking. Yeah. He seemed eager for you to come. I don't know why, but I don't think your stay there will be a calm entry and exit, Amber said. Well, the Elvish Empire is probably a place where I'll encounter a demon king or a king candidate. I think it'll be fun to go there. See what the outside world looks like. I'll have to tell Lily and Drake. They won't want to let me go alone, but I'll have to convince them, Silver said. Convince us about what? Lily asked as she and Drake walked out of a portal. Well, you see, I want to go to the Elvish Empire to get someone, and Amber will be taking me there. No. Lily immediately cut him off. Even if you blast off with all the rage and anger at me and Miss Lily for stopping you, we will not let you go without a proper escort. Sadly, Master Silver, this is not up for debate, as we would rather fight you than let you go to that place alone," Drake said. "That's all," Lily added. Silver was stunned by this. He couldn't even be mad. He was just amazed at how they didn't waste a second to refuse him, even willing to fight him. Silver paused and looked at the two of them. He thought of a way to get out of them following, but anything would just lead to a fight, so he had to let it be. "All right, you guys can come with me, but under no occasion should any of you do or say anything without my permission. We will be closer to the Demon Kings than we have ever been, and that in itself could spell certain troubles for us. But since you both will be there, I'd like you to watch something. I want you to watch closely for powerful beings," Silver said and walked past them. "You should follow." "We are leaving immediately unless you want me to simply leave," Silver said. They arrived at the main hall. Amber had set up a formation for long-distance teleportation. She would need high amounts of mana to teleport, and she planned for Silver to do that. But since Lily was here, she would be the one to do it. They all got into the formation, and Lily started activating it. The formation lit up brightly, and they were immediately teleported from the place, and the light died down. The teleportation took them right to the gates of the Elvish Empire. But it was no simple gate. The empire was gated all around by trees so massive that even a dragon would find it difficult to fly over. The gates are the only way to get into the empire. The empire is through the gates. The forest is the greatest defense that stands around the empire, Amber said, pointing to the cluster of trees. I can't see any gate," Silver pointed out. "Well, it looks like there is nothing, but allow me to explain. Of all races, the Elvish Empire has the most advanced technology in the World Tree, and this makes us want to protect them and make sure that no one would be able to steal them or a part of them. So they channeled the power of the World Tree and created this massive forest around the Empire. But the forest fence is not the only issue, as this forest serves as a home for monsters," Amber said. "Monsters? So they are keeping other races in this forest?" Lily asked. "No, not other races, real monsters. Beings created from pure darkness and chaos. The World Tree creates and destroys. It birthed the forest, but it also created the monsters to go with it. Powerful beings that even the strongest elves would not want to cross paths with. But they aren't something to be worried about. The World Tree made those monsters stay inside the forest, and they won't be able to leave. But all that is beside the point. The tree still created a way for people to get into the Empire. And that is what we call the gate. And the gate can only be opened from inside and outside at the same time." Amber walked close to the forest and placed her hand on the ground, and a magical circle lit up. "They have accepted my request. The gates will open now, and we have to move quickly." "The gates close as they open," Amber said. The trees started parting, and Amber walked in, followed by everyone. As soon as they got past any tree, the trees shifted back into place and blocked their way out while the way forward opened up. As they walked through, Silver kept looking into the forest at his sides, and he could sense powerful life forms inside. The aura they gave off was something that he would only sense from the strong, like Drake and Lily. That meant there were beings worth fighting inside this forest, and Silver had the temptation to just jump in and fight. But he didn't want to risk being trapped in the forest for years because that would definitely suck. So he kept walking. After over 30 minutes of walking, they arrived at the last segment, and the trees parted ways to reveal a small army of elves on white horses with gold armor. The elves had gold and green armor on their bodies, with bows and swords on their backs. They stood in formation, and when they saw Amber, they all came forward and bowed to her. "Welcome back, Lady Amber. Preparations have been made for you and your guests to get into the capital in 2 days' time," the lead elf said. Currently, the place they arrived at seemed like a port city. It was a beautiful place with lots of normal houses. Though Silver had half expected to see lots of tree houses, this looked like a normal city to him, with elves carrying out business. "Why does it have to take 2 days?" Silver asked. "The capital is quite the journey from here, and even in the Elvish Empire, we have bandits and thieves, with our own monsters and abominations. You are my guests, and the Empire would love to keep you safe, so we will be using the safest and longest path to the capital," Amber said. "Yes, as Lady Amber has said, we will be starting from the portal center that has been prepared here, and it would take us to the wilderness to the north, We will move on horseback from there to the next city, where we will spend the day while waiting for the best portal to be prepared," the leader of the elves said. Makes sense. I can already guess that the Elvish Empire is extremely massive, so traveling across would take time. Though I expected that Amber would be allowed to teleport straight to the capital, Silver said. Well, alone I can, but with guests, I have to follow the procedure, Amber said. Some elves immediately brought some horses to them. As Silver collected his horse, his hand touched the hand of the elf that brought it. The elf immediately had a disgusted expression on his face after touching Silver, who looked at this and smiled. This is about to be a fun journey, Silver thought. Silver and the group rode on the horses provided towards the first teleportation circle. As they moved, Silver could easily sense the gazes on him and the others. It made him want to laugh. Elves were the most racist beings in this world, and that was a fact. They loved their bloodline more than anything. So now, seeing their dear Amber with other races made them mad, but they knew they couldn't do anything about it. There was also another issue, and that issue was mostly with the male elves, and it was against Silver. That issue was his face. His face put most of the elves to shame. He was the perfect guy. He was extravagantly cute like a girl, but not too masculine. He was a beautiful in-between. Silver had come to be aware of how good-looking he was, and he didn't doubt it anymore. In fact, his pride as a dragon made it worse. Knowing that these pitiful elves were hating on him because of his face made him feel good. So he smiled through the journey, and that itself made the elves around hate him more. Master Silver, forgive me for asking, but what has got you smiling so much? Drake rode closer to Silver and asked. Huh? Oh, well, I've just noticed something that is really funny. I'll tell you telepathically, Silver said. You see, all these elves already hate the outsiders that have come to be in the life of their dear princess, and that is not all. They also hate me because, well, I look better than most of them. And if there is one thing about elves, it's the fact that they love their looks. To them, bloodline and looks are everything. They just have to be perfect pretty boys and girls. But now they can see a being from another race is actually threatening them. So their hate for me is way more. But it's a good thing, Silver said. Their hate is a good thing? How is that so, Master? Drake asked. Well, you see, rage and hatred blind people. It makes it so that they can't see the bigger picture. Some people can't handle hate, and the only way they know how to channel it is through destructive measures. Some will attack us, some will want to find other ways to hurt me. Really, the list goes on and on. Are so many things that hate and rage will cause them to do. But do you know the one thing it will never let them do? Think straight. They will never be able to get over their rage, and I'll make sure of that. Do you want to know how? Silver asked. I can make a guess, but give me the details, Master, Drake said. It's simple, honestly. I'll be chummy as hell with Amber while we are here, and that will definitely throw all of them into a rage, Silver said. Master, forgive me for asking, but why do you want to make them hate you even more? I'm guessing there is a reason, so what is it? Drake asked. It's really simple. I want to turn the water. You see, the only way for me to start getting into the depths of the elves is by conflict and resolution. I'll have to make myself into the victim in every situation, and then the elves will move for resolution. With that, I've planted the first seed that will sprout to control them. Before you know it, I'll be knee-deep in the workings of the Elvish Empire, and that is when the real work starts, Silver said. You have already thought so far ahead, Master, planning to use this little hate and conflict to spark something bigger. I also have an idea. Since we are here, I think Lily can move around to legally spread the hate for you. Like, say some things that would normally not be bad but would sound bad to the elves. For instance, we can say that you barely have enough time for Amber because you are always working. Now, that's not something that is bad, but to the elves, it will probably sound worse. It will sound like you neglect Amber and use work as a cover-up. It will spark real hatred for you, and I can't be certain, but I feel that if we spread enough of them, we will be able to ensure someone tries to assassinate you, Drake said. Nice. It seems your millennia-old brain is still firing up, and that is why you are my personal assistant, Silver said. Will both of you stop plotting against the Empire already? It's like you are just demons seeking out chaos at every turn. Lily interfered and stopped them. Lily, this is a private telepathy discussion. How did you sneak into it? Silver asked. You both were getting carried away, and you allowed enough weakness for me to brute force into the discussion, and so here I am. I do have to say, the plan is a great one, but you'll be taking a pretty crazy risk to do this. But knowing Silver, you have already made the plan layout in your mind. That aside, we are about to arrive at the first teleportation circle, so stop talking and focus, Lily said. Immediately after she said that, the elf leader of the group spoke. We have arrived at the teleportation center. The circle has already been made ready for us, so we just have to go through the back to the field. There is no need to pass through the main building. Everyone did as he said and moved to the back to find the teleportation circle ready. They all got into the circle with their horses, and without wasting a moment, the workers there activated the circle. The light shone brightly and enveloped all of them. It took some seconds before the light died down, and the whole group was teleported to the next location. The Grand Castle of the Elf Emperor was very massive. It was located near the World Tree, a massive building that was not only for beauty but to also protect the tree as well. The Emperor was the king of the Golden Elf tribe, the most powerful elf tribe that existed, and so they were the rulers of the entire Elf Empire. Amber's father, who was the Golden Elf King, was the Emperor. Amber's father sat on a mighty golden throne in a courtroom, his beauty and glory filling the room. He sat with a slightly worried face. But as the grand doors of the throne room opened, he wiped that look from his face and took a formal look. Elaine, in her human form, walked into the throne room, her every step delicate and filled with intent. There was a smile on her face. It wasn't one of someone who was happy, it was a smile of a devil about to do something. Emperor Greenwood, it's nice to see you after all this while. Seeing how busy I have been, I have not been able to come to your grand empire, Elaine said. She kept walking towards the throne in slow and steady steps. But now, you have information that has forcefully made me come here. So it's basically killing one bird with two stones, she continued. Demon King Elaine, I thought you would send some Demon King candidates, not you yourself coming here, Greenwood said. Well, you see, Silver is way stronger than every Demon King candidate now. So for what I have to do, I can only trust myself or one of the Demon Kings, not candidates. None of them can even stand a few seconds against Silver. So it's useless for any of them to be here right now. She walked up to him and sat on the arm of the throne, but the guards didn't even move when she did that. This person was a Demon King. She could wipe half of the Elf Empire if she went all out. Her sitting next to the Emperor was not an issue. You see, Silver is not your regular being. He is not under our laws. I feel there is some greater being that he listens to, and if that's true, then he might be a very big issue, because he'll do whatever that being wants. It's either that or that he is simply a free spirit that wants to do what he wants to. And that in itself is a bad thing, because the kid took over a kingdom, and he has been running it regardless of what the Empire or Holy Kingdom wants. Now, I admire his balls, but that is not the issue. The issue is the fact that he is a Demon King candidate, and that means everything he does one way or the other will be linked to us, and the humans might see it as a way to start conflict. Now, I am not against the conflict, but I have to be certain that Silver will also fight for us when the conflict that he started gets serious. That is all I need from him, Elaine said. I heard that your daughter is somewhat obsessed with Silver. She is a Demon King candidate and also the carrier of the spirit of the World Tree, yet she is in love and obsessed with a non-elf. What are your thoughts on this? I believe you already know what is happening, Elaine asked. Sigh, I do know about Silver and my daughter. But what could I really do? From the rumors that I have heard, he is actually a dark dragon. And knowing the Demon Kings, you have been preserving the Dark Dragon all these years. And now you have not just one but two Dark Dragons, and one might be the strongest Demon King of his time. My daughter is also a Demon King candidate, and she will take over the Empire. She needs more than a normal pure-blood elf, because they will be too weak compared to her. She needs someone powerful that can actually help the Empire grow, and Silver is the right person. But the leaves and elders are fighting against it because they believe it is against the laws of the elves. But I call that bullshit. The elf race has stagnated too much, especially the Golden Elf tribe. Our clinging to ancient methods has actually kept the blood pure, but the birth rate has dropped over the years, Greenwood said as he got up from the throne and started walking in the throne room. Staying stagnated for so long is going to cause us issues. Aside from the elves, the spirits, dragons, and fairies are the highest races. But what do the dragons do? Lavish and party, while living in their prideful lands. The fairies are more focused on flowers and nature to care. Even we elves don't focus on plants so much. And then there are the spirits. Yeah, they don't do much either. The Fenrir like you have basically refused to be part of anything, living much like holy beings. But the humans have been growing, their technology and lives have grown immensely. But we have been tied up in stagnation. With Silver, we will be able to move forward. I don't know why, but he'll be my ticket to moving forward, Greenwood said. Elaine got up from the throne and started heading for the door. I can see that you have a ton of things running through your head, but please, when Silver comes here, make sure you alert me. It will not be a fun time if I don't get to meet him as soon as he arrives. I should also warn you, all the Demon Kings have their eyes on Silver during his transit here. So they want results, and unlike me, who actually talks to people, they would rather use force than talk things out. So be careful, she said and walked out of the throne room. Pulling the doors as she left, they closed with a bang. Greenwood watched her go, then walked back to his throne and sat down. Things would be getting hard for him because the Demon Kings were the hardest people to deal with. Too much ego. Silver and the group arrived at the Wilderness Teleportation Circle, and immediately after, they began their journey to the next city where they would stay for the rest of the day. They moved without much issue and arrived in the city, then headed to the hotel where they would stay. Immediately after they arrived, Silver vanished. The sun was up, and elves were busy with their day, all eyes trained on the human walking through the city. Or so they thought. Silver decided it would be best to show that he was not a human, so he let his horns grow out and his wings as well. When he made the change, the way the elves looked at him changed. It became a look of slight disturbance. Dragons and elves might have a partnership, or so it looked to outsiders, but in reality, they didn't really like each other at all. The sight of one another always caused discomfort. That was exactly what Silver was looking for. He wanted to cause as much slight trouble as possible. This city seemed like an elf-only city. There were absolutely no other races aside from Silver, making him stand out like a sore thumb. The kids wanted to see him, but the adults tried to ignore him. Silver wanted more, so he walked towards a stall that sold fruits. But then he remembered he had no elvish currency on him. He turned back and was about to leave, but 4 elves blocked his path. "Hey you, what were you planning to do at that stall, Dragonkin? It seemed like you wanted to take something," one of the elves said. "Huh? What sort of stupid analysis is that? I only wanted to buy some fruit, but then I remembered I don't have the right currency, so I turned to leave." "That's the story, so I'd like to ask why you 4 are standing in my path," Silver asked. "No, that's not what we saw. What we saw was you trying to see how you could rob this place, you dragon or whatever you are," the elf said. "Ah, the sweet scent of trouble. It seeks you out for absolutely nothing. And I like that sort of trouble. So please, take the first attack, maybe punch me." "I can feel that you want to do it," Silver said and walked closer to the elf. "Come on, pretty boy, punch me. Take out your anger on the handsome dragon that stands before you. Show how inadequate you feel and hit me. I can tell that you want to do it. Your body is tensing up, your fist is clenching. Come on, do it. Do it, pretty boy." "Punch the kid," Silver said right in the elf's face. The elf lashed out and punched Silver right in the face. "Ho ho, game on," Silver said as he checked for bleeding on his face. Silver didn't throw a punch back. He got up and started walking away. Another segment of his plan to really sink it in that he was only defending himself. And the 4 elves bit the bait and attacked him all together. That was when Silver moved faster than their eyes could follow and got behind one of the elves. "You know, you shouldn't seek out trouble when you do not know what you are dealing with," Silver said. The elf froze in fear. Silver's fist slammed into his spine. The elf arched backward in pain, and then fell to the ground. The remaining 3 elves were stunned after seeing this. How fast did one have to be to do what Silver just did? They started retreating, but Silver wasn't going to let them walk away that easily. You see, all he was looking for was his ticket to do what he wanted, and they gave him that ticket when they attacked him, so he wasn't going to waste it. He dashed at one of the elves, grabbed him by the wrist, and then flipped him over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground. The 3rd elf and the leader saw that there was no running away. They decided to fight it out, with the 2 of them. It should be possible, right? But their thoughts were absolutely wrong. They pulled out their swords and attacked Silver, but he parried the swords with his hands and grabbed them by their throats. He slammed them into the ground, causing them to pass out. Silver stood up and was about to walk away, but he was immediately surrounded by elves with bows and arrows. Don't move, dragon. You are being arrested for causing havoc in the city, so follow us quietly, one of the elves said. Silver looked around and then raised his hands with a smile. Please, do what you need to do, Silver said, and the elves immediately grabbed him and pulled him away while others watched from the sides of the streets. Silver was locked up in a small cell while he waited for someone to determine whether he was innocent or not. After about 10 minutes, an elf arrived and took him out of the cell into another room. He was pushed onto a chair, and then the elf sat across from him. You attacked 4 elves and beat them up on the street. I don't know how you found yourself in this city, but you are in big trouble, the elf said. Well, they attacked me first, to be honest. So it's not my fault. It was purely self-defense, and I have proof of that, Silver said and took out a crystal. He placed it on the table. The elf took the crystal and activated it with mana. It projected the whole thing that happened, showing how Silver was only defending himself. But then the elf crushed the crystal right in front of Silver. You see, there is no way you're getting out of here, dragon. You have to be dumb to think that I'd support you just because you have proof, the elf said. He reached out to grab Silver, but the doors blasted open. Amber walked in, seething with pure rage. Her eyes locked onto the elf, and she walked toward him in slow, heavy steps. The elf looked at her and could easily tell who she was, the princess of the empire. He could feel the killing intent coming from her, and it sent shivers down his spine. She grabbed the elf by the neck and lifted him up easily. You waste of space, how dare you lay your hands on Silver, she said in rage, and then slammed the elf into the wall. The elf passed out immediately. She let the elf fall to the ground and ran to Silver, hugging him. I'm so sorry, Silver. I'm sorry for coming so late, she said as she hugged him. Silver patted her head slowly and spoke. You came, that's all that matters. But I don't plan to let this unjust setup slide. I was brought here as a special guest, and then thieves attacked me. I was unjustly arrested, and finally, the elf destroyed my evidence to make me take the fall. Normally, I would have been able to break out of all of this in seconds and gone home, but I wanted to follow the rules out of respect for you, Amber, Silver said. The more Amber heard from Silver, the angrier she got at the elves that captured him. Silver was holding himself back for her sake, yet those stupid elves had to treat him harshly. Silver, I'm really sorry for everything that has happened. I'll do my best to ensure that every one of them who laid their hands on you will be punished. If you want, they can all pay with their lives, she said. No, you don't have to kill them. I'm just angry at what they did, Silver said. What he was doing, to be honest, was a clever plan to ensure his hate spread and people started coming against him, like today when he didn't even do anything. Silver and Amber left the place and returned to the hotel. Silver took the remaining time to rest while he waited for the news to spread. Knowing Amber, she'd probably find the people who arrested Silver and give them punishment. And that was exactly what she did. She found them all and gathered them right at the manor of the mayor. The mayor hadn't come to greet Amber since they arrived, and that could be seen as disrespectful to the royal family. But Amber, without issue, decided that she would visit first. So why not drag along all the people who dared lay their hands on Silver and make sure that they got their full punishment? And if the mayor couldn't give it, she'd give them the punishment herself for sure. The mayor was a middle-aged elf, but as one would expect, There was not a wrinkle on his face. The only way you would know was through the mature energy he gave off. In fact, it was possible that he was way older than that, since elves could live for up to 1,000 years if they had a good bloodline, and that is without leveling up. As soon as the mayor heard that the princess was coming to his manor, he rushed to prepare things. He arranged a room for them to meet and got everything up to standard. When Amber arrived, she was led by a butler into the room. She took her seat inside the lounge, and the mayor was not yet there. They served her some green tea and biscuits, but she left the teeth air not because she didn't want it, but because she was using it to watch the time. Finally, after waiting a bit, the mayor walked in wearing a black elvish design suit. He bowed as soon as he passed through the door. "You have my greetings, Princess Amber Greenwood," he said in a respectful tone. "Sit down," Amber said in a very emotionless manner, and the mayor simply followed and sat down. "You know, when a fish begins to think that he is already too big, do you know what happens to him? He is pulled out of the water and cut up to be eaten. Or he will be cast into a bigger pond, where he will see bigger fish and realize how small he was. You are a prime example of that, Mayor Zenith," Amber said, and then dipped her finger into the tea and took it out. The mayor was confused as to why she did that, but he didn't say anything. "This tea was searing hot when it was brought here, so hot that I would have to blow on it before I would be able to drink from it. Yet I can stick my finger inside. That shows just how much the temperature of this tea has dropped, and how much time it took before you arrived. I hate to throw around weight, but in so many ways, you and this city have crossed the line, Zenith. How dare you allow the princess and next heir to the world tree to wait for you? You kept me in this lousy lounge and bided your time to improve your presence here for what? To make me feel intimidated? To make yourself look bigger? I deal with people 100 times your status every day. So what made you think you could increase your standing by wasting my time?" Amber asked in anger. "My princess, please don't be angry. I had a very pressing matter on my hands when you arrived, and I had to deal with it." Zenith tried to defend himself. "Do you really think I am stupid, Zenith? I'm being groomed to become the next ruler of an empire, and you seriously think that lying to me in such a stupid way would work?" "Zenith, what matter could be more important than my presence?" "My presence is the presence of the Empire, and you made the Empire wait." "The second issue is that if the matter was as pressing as you said, and you tried to rush to me by fixing it quickly, then you would have been a little unkempt, no matter the issue. Unless you had enough time to change your clothes as well as raise a bath, and that itself would be another issue," Amber said. Zenith wanted to counter, but what she said made it hard because now there was no excuse. Letting her wait was his way to increase his presence a little. But now it was backfiring on him because he didn't think the princess would be this tough and interrogative. Whatever the hell did they feed her as a kid? "My princess, I understand that I should have done better, and I promise this will be the first and the last time that something of this nature will happen," Zenith said. "Huh? What are you talking about, Zenith? Do you really not understand that you have messed up grandly? I have been in this city for close to 4 hours already, and as the mayor of this damn place, you already knew about that. There is no denying it. I am very sure that you were informed about the hotel I was staying at. You knew about me being here, yet you sat in your manor. You disrespected the culture and the system of hierarchy. I am one of the highest standing elves that exist. Yet I walked into your city, and you thought it was good to ignore me. You believed that it would make you look better, but it just made you look dumb," Amber said. "Princess, please understand me. I didn't have plans to ignore you." "A few things came up," Zenith said. "Enough with the lies, you filth." "I was already enraged when your people laid hands on my man, so right now, I'm burning with hate and anger, and if you say something that might piss me off, you might just die here." "They were 4 men that started the fight with my man. I want them publicly executed." "You have 3 hours to find them and make sure it happens. Also, there is the guard that I smashed against the wall. He too must be executed with them." "Like I said, you have 3 hours to make this happen, or I will execute you publicly for disrespect to the Empire and for being a traitor." "If you understand, say it," she said. "I understand, Princess." "I do," he said and bowed his head, slamming it into the table. Amber got up and walked out, leaving the mayor there. The mayor stayed like that, wondering why he thought what he did would have been a good plan. Because she was a girl? Because she was a child? What drove him to do this and almost end his life here? One word from her, and he would have died in a second, yet he thought it was wise to do this. How stupid was he? Zenith wasted no time carrying out the task Amber gave him. He moved his personal guards to immediately look into the matter, and in less than an hour, everything was set up. The culprits were captured and chained up in the center of the city, and then it was announced all around that 5 elves would be executed in an hour's time. This was something that had not been seen in years, so when people heard about it, it caused a massive fuss in the city, so much so that even Silver got to hear about it. Gabriel ran into the room and showed a flyer about the execution. Silver, look at this. 5 people are about to be executed in the center of the city, he said, handing the flyer to Silver. Silver took it and looked at it. The images of the people that attacked him were all there, and that was when Silver realized Amber had gone wild when she arrived at the mayor's house. Amber, she must have been really pissed off. I should find her and talk to her, Silver said, got up, and left the room. He immediately headed for Amber's room. Knock knock. Silver knocked on the door twice and then walked in. Amber was seated on the bed, looking out the window. It was me. I know you want to ask. They deserve death, after all, Amber said. I know it's you, and I don't want to tell you anything or make you feel bad, but I want to thank you. You stood up for me and even went to the extreme of making sure they get killed, Silver said and hugged her. Amber was taken off guard. She didn't expect Silver to just hug her, but she would not let this opportunity go to waste. She hugged him back immediately and leaned her head on his shoulder. You came to my home for the first time. There is no way I'd allow some elf to disrespect you and go scot-free. If it were left to me, this whole city would burn for even touching you, Amber said. At this point, Silver realized something. He had underestimated Amber's feelings for him. It had reached the point where she would forsake her people for him. This led him to think, was there a point in him using backhanded methods to get information from the elves? He had her, and if she loved him this much, she would willingly give it to him. Silver pulled back from their hug and looked her straight in the eyes. Amber, you understand that I am always going to have enemies, right? Even amongst the elves. So they will always be against me. I have a habit of making countermeasures before the time for using them. So what I'm saying is I'll need your help to gather as much information from your people the Elviser to be able to defend myself. I know this is a lot to ask of you, and if you can't do it, I completely understand, and I'll not disturb you about it. She placed her finger on Silver's lips. You aren't. Don't worry, I'll follow you wherever you go, and I'll help you do whatever you want to. Even if you tell me to forsake the whole elf kingdom, I would. After all, I can't allow the others to get ahead of me. You are mine, Amber said. Then I have nothing to worry about. Thank you, Amber, Silver said and hugged her again. The time for the execution came, and people trooped into the city center in huge numbers. Soon the place was crowded, and there was no movement space at all. A massive platform had been set at the center, made purely out of wood, so that it could be taken down after what was about to happen. 5 wooden beams were erected on the platform, made to be 10 feet tall so that whoever was tied to them would not be able to remove their arms. Tied to the beams were the 5 people about to be executed. They looked battered and completely broken. One could tell that they had gone through a lot of beatings before being put here. Some people held disgust for them, some held sadness, and some didn't have any emotions towards them. Silver, Amber, Drake, Lily, and Gabriel made their way to the place, and they saw the people tied up who were about to die. Crimes worthy of death are rare already, but those that are worthy of public execution are far rarer, Gabriel said. It takes committing something unforgivable to get this type of death. There are a few things I can think of, though I don't know how the elf system works. I've not had the chance to carry out any missions here, Gabriel said. It's simple, Gabriel. They made a move against Silver, which means they made a move against me, Amber said. Wait, what? Gabriel asked in shock. If what she said was true, then it made sense. Disrespecting someone of Amber's status would surely call for death. After hearing that, their treatment didn't seem so bad. In fact, he would say they were rushing the whole thing. If the Emperor of the Human Empire was disrespected, or his child, Gabriel knew how much torture the offender would go through before being killed. After minutes of waiting, the mayor and the executioner came up. The executioner was a well-built elf wearing only black pants. He had flowing silver hair that reached his back, and his skin was tanned. Today, we say goodbye to these 5 men. They are brothers and children, but they did something unforgivable, and as such, their lives will be taken in compensation. These 5 disrespected and caused harm to the princess, daughter of the emperor, heir to the world tree, and demon king candidate. There is no more unforgivable sin than that, and today they shall all be punished, and their lives will suffice, the mayor said and stepped back. 2 guards climbed up and immediately loosened the first man from his beam. The first man was dragged and forced to kneel in front of a small wooden stand, and his neck was placed over it. The executioner walked to his side and raised the sword. The sun shone and reflected off the great blade. It hung in the air, leaving the people watching in suspense. Would the blade come down? Would it not? So many thoughts filled their heads. Would this person truly die? Would someone save him? What would happen now? What? The blade came down, the sound of it cutting through the air filled everyone's ears, and when it bit the back of the neck, it cut through like butter. The head fell to the platform, eyes wide open. Murmurs filled the place. They had all come to see the execution, but now, seeing it, it made them feel different emotions. The guards walked to the second person, and in the same way, they loosed him from the beam and dragged him to the platform. The man tried to struggle, but he was far too weak to fight back. They placed his neck on the wooden stand, and the executioner raised his blade and brought it down, killing the second one. The process repeated for the remaining 3 until all of them were dead. Their heads lay on the ground there for all to see. After the execution, Silver had nothing to do here again, so he turned and left, followed by the others. It's funny how easy it is to end a person, Silver said on their way back to the hotel. You just take a blade and stab it, boom, life's over. But I think the person holding the blade makes the death hurt more. Imagine if it was their parents that had to carry out the execution. The pain those 5 would have felt would have been monumental. They would probably have gone insane before the blade even reached their neck. So it means the person holding the blade can make the death hurt more. The executioner is a neutral person, and so the death feels the same to all of them. There is no extra torture, Silver said. Is there a reason why you are saying this, Master? Drake asked. No, just random thoughts, Silver said. The cold winds of night whistled through an open window of a dimly lit office. Zenith sat at the desk, and when he felt the cold wind touch his skin, he looked up into the darkness of his office and spoke. What could I possibly owe this visit to? He asked. Silver, the one with the princess. We need your help to attack him tomorrow and ensure that he never makes it to the capital. A voice spoke from the darkness. I see, but you understand that he is more than meets the eye, and taking him down will be difficult. There is also the fact that he is with the princess. I got on her bad side today, and 5 people died, Zenith said. That is not for you to worry about. We will be the ones to take him down. The most important thing is for us to ensure that he doesn't escape. Carry out your part to the best of your ability, and we will take it from there. Just ensure that you make it easy for us to get into the city tomorrow and push the guards away as far as possible. Remember, what will happen if you don't play your part to it will be your head on the execution platform next time, the voice said. I know what I have to do, so don't worry, Zenith said, but the person had already left. Zenith stood up and walked to the window. He shut the window and walked back to his desk. He arched himself over the table and let out a long sigh, then he slammed his hand into the table. It was clear that whoever that voice was, he had a hold on Zenith, and there was nothing that Zenith could do. He kept slamming the table, over and over again, until his hand started bleeding. And then he stopped. He laid his head on the table and slept there. Early the next day, it was time for Silver and the rest to head to the teleportation circle and continue their journey. But Silver had the feeling that all would not go as planned today, because at night he could sense some suspicious movements around, like something was being set up. Master, I should already guess that you sensed the movements yesterday night, right? Drake asked as they started heading for the teleportation circle. Well, I did, and I'm sure Lily did as well, so it's certain that something will happen here. So keep an eye out, protect Amber and Gabriel," Silver said. When they arrived at the teleportation circle and were about to get into it, Silver sensed an underlying formation. "Everyone stop, don't walk into the circle," Silver yelled, but one of the elves had already stepped into it, and the underlying formation activated and immediately exploded. The blast instantly killed several elves and injured the others. Luckily, Drake protected Amber, Lily, and Gabriel. Silver simply transformed into his dragonkin form and took the attack head-on. After the blast died down, a massive amount of magic-infused arrows came from the sky. Silver immediately transformed into a full dragon and spread out his wings, blocking all the arrows. They hit his scaly back and exploded due to the mana in them, but they weren't able to harm him. After blocking all the attacks, he looked into the distance and saw an army of monsters he had never seen before. He transformed back and met Amber, then pointed at the incoming monsters. "Those things, aren't they the monsters that are in the forest walls?" Silver asked. "Yes, they are. The question is, how are they here and why are they here?" Amber said. "Well, it seems I'll get to fight them. I've always wanted to fight them after passing through that forest, and now I get the chance," Silver said happily. The monsters were pure black creatures with lizard-like features and glowing red eyes. One of the monsters Lane saw was about 2 meters long, and that was the smallest size. Silver took out his sword and then looked at Gabriel. "You stay behind and protect yourself. Amber, you too. You're strong, but I don't want you to face danger right now. Drake and Lily, you geese stay with me. Let's take out these monsters," Silver said. He brought out his wings and shot into the air. He flew towards the horde of monsters at top speed, his sword exploding in abyssal flames. He came down with so much speed that he caused several sonic booms. He slammed the sword into the ground as he landed, and abyssal flames exploded in all directions. The monsters were tossed in all directions, burned by his flames, but as soon as some were thrown away, more headed his way at full speed. But Silver wasn't worried. He had a good feeling about this fight. He might finally be able to level up after so long. It had been a while since he gathered enough EXP. A monster came at him with full force, its mouth opening wide to bite his head off, but Silver vanished at the last moment and appeared on the monster. He stabbed through its head and into its brain immediately, killing it. 2 monsters tried to trap Silver in the center, but his speed was too much for them. He leapt out of the way and killed both of them in a slash. The fight spiraled from there, with Silver taking the forefront. His speed was so great that it was hard for the monsters to get through, and for the ones that got through, Drake and Lily took them out. After some minutes, Silver got tired because the monsters were way too weak, but then something happened. "You have leveled up. 100 SP. Unknown monsters bonus 1000 SP. He had leveled up and also gotten extra stat points, and he had killed only a few monsters. "System, how did I level up?" Silver asked. "The amount of EXP gained from the monsters is high." The system gave a simple and straightforward answer, but that gave Silver the gist. These monsters were a gold mine. Silver cloned himself and went full thrust. He didn't let a single monster pass, and by the time he was done, he leveled up again. This was something that had been extremely hard for him to do for a long time. Then all of a sudden, he got the chance to level up twice. Silver felt the immediate temptation to enter the forest. He could tell that these monsters were the weakest of what the forest had to offer, so how much EXP would he gain if he went into the forest and fought the stronger ones? Well, whatever just happened, it was an extremely lousy plan. "I expected better," Silver said. He kicked a body of a monster as he walked. "I feel this was an attempt on your life, Master," Drake said. "Could be me, could be Amber," Silver said. "I highly doubt that it was Amber they came for," Lily said. "That's not an issue. Even if they came for me, they gave me the opportunity to level up. Also, I have a feeling that Amber knows who might have caused this attack," Silver said and pointed at Amber as she was walking away from there. "We follow her, right?" Lily asked. "Well, duh. Whoever it is, I want to know, and I want to punish that person," Silver said. Amber arrived at the manor of the mayor. Without saying anything, she entered. The guards didn't even try to stop her. They could see that she was actually angry. She barged into the manor and found her way to the office of the mayor. The mayor, who was seated and working, looked up to see who entered his office, and when he saw Amber, he stood up in fright. "It's funny how you would do something so evil and still have the guts to sit down and work. Didn't you know that it was easy to figure out who caused that attack at the teleportation circle? Only you can allow someone to tamper with the circle, so I know that you were the one that caused the attack." "No, no, no, Amber, Princess, I didn't do anything of that sort." "You have to believe me," Zenith said and walked closer to Amber. Then he suddenly took out a blade and thrust it. Amber was not expecting such a move, and so there was no way she could block the attack. She would be stabbed here and die. But his hand stopped moving midair. Zenith looked at his hand and saw that someone had grabbed him. He looked up and saw that it was Silver. "Really ballsy of you, Mayor Zenith. To think you would attack me, and right after that try to kill someone really close to me." "That is a real lot of guts," Silver said with a smile, but that smile held so much rage that it looked like the smile of the devil. Silver squeezed the arm of Zenith until all the bones shattered inside it. "Ugh!" Zenith screamed loudly, but Silver punched his throat, shattering it completely, and threw him to the ground. "Hell is too fashionable a place to send you to. I want to show you real torment here." "Drake, take Amber back to the hotel and report what happened." Zenith caused the attack, and he ran away after that, fleeing completely. Silver said, "Silver, why don't you let me take him down?" "I want to be the one to do it," Amber said. "Amber, I know you do, but what I and Lily are about to do, even you won't be able to stomach it," Silver said. Drake took her by the hand. They left the room and shut the doors. "Lily, start by slowly melting his insides. We'll know what to do after that," Silver said. With the help of Amber, the issue of Zenith was handled easily because, the works of the Empire Princess held more ground than a mayor. Also, the fact that the mayor vanished after the attack added to it. The search for him immediately started, with elves doing their best to find him. The magical circle was under reconstruction now, and it would take a full day for it to be fixed, so Silver and the others had to stay in the hotel. But later that day, Silver sensed a powerful being headed towards their hotel. He got up and left the hotel in a rush, to already see Lily and Drake standing outside. "You felt it too?" Silver asked. "How can we not? The pressure is overwhelming." "Even without trying, this person is making the whole place tense," Drake said. Finally, the person that was causing this came into view. She was a woman, extremely beautiful. She was Elaine. "Elaine? How is she here?" Silver asked. He dropped his fears now that he saw who it was and headed towards her. "Silver, it's nice to see you again," Elaine said. "I can't say it's nice to see you as well. After all, you are a demon king." "There is no way a demon king would come to meet me for no reason," Silver said. "Straight to business, I see." "Well, Silver, I heard about what happened. The attack, and I came here immediately after I heard that. I'll be the one taking you to the capital. It's sweet to the amount of people that want you dead is far more than you think. Also, you and I have to talk. You are the cause of certain things, and you'll have to start taking responsibility for them now," Elaine said. "The first time I see a demon king, and it's because of this?" Sigh. "Well, going to the capital is what we want, and I guess I can trust you to some extent," Silver said. "Yes, you can. We can go in an hour's time, but before we go, I'd like to talk to you, Silver, privately," she said, while glancing at Drake and Lily. "You think we will allow Silver to go away with you, alone?" Lily asked. "Oh, you have no choice, Fairy. It's either you let me have the talk with him, or you stand against me, and it turns into a fight. You might be strong, but standing against a demon king is way out of your league, so think wisely," Elaine said with a smile. "It doesn't matter if we are incapable of fighting you, we will still go at it with all we have," Lily said, ready to attack. "Lily, it's fine. Just let me talk to her. Even if she tries anything and I can't win against her, I am certain that I'll be able to escape from her," Silver said to convince the two. "Fine, but we will be close by," Lily agreed. Then she and Drake left. "Haha, you said you could escape me. That was funny, Silver," Elaine said while laughing, but as she looked at Silver's face, she realized that Silver was not joking. "Ugh, I love the confidence, but you don't have to worry, I'll not be doing anything to you. I just have some private things to discuss," she said and started walking, while Silver followed behind. You see, when we arrive at the capital, I won't be able to speak to you privately. I'll have to show all the discussions to the other demon kings. So I won't be able to dive into personal topics. You see, Silver, you may not know it yet, but what you are is no longer a demon king or a dragon. What you are is an anomaly, and only a few people know that. They all feel you are a very talented and blessed person, but I know the truth. The way I know that is by seeing fate lines. Fate lines are the fate of every being or thing. Some people's fate lines are linked to those of other people, meaning that they will affect those people's fate. Those links are called branches. A single person can have a fate branch to many, many people. Like demon kings, our fate is branched to millions and millions of beings. Heroes and demon kings are supposed to have the highest branches. But then you came along. It's hard to explain how it is, but I can show you, Elaine said. She stopped walking and placed her hand on Silver's shoulder. Close your eyes when I count to 3, and I'll do the rest. 1, 2, 3. Immediately she said 3, Silver closed his eyes shut, and then he felt a force pull him quickly into a place that he didn't understand. The place was an empty void filled with glowing threads that stretched out so far that he was not able to see the ends. You see these threads? They are called fate lines. You might not be able to tell which one is which, but I can, just by touching it. I can see who and whose fate it is, but all I can do is see. I can't tell anyone about their fates or even try to help them avoid it. It's a never-ending stream that I can actually see, but I'm not allowed to tamper with. In the past, I actually toyed with some fates. I tried to help them and manipulated their fate lines. The results were not funny. Their fate forced its way into existence, but that was not all. This time, it caused harm to more people than it was supposed to. I'll say this, for example, if you were to die in a house fire and that was your fate, if I stood in the way and tried to stop it, you know what would happen? You would still burn in the house. And maybe this time with your whole family. Everyone would die. You see, me tampering with the fate of one person can create unwanted branches that will cause a lot of issues for other people. So all I can do is watch and watch but never actually help when it gets to it, Elaine said. I see. So you are in a trap created by order. You have been given the marvelous ability to see whatever you want. You can see the fate of even your teammates and even my fate. Yet you'll have to look at me like you can't. You might even know how I die, but you can't tell me. Isn't order a bitch? Because he is, playing people like this, Silver said. You said something about me knowing your death, but that was why I brought you here. Thousands of fate lines, yet there is one that shocks me, Elaine said. She grabbed Silver and turned him around, and what he saw shocked him. There was a massive red fate line. The red line had so many branches that it was impossible to count them. It was like a massive tree. What is with that fate line? It's massive and connecting to more and more lines. What is it? Silver asked. Well, that's your fate line. It appeared 14 years ago when you were born, and every day since then, an extra branch has come out and has increased in size every day. It's like it wants to keep going until it connects to all life. A serious anomaly is something that shouldn't exist. Yet you have branched yourself so much that if you are removed just like that, the entire system of the fates that are connected to you will crumble. It will be a domino effect, and it will be a very disastrous one at that. You have become an anchor to many lives, Elaine said. So you mean this is me? Well, it makes sense now, Silver said. What makes sense? Elaine asked. Nothing of much importance. What you just showed me confirmed some thoughts that have been in my head. It's been a string of thoughts with no real reason or answer, and I have been trying to figure it out. But with what you said now, I understand. Still, that aside, tell me, are you capable of seeing my own fate? So you should know how I die, right? Silver asked. Actually, that's another issue. I can't see your fate not one bit. Ever since your fate line came into existence, I have tried and tried to see it, but I have not been able to. I can see those that you are connected to, but I can never see your own, and that has led me to a conclusion. Your fate is not fixed, Silver. Your fate is not definite. You can change it. You can make it whatever you want. So what I'm saying is, you are an anomaly that can break the world or change it. A wild card, something beyond control. So the Demon Kings can't let you just exist like that, and so they want to place you under very strict supervision. You want to put me under supervision? Silver asked. That's the plan that the Demon Kings have come up with, Elaine said. It won't work, Silver replied. Take me out of here, he continued. Elaine removed them from the space of the fate lines, but she didn't let go of Silver's shoulder. It's not up to you to decide, Silver. You are too much of a wild card to be left to do what you want. Don't you understand that some of your actions have effects on multiple races? You are a Demon King candidate, and you took over a human kingdom. If the humans wished it, they would have declared that a war move from the Demon Kings and all races under them. Your actions, your decisions, they reflect on us as well, and not just you. Your life is not for you to do as you wish. With power comes responsibility, and you need to show that you are ready for it and account for what you do, Elaine said. Account for what I did? Of course, I account for everything that I do. It's my decision and my choices. It is no one's sin to bear, only mine. You need to understand that everything I do should be pinned on me, not the Demon Kings, not anyone else. I am my own person. I make my own choices, and I take the consequences of all of them. But to be tied down to any faction or group, I refuse that. Like you said, my fate is in my own hands, and I can make the choices that I want, and that is exactly what I will do. I'm not going to bend to any of the laws and codes you have. I'd rather die than do that, Silver said. I see. I might not be able to kill you because of the importance you have, but that doesn't mean there aren't other ways to keep you in line. You will be having a meeting with me and the other Demon Kings. They won't be here, they'll only talk through crystals, but they will be able to watch you. I'm sure that after the meeting, you will not have any choice but to come under our supervision. Like I said, we don't need to threaten you to make you comply, Elaine said. That sounds pretty much like a threat already, but don't worry yourself too much about me, because I will not be listening to whatever you will have to say. I am not going to be controlled by anyone, but I will follow you to wherever it is that you want to take me. I'll be in my room. Tell me when you are ready to take us to the capital, Silver said and turned around. Elaine watched him go. She had a smile on her face. It seemed she had other plans, different from what Silver was saying. She wouldn't be a Demon King if she allowed a small boy like Silver to play around with her. An hour later, Elaine gathered everyone, Silver, Drake, Lily, Amber, and Gabriel. She took her real form as the magnificent Finra so that she could use her magic fully. She asked for all of them to place their hands on her right outside the hotel. When they did, her fur began glowing, and in a bright flash, they had left. They appeared right in the castle of the Emperor. Silver was shocked that she was able to directly take them to the castle. That sort of teleportation would take an absurd amount of mana. Maybe Lily would be able to do it, but it would deplete her mana greatly. But from the looks of things, Elaine was barely affected by it. It made Silver curious about how much strength she possessed. He used dragon eyes to look at her, but for the first time in a while, he couldn't see anything. Elaine sensed what Silver tried to do. She looked back at him and smiled. Silver knew that she sensed it, but he didn't care at all. He just kept a straight face while looking at her. All right, I know you all have something to discuss with the Emperor, and I'll let you get to that, but after you are done, Silver has something to do with me. So I hope you won't try to run away after the meeting. The Demon Kings will not be happy if they don't get to talk to Silver, Elaine said and started walking away. We are finally here. Come, Silver, I'll take you to my father, Amber said and grabbed him by the hand. She dragged him into the castle while the others followed. Because Amber was with them, no guards or elves tried to stop them. They just watched them pass. When they arrived at the large doors of the throne room, Amber eagerly pushed the door and walked in while pulling Silver. Her father was seated on the throne while talking to some elves about certain businesses. Immediately he spotted Amber, he dismissed them till later. The elves left immediately, and the king came down from the throne. Daddy, I'm back, and I brought Silver, Amber said. You already informed me he would be coming, Amber, Greenwood said with a chuckle. He could see that his daughter was excited to show Silver to him. He sized up Silver with his eyes before stretching out his hand to shake him. Demon King candidate Silver, It's nice to finally meet you. You have been the talk of everywhere for a while now. I knew they said you were very young, but now seeing it makes me shocked. I also didn't expect Amber's father to be this young and good-looking, Silver said and shook his hand. Ah, a young flatterer. I like you already. But before I get into knowing you and whatnot, Amber said that you wanted to find someone. Is that true? Greenwood asked. Well, yes. My friend here, Gabriel, had a love, a half-elf, but many years back, she was taken from him by elves. For some reason, they decided that they wanted her back and they snatched her away from him. But I made a promise to him that he will get her back, and that is why I am here to ask for a favor from you, Silver said. I see. The only reason for an elf family to look for a half-elf and bring them into their family is if there is no heir and she is the only one that can take the place. Honestly, calling it an heir is quite a stretch. Slave would be a better term to refer to her. You already understand that elves love pure blood. So there is no way they would allow a half-blood to taint their family, and they have methods to ensure that it never happens. The lady will be kept to reproduce, and whenever it is time to conceive, they will first choose a specific magical ritual to ensure that her human blood is suppressed. And trust me, it is not a nice procedure. It causes immense pain to her, and if she isn't strong enough, it will break her mind for good. She will be slept with while undergoing this ritual, and after the seed is planted, she will undergo a constant magical formation for the duration of the pregnancy. She can't move, she can't go anywhere. She is cleaned once in a while, and fed whatever they want, when they want. It remains like that until the child is born, a forced pure blood. And she will have to go through this for as many children as needed. It is an evil process, one that I hate down to my bones, and I want to abolish, but stopping something like this is not as easy as it seems, Greenwood said. Silver glanced at Gabriel after they heard what would have happened to his love. Gabriel balled his fists in anger, his body trembling violently. Silver placed his hand on Gabriel's shoulder and spoke. You don't have to get too angry. Allow me to take that anger for you and deal with those that have done it. Her name is Rose. Is it possible to find her? Silver asked Greenwood. If she is an elf or half-elf, we will be able to find her through the world tree, but only Amber can access that information. All elves, once they step here, have their memories tied to the tree. So if Amber takes what she knows about Rose and goes to the tree, she will be able to find Rose or any leads to her. I promise that when you find out whoever it is that took her, I'll give you the unlimited right to do what you want to them. I have already done my best to abolish the practice amongst the nobles, so if it's any of them, then they deserve to be punished for it, Greenwood said. I couldn't ask for a better privilege, Silver said with a smirk on his face. Greenwood led the group through a secret footpath in the castle and into a hallway, with glowing green tree roots passing through the walls. The roots of the tree go through the entire empire, but not many know that. The heir of the tree is capable of seeing all life and knowing all memories, Greenwood said. With the power that this tree shows, shouldn't it be capable of controlling the whole world? Silver asked. Well, it can. That's why its name is the World Tree. It's supposed to be the link to all life. The World Tree was known as the Tree of Life and Death, and the tree was located at the center of life, which is where the Empire is now situated. The tree was run by the Celestials and the demons, used to create and grant life as well as take it. But the demons had a plan that changed everything. All of a sudden, the demons used the tree behind the backs of the Celestials to create a new race, one so powerful that it shook the balance. They created the Black Dragons, a race filled with demon blood, dragon blood, and celestial blood, Greenwood said and looked at Silver. Wait, 3 of their bloods? This is the first time I am hearing of this. You mean I have celestial blood? The demon blood I can understand, but celestial? Silver asked. Well, the amount of celestial blood that they put in your race is very little, but it acted as a way to increase the base strength of the dark dragons. But this is your question? I thought you'd be shocked that celestials and demons could make races, Greenwood said. Well, why would I be shocked at that? You told me that the name was the Tree of Life and Death. The celestials and demons had control over it. So that simply tells me that they could create races, and those races could grow and be powerful. Ophelia seems ever so busy, so I can understand why she would allow the creation of races to the demons and celestials," Silver said. Greenwood stopped in his tracks after Silver said that. "You know about Ophelia? I know she has many worshippers, but you spoke like you know her personally." "Not even the demon kings or heroes have that access," Greenwood said. "There are things that, even if it meant death, I can't tell you, because lives are tied to it," Silver said. "I can understand that." "It makes sense," Greenwood said. "So back to the Dark Dragons. They became the most powerful race, and they ruled over the dragons, taking the seat of the Red Dragons. All this was what led to the Demon and Celestial Wars, the war that changed the world. But during that time is when we found out that the Celestials were prepping the humans the same way that the demons made the Dark Dragons. But they lacked the time and the resources to make them extremely powerful. However, the humans were pretty powerful, and they helped the Celestials in the war. While the demons had all other races under the leadership of the Dark Dragons. The war was almost shattering the world. But then, from what we know, Ophelia sealed the demons and the Celestials. After they were sealed, the World Tree sought out a race that would take control of it. But the dragon races, which were to have it, were too chaotic. The next best choice seemed to be the elves, and so we took over. It has been like that for thousands of years." Greenwood finished his story. "So why are you elves incapable of creation?" "It looks like the World Tree is weaker than it was back then," Silver said. "We can't, because to create a new life, you need the power of the divine, a power the demons and celestials have. So to us, it's more of a loving protector that keeps the elf race alive," Greenwood said. They finally arrived at a wooden door with a glowing green crystal at the center of the door. Greenwood placed his hand on the crystal, and the door opened, revealing what seemed to be the inside of the tree. It was like a massive room, and there was twirling light that shot into the ceiling in a beautiful manner. "This is the deepest we can take normal people into the tree. Amber will also have to stop here. With her current level of connection with the tree, going deeper could kill her," Greenwood said. Amber stepped forward and stretched her hand into the light. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and then placed her second hand. The lights shined brighter and enveloped her completely. Amber's mind was pulled out of her body and shot through the tree. She passed through the roots like a spark at a very fast speed. She could see the whole empire, the memories of people, the activities they were into. She could see the evil and the good. Every single thing was open to her eyes, even if she could do nothing to stop them. After close to a minute, she finally came across memories that seemed similar to Gabriel's. She saw the beautiful young elf and a young man living together, cooking, and enjoying the joys of life. Then one day, she was taken away by elves. She was taken to a mansion, a noble of the Green Elves. Immediately, she got the information of where the lady was. Amber pulled out of the light. She was a bit drowsy. Silver caught her before she could fall and helped her walk to the side of the room. She took a few seconds to calm her head. "She is here. I found her." She was taken by the Green Elves, a noble house. "It's hardly half a day's journey from here," Amber said. "That's nice. We can finally get you your lover, Gabriel, and I think I'll get a good fight when we arrive there," Silver said. After they left the tree, Silver got permission from the Emperor, permission to fly in their airspace. So he transformed into his dragon form and took them on his back. Silver's dragon had grown quite a bit over time, even though he hadn't noticed it yet, but his size was bigger and his scales lustrous. He shot through the air like a bullet, but within the speed that the people on his back were safe. The whole empire underneath him were shocked to see a dragon flying freely, but all army bases had been told not to move against him. It took a few hours of flying and Silver arrived at the city that they needed to be, and with air clearance, he could land without a single issue. After landing, he transformed back to normal, and then the main task started. "Well, we landed and made quite the scene, so let's get to business. Our guests are not expecting us, but they can't really stop the princess from entering anywhere," Silver said, and started heading in the direction of the manor. Every elf around kept staring at the princess and her entourage, and before Silver could even reach the manor, the word of their arrival reached all the nobles. "I have a question, Amber. Most elves have golden hair, maybe a few white and black. So I wonder, how do you know if someone is a gold elf, green elf, or whatever?" Silver asked. It's like human tribes, in the blood, not really many physical features to know, but we can tell immediately when we see another elf. Amber said. Oh, that all makes sense, I think. Well, we have made it to the manor, and forgive me now, but I am not holding back at all, Silver said and took out his sword. Wait, you want to just barge in there? Gabriel asked. Well, duh, Silver replied. It's too risky. What if they think you are here for Rose and decide to kill Rose or use her as a hostage? Gabriel said. Don't worry about that, they won't touch her, because they don't know we are here for her. Also, there is the fact that Drake and Lee have already scanned this entire place and they know exactly where she is. I won't tell you though, because you'll probably allow emotions to get the better of you, and that will not bode well for the plan, Silver said and then kicked the gate of the manor open. Without even pausing for a second, he blasted into the house, broke the door, where a line of elves were waiting with swords. Silver stopped immediately when he saw them, the smile on his face still there. Dragon, whoever you are, we implore you to stand down, or we will cut you down now. One of the guards yelled. Oh, come on, I didn't come this far only to back down after a threat. Please come at me with all that you can, Silver said. The guards saw that Silver was not backing down, so they attacked Silver. Silver slashed with his sword with one swift motion. A thin line of an abyss flame arc shot out, and passed through the elves, slicing their bodies in half. That's pretty boring, Silver said and walked past their bodies. But as his feet touched the steps, he felt a sudden chill and then he leapt out of the way. Right at the position that he was, a blade passed through the air. Silver followed the blade and then his eyes focused on an ethereal figure that normal eyes wouldn't be able to see. Even without dragon eyes, he could still see the person, due to the fact that he had far better eyes. I can see you already, so kill the hiding, Silver said. Well, you have a perceptive eye, but I'll still have to kill you. A female spoke and suddenly appeared. She was oddly not an elf, she was a fairy, with a purple dress and purple wings. She held a light sword in her hand and it exuded mana. She immediately stabbed at Silver's heart, but Silver had already moved out of the way. She was shocked at this. She looked around and could not see him. Looking for me? He asked and placed his hand on her shoulder. I don't know why a fairy is working for an elf, but right now, I want to get someone important to me from this house. And I don't want to hurt a random person, but if you don't stop, I'll kill you without hesitation, Silver said. She leapt out of the way and pointed her blade at Silver. You don't understand what I have to go through, and you being here is risking a lot of things for me, so I have to kill you, she said and attacked Silver, but Silver vanished again, and there was a crunching sound. She slowly looked down at her torso and saw that half of it had been blasted out, her guts were all over the floor. She slowly fell to the ground, without a word, she died there. Silver walked towards her dead body and he noticed that there was a pendant on her neck. Silver reached for it, took it out, and opened it. There was a picture of a small girl inside, and that was when Silver realized, this fairy had been doing this for her sister, and he was certain that this elf family had something to do with it. Silver balled his hand in anger and then put the pendant into his ring. I'll find out where this girl is and I'll keep her safe for you, at the very least. I should help you on that, Silver said and started walking up the stairs without looking back. The blood of the fairy poured out of her and under the door, dripping outside the manor, while the footsteps of Silver resounded through the manor, in slow steady steps. Having to kill an innocent didn't make him angry, it only made him more determined about killing the people that put her up to this. After taking out the main guards and the special attacker, which was the fairy, the entire manor turned quiet. Only Silver's heavy footsteps resounded in a long hallway. He could tell that he was being watched, and they were strong. He had made some research into this family before he came and understood that they were a Viscount family, not too high, but also not low. In the Morning Elvish Empire, they might not have been at the top of the charts, but they had their influence and were well respected. They also had well-trained elves under them, and those were definitely the ones watching Silver now. They didn't want to attack carelessly after seeing what Silver did to all the guards. This was the first time the manor was being attacked with such power, and it was only one persona or so they thought. Come out and fight me, or I will have all your heads for myself, Silver said. And as if in response to what he said, A magical circle lit up under him. Silver leapt out of it, but vines shot out of the circle and latched onto him. They pulled him and slammed him to the ground. The vines wrapped around his entire body and rendered him immobile. After he was tied down to the ground, the elves that had been hiding leapt out with their swords, ready to attack. Ha 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 ha, you all really thought those vines would be enough to hold me? Pathetic. Silver's voice came from the vines. Then the vines were consumed with abyssal flames. The elves immediately stopped and moved away from the flames. Silver stood up, covered in flames from head to toe. The flames slowly died, revealing Silver. I thought I would face a bigger challenge when it came to the elves, but I was overestimating the resources that a Viscount can have, Silver said, and then vanished. When he reappeared, blood sprayed in the air, and bodies of the elves fell to the ground. Silver continued and walked into the main room of the house. Inside the room, Drake and Lily had already somehow entered and taken control of the issue. The Viscount was there on the ground with his 2 sons. What about Rose? Where is she? Silver asked. Well, she is unconscious. For some reason, she has been that way, and life support has been used to keep her alive. Gabriel and Amber are in the other room with her, Drake said. Silver frowned when he heard this. He grabbed the Viscount by the hair and lifted his face up. You bloody bastard, what did you do to her? Why is she like that? Silver asked. I will never spill the secret so far. Bam! Silver smashed the head of the Viscount into the ground with so much force it cracked the floor. His nose cracked, and blood began pouring like a stream, coloring the ground. I'll ask you this again. Tell me what you did to her, or I will make sure that you see hell, Silver said. He lifted the man up with one hand and threw him into a wall. Silver then picked up the 2 sons. They were very young, not more than 18. They were scared shitless and couldn't even move. Silver kneeled them up and faced their father. If you had these 2, why did you take Rose? Tell me now, or you'll know what the definition of pain is, Silver said. But the Viscount was still reluctant, so Silver immediately snapped the arm of one of the sons. The boy screamed like a pig about to die. He fell to the floor and writhed like a worm. His father didn't expect Silver to take such actions. He got up and attacked Silver. He was an evolved elf with very good earth magic. He placed his hand on the ground and caused earth spikes to shoot out, but Silver lifted his other son and placed him in front of him like a shield. The Viscount immediately stopped the attack, as he didn't want to impale his son. He fell to his knees, giving up. Silver dropped the boy on the ground and then kicked his head aside. Then he walked to the Viscount. You are powerless. All that control, all that power that you possess, either they are all gone, vanished completely. You are nothing but an ant before me, Silver said, and grabbed him by the neck. He lifted the Viscount off the ground and looked him in the eye. Right now, I need you to spill all the secrets that are in you. Silver used intimidation, and immediately it worked because the mind of the Viscount was already shattered. I'll tell you what you want to know. Rose is the daughter of one of the most skilled mages in the family. But the mage was a wild card and never listened, and so he got a human pregnant. Soon after, he died, without an heir or anyone to inherit his knowledge. But his daughter, she inherited the blood. She had it running through her veins. She was surely the one that would learn his teachings and master them with her exceptional talent for magic. But she is a half-elf. No way can she inherit the family, so we decided that we would find her. When we did, we would force breed her to create the perfect next generation. And when we found her, we took her, and we tried to start the process. But for many years, it had been fail after fail. Something in her body always fought against her insemination, and when we managed to get her pregnant, that same thing would move and kill the baby. For years now, it has been a tug of war. Well, until a few weeks back, when one of the extended family members who was well versed in the issue decided that it would be smart to make her fall unconscious and completely turn off her mind. But when we did that, we discovered that her mana blocked out all passages, even the place that allows insemination. She was completely sealed off, far worse than what we had expected. But the issues didn't stop there because we couldn't wake her up. She was alive, but no matter what we did, we could no longer bring her back. She was stuck in a coma state. All we could do was provide life support to keep her alive longer as we searched for a way to wake her up. That is the whole story, everything that we did and why she is in that state. I promise, I only did it because I wanted to help my family. I didn't like it. I am not some evil person. I wouldn't just do something so evil like that, but I had no choice. I'm sure you have had to make hard decisions. You should understand, right? The Viscount asked. Yes, I understand. I very much do. But I understand it fully, and you understand it partially. I understand that when you make a difficult decision, you should also take the consequences that follow it. And your decisions have finally caught up with you. But don't fear yet, there might be some salvation for you, Silver said, and took out the pendant. This pendant belongs to the fairy that you used to attack me. There is an image inside that of a little fairy. So I'm certain that the reason why this fairy would work for you had something to do with the fairy in this image. Your life depends on the truth, so tell me the complete truth, and your life will be spared. Who is the little girl in this pendant? When the Viscount saw the pendant and heard who it was from, he began sweating unusually. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but no words came out. Then he finally spoke. The small fairy got lost a long time ago, and I found her and took her in as a slave. After a while, her sister discovered where she was and tried to come for her, but I held the little fairy hostage and started using the fairy to carry out tasks, in the hopes that she would see her sister. But that was a lie, because not long after the fairy came, I had killed her sister. Elf wings sell for a stupidly high price, and the little elf was useless to me as she was. The Viscount finished speaking. Silver's grip tightened around the collar of the Viscount. He drew a deep breath and then spoke. I have seen evil people, and I have no issues with them. But you are not meant to be alive. You are nothing but a madman, Silver said. Silver took his sword and immediately stabbed it into the head of one of the sons, killing him instantly. Then he slashed off the head of the second one. The sins of the father will be paid by the sons, Silver said as he looked at the Viscount, who was losing his mind. After killing both his sons, Silver walked to the Viscount and pointed his blade at his neck. Those who take should be ready to be taken from. Life is that simple. Karma is a bitch, Silver said, and was about to drive his sword through the throat of the Viscount. But the Viscount managed to summon his last defense, and that was stating the obvious. If you kill me, you would have killed an elvish noble. The elves will not let this slide. They will surely come after you, he said, trying to sway Silver to at least spare his life. Silver acted as though he was in thought, and a glimmer of hope shone on the face of the Viscount, but it was immediately shattered by what Silver said next. I don't really care, you see. In this very house, in the other room is Amber, the daughter of the Emperor, and right in this room, about to stab you, is a demon lord candidate. So you see, no one would care about puny you. You'll vanish, and life will go on. But since you thought you were special, I don't want to kill you the normal way anymore. Consume. Silver activated Consume and devoured the man. As usual, Gluttony extracted the man's abilities, which were earth magic, and added them to the ever-increasing abilities Silver had. So far, he had stockpiled so many of them, but he hardly used them because they weren't his main elements, and they were not powerful enough yet. After the death of the Viscount, Silver headed to the other room where Gabriel and Abela were with the unconscious Rose. Gabriel was slowly stroking her hair. The pain in his heart showed he was barely holding himself together. He looked up at Silver when he entered the room. Will you be able to wake her? He asked. Sigh, I'd love to promise you that I would, but I have little to no experience with this. But still, doing the impossible is what I am known for. I'll give it my best and then some. I want her to be back with you as well. She has suffered more than her fair share of torture for a lifetime, Silver said. Master, the city guards are outside the building. They want to know what's going on. Drake walked up behind Silver and spoke. I'll handle that, Amber said. She got up and left the room. Silver walked to the window and watched what was happening. When Amber arrived in front of the guards, they all bowed to the ground. She began speaking and then took out a piece of paper and showed it to them. The guards took a look at it, and they withdrew from the manor. When Amber returned inside, Silver was curious as to what she did, so he asked her. How did you get them to go that easily? Silver asked. I showed them a signed paper from my father that stated that this noble family had committed a grand crime and were to all be executed, Amber said. The news of the eradication of the noble family reached the whole city, and the reason for it was also known to the public. For illegally using a half-elf for forced breeding. It was a warning to the nobles in the city and beyond that the emperor was beginning to take action. But this action didn't sit well with the elves that had been fighting it all this time. They were part of the parliament and council. They expected that the emperor would run something like this through them first, and then they would simply fight against it and make it a whole lot harder. But now the emperor made a move without telling anyone. It immediately caused an uproar, and in less than 2 days, several higher-ranked elves began sparking riots, especially in the capital. While all this was going on, the emperor was seated in a lounge with Silver, reading the report of all that was happening. Silver took a sip of the fine tea that he was given and then placed the cup down on the table. "So what are you going to do now?" "The high nobles are undermining your authority as the emperor," Silver said. "Ha ha ha, it's funny." "What they are doing is funny. There is only one group of people that can question the emperor, and that is called the Grand Council. But every elf knows they exist. The Grand Council is made of elves that have ruled the empire and retired, heroes that completed great feats, and the wisest of all elves. They stay in the background, watching and helping. They are my father, my grandfathers, friends, and acquaintances. One day, I'll join them. Aside from them, no one is allowed to tell me what to do. I hold ultimate power." This facade that they have as power was created by the emperors to make the people feel that the emperors could be controlled. I actually wanted to make this system work and give the people their voices, but I saw that it only allowed space for the nobles to carry out their evil and also hinder good plans. So today, I'll remind them what it means to be the emperor, Greenwood said. Silver felt the aura of Greenwood change. It became domineering, more powerful. It was like a raging storm. "Come with me," Greenwood said as he left the room. Silver immediately followed. Whatever Greenwood wanted to do, he wanted to see it. He found a balcony that faced the entire kingdom, and then he used some sort of projection magic, and his face was projected all over the capital. When good is taken for granted, and people choose to applaud evil, it breaks my heart. Seeing all of you take the sides of these evil nobles that only want to make gains. Well, I will not allow my people to be taken for fools by nobles that think they have power. I completely locked down the capital for the next 7 days, and in those 7 days, the Shadow Elite Force will be looking into all nobles in the capital, and they will arrest and execute all those that are guilty. Starting now, there is no leaving or entering the capital. Greenwood gave the abrupt announcement and then raised his hand into the air, and an extremely large magical circle formed over the capital. It then transformed into a dome that covered the entire capital. "You straight up locked the whole capital," Silver said. "Well, I'm tired of allowing the nobles to run free." "It took you coming here for me to finally act," Greenwood said. "I guess you also said the lockdown will last for 7 days. I'm pretty sure I'll want to leave before then. The only thing I need to do now is talk to the Demon Kings and then leave." "So how will I get out with the lockdown?" Silver asked. "As much as I'd like for you to stay longer, you do have a kingdom to run, and as a fellow ruler, I can understand that you need to leave. When the time comes that you want to leave, I can easily tear open a spot for you to leave," Greenwood said. "I understand." "Well, I have another question. Where is Elaine?" "I need to find her," Silver said. "Oh, I'm here." Elaine walked up behind Silver. Silver had not even felt her presence when she came close, and it gave him goosebumps. He turned and faced her. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "Long enough to know that the Emperor will dare his lockdown for you to leave," Elaine said. "So you were here the whole time," Silver said. "Well, you can say that, but that is not important. The Demon Kings have been waiting to speak to you for a while, and I also want to get this over with, so come with me," Elaine said and started walking away. Silver followed her until they got to a lounge in the castle. She opened the door and walked inside, and Silver followed without hesitation. When he locked the door, Elaine snapped her fingers, and she transformed back into her real form. Then a formation of runes covered the wall completely. "What is with the runes?" Silver asked. "Well, they're to ensure no one hears our discussions. The things we will speak about are not something that anyone should hear," Elaine said. Elaine took out 13 crystal plaques and threw them into the air. They flew around in a circle and then stopped, forming a circle around Silver. "Now let the meeting commence. Demon Kings, in front of you is the Dark Dragon Silver, the one that has been on everyone's lips for days." Elaine introduced Silver. "So you are the Dark Dragon, the one that refuses to take a breather and calm down," a voice came out of one crystal. "I believe we didn't come for petty talk," Silver responded. "Cocky." "I like you already," the voice replied. Elaine decided that she would be the one to ask most of the questions, so she stepped forward. "Silver, do you know the responsibility of a Demon King?" Elaine asked. "To keep the balance," Silver answered without giving it much thought. "No, Silver, not at all." "Do you know how many races exist outside humans?" "We have the higher races like the elves, dragons, and more. We still have the lesser races, like the goblins and the slimes. And the life of those races lies in our hands." "Do you know what would happen if one of the Demon Kings vanished one day?" "It would mean war, and an immediate breakout of war, a war that will very much shake all life. Innocents will die in millions. Kingdoms will fall. Even your loved ones will die, and I can assure you that you will not be able to save them, no matter what you do." When she got to that statement, Silver balled his fists, but he didn't do anything. "The balance is so delicate that the life of one of us could spell the destruction of the entire world as you know it. That is why we need to ensure everything goes as it is supposed to, and you, Silver, we need to ensure that you also follow certain procedures. We need to know where your loyalty lies, with us or the humans," Elaine said. "It lies with me, no one else. I refuse to follow any of you. I might be a Demon King candidate, but that doesn't mean I have to follow you guys and do what you want," Silver said. "Silver, we Demon Kings are not dumb. We can tell that all your actions have been calculated. It might look like you are doing what you just want to do, but that isn't the case, right?" Elaine asked. Silver saw that this was not going to be an easy thing because they were not just intelligent, but they had lived long enough to see most of the world and how it works. "Fine, I'll tell you. The actions I take are set up by the goddess Ophelia. I have a secret deal with her, and I have to do what she asks," Silver said. He believed that they would just think he was crazy and accept that he was doing what he wanted. "That makes more sense." "It all makes sense now," one of the Demon Kings said. "Wait, what?" "I just told you that I was speaking with the goddess, and you think that is normal," Silver said. "Of course, it makes more sense now, but that does not mean we will let you do what you want. Ophelia is the goddess, and she can only speak to you in a limited manner, I'm certain of that. So we can say for sure that you are the one misinterpreting what she is saying to fit your own wants and desires. The best solution will be for us to hold you, and when she speaks, you'll tell us, and we will help you interpret." "You are too much of a risk, Silver. Look at the power that you possessed before receiving your curse. If we let you randomly interpret what Ophelia tells you, it will probably lead to the destruction of our world," the Demon King said. "Not interested." "You see, I have plans to fight all of you one day, so I can't get too close. Also, I believe I have been interpreting what Ophelia wants pretty well. I know your next plan after I refuse will be to have Elaine capture me, but it will not work, to be honest," Silver said. He cloned himself, and then the clone made another clone, and the second clone made a third clone. "You can already sense that the third clone is extremely powerful, right? I might not be able to keep it for long, but I can make up to 10 of them, and with the strength of the 10th one, there is no way Elaine will be able to stop me without destroying the capital or the entire empire, and we all don't want that, right?" Silver asked. "Smart move, Silver," Elaine commended him. "It seems you are not as simple as we thought, Silver, but since you feel so strongly about refusing to be under us, we will give you time. In a few months, the awakening will happen, and you will take the actual role of Demon King, while we will begin to teach you what is needed. In the time you have, round up whatever task the goddess gave you, because you must come to start your work as the Demon King regardless of anything, so keep that in mind." One of the Demon Kings spoke. Silver didn't want to argue more about it. He had already managed to stop them from taking harsh decisions. He wasn't confident that he would be able to escape Elaine. This was not a matter of stats and power levels. She had some things that he didn't. For example, she had her curse. Silver had never seen a curse in action, but the fact that it was the thing needed to boost you and make you a Demon King made it evidently clear that it was extremely powerful. And there was also the understanding of laws, which he was certain that she had a lot of. When people reach a certain level of power, it is no longer about strength, but more about techniques, styles, and abilities. Fine, I'll use my time to do what I have to, but that being said, you are not to interfere with whatever I do within that period. I'll be taking some movements that might not sit well with anyone, but as per our deal, you are to hold up until after the time frame, Silver said. Fine, we all agree to that, but we will still be watching you. If whatever you do threatens the peace and stability of everything, we will stop you. That's fine by me, Silver said and walked out. He took one last look into the room and left. As he walked down the hallway, he started thinking. He had received a time frame. If he could get stronger before the curse, he would be the strongest demon long after he received the curse. And because he is the strongest, no one will be able to control him. At that point he will be untouchable. I think I have to visit the Void Labyrinth when I get back. Silver also wanted to go into the forest's wall and fight some of the monsters, but he had been away from Dark Dragon for so long. He needed to get back and see how things were going. But he set it in the back of his mind that he would return here for sure, and he would enter that forest. He needed to fight some of those monsters. They gave good exp, and he needed that now. Later that day, he met with the Emperor and informed him that they would be leaving today. The Emperor was reluctant, but he had to allow it. He prepared a teleportation circle for all of them that took them right before the forest gate, and they would leave from there. The guards of the forest gate opened up the gate, and Silver, along with everyone, left the Elf Empire. The time he spent was short, and he didn't get to do and see all that there was to the Empire. But he did get to take out a noble, talk to the Demon Kings, and learn a lot about himself and the Dark Dragons. The Emperor could not see them off, though, because of the lockdown and investigation. Silver was certain that there were going to be some changes in the Empire because of this. As they passed through the forest path, Silver could barely hold himself from leaping into the forest to go and fight against whatever was inside. It was like they were calling to him. But he resisted. But that didn't stop him from creating a plan for it later. He had clones, and he could keep one in Dark Dragon and find his way here to sneak into the forest. The only bad side to this idea was the fact that he didn't know what to expect and could probably get lost inside the forest. So if he wanted to enter, he would need to meet the Emperor and discuss if there was a way that he could escape if he entered. If there was a way, then he would definitely take that gamble and enter. He would also have to prepare his own countermeasures in case the way that the Emperor said he could get out failed. For now, it was not wise to rush it. He needed time to do it well. He had a lot on his plate, and rushing it would absolutely do no good. So what did you and the Demon Kings discuss with Silver? Greenwood asked. He reclined into the couch while facing Elaine, who was opposite him across the table. Nothing much. We just tried to assess his stand. I don't know if he noticed that, but his answers were all well thought out. For one, I don't think we have to worry about him siding with the humans. He is a prideful one, and humans they know how to prick the pride of people. They are too prideful for their own good. They believe they are superior. It's the cause of the Celestials they made that race feel special, and it became engraved into their DNA. Though their pride falls short when it comes to dragons, and unlike them, dragons have the right to be prideful as one of the most powerful races. And humans hate that. It makes them insecure, and so they'll try to make life hard for Silver rather than work with him. And with his pride as a dark dragon, he will hate that and always be against them. But then again, this is a speculation on incomplete data. Silver might be onto a far bigger and more creative plan. All we can do is sit back and watch it unfold. It is bound to be a great show. When Silver arrived back home, he was met with numerous questions as to where he went and what he did. He had to leave the answering to Lily and Drake. He had so much stress gathered up that he had to rest. But the next day, immediately after he woke up, he was in full drive, and he called for a meeting with those closest to him. His guardians, summons, siblings, and close people like Roxy and Ares all sat in the council room. waiting for Silver. Silver arrived in the room and took his seat. He looked around and was certain that everyone was present before he started talking. "It's nice to see all of you here. It's shocking how much we have grown since the first day I stepped out into the forest in Ribist. That was where I met most of you, where I had most of my conflicts, and the place that became my home for a while. Honestly, it's been a crazy ride. And we moved so fast that even I don't understand how. I didn't expect our growth to be so rapid or for us to be here. You know that there are plans I made in the past, like using the mercenaries or the Dark Blades or creating my own business ventures to help us take control of the kingdom. But we didn't need most of them, and the plans just ended up being thrown away. I don't regret making any of the plans, though. The only reason we never used the plans was because I grew too fast and made some rash decisions that actually sped things up more than we anticipated. But making all those plans and drafting them out on a daily basis was totally worth it. It was worth every second and every minute we all put into it. Now, I'd also like to address the war that we fought and won. Thousands of lives were taken in that war, and they were mostly human. So this is for Faye, Roxy, Mike, Leah, Quinn, and Leah. You followed me despite the fact that I took away the lives of humans. I've never come around to say it, but I'm beyond grateful that you stayed by my side and fought with me." Silver paused, took a deep breath, and started talking again. "All I have been saying is because we will be starting the move against the Empire quicker than expected. The reason is that when I went to the Elf Empire, I had a talk with the Demon Kings, and they have given me a time frame to finish all that I have to do. And that includes finding out who is making the fake demon blood and why. There is also the issue of the person who has been ripping portals. All of these are threats to us in their own way, so we have to stop what we can when we can. That starts with the Empire and the demon blood. Most of us have seen what that blood can do when ingested by a normal person. It gives them more power but eats their sanity and soon turns them into monsters. As much as I'd hate to admit it, Dark Dragon is nowhere near what I want security-wise. It is still very much lacking, and that is an issue. If someone were to slip into the kingdom with the demon blood, it would cause unwanted trouble. The Empire and the Holy Kingdom are all looking for ways to destroy our little interrace kingdom. Having rampaging citizens is not a good thing at all because it will give them the perfect excuse to jump the procedures and attack us. So while we are building our defenses, we also have to infiltrate and find out what the demon blood is and if it has anything to do with the portals. In the long run, we are still defending ourselves. Now, this brings us to how we will be doing all of this. We have a short time frame, and it would be crazy to leap into the Empire without a plan. So for that, over the next week or so, those of you who are yet to evolve will be going into a training camp that will be headed by Isaac, Fang, Drake, and me as well. We will help you evolve as fast as possible because your strength is going to be needed to all of you. That is, the Empire is a place crawling with the most unusual people, and we can't know who is who or what they can do. We will be running in blind for sure. So having ourselves in the best condition is the least that we can do for our own sakes. Now onto the plan for the training, and then after that, I'll talk about the plan for the Empire. The best way for someone to evolve will be by gathering experience, and that comes through battles and hardships. So for the first week, Drake, Fang, and Zack will be hunting you inside a sealed-off forest. I'll be hunting as well. But it doesn't stop there at all. Inside this forest, we will take away sleep, and we will take away any sort of comfort. How will I do that? Well, by releasing an absurd amount of abominations from the labyrinth into the forest, and their only goal is to make life harder for you and try to kill you. While you sleep, while you ease yourself, during everything you do within that first week, they will come for you. This should all work together to boost your experience as much as possible. You will face countless battles that will probably break all of you, but you'll have to push through if you want to evolve and help our plans for the Empire, Silver explained to them. He let out a tired sigh, as he had been speaking for a while, and then he continued again. Now, with that out of the way, I'd like to talk about the plan for the Empire. You see, the Empire is a massive place. I haven't been there, but I have done my research. From my research, I have found out that the best way to rise is through adventuring. So yeah, We will be going back to our routes as adventurers. We will start with new identities and new information. Nobody really looks into the details of adventurers, and even if they did, the information that I would structure for us would be pretty concrete. We will start out like a normal adventuring party, and we will grow fast while watching and observing, trying to learn what we can in the short time that we have, while also building good connections that might take us to the demon blood. This empire is not like the kingdom, where we can wage war against them and win. I can say for certain that if we went against them, only the Guardians and Ares would be alive. What we have is quality and not quantity, but the Emperor, they have quality, and they have quantity. They can do whatever they want. So we will have to build our structure inside them to get the information that we need. It's also a chance for us to learn other things and not only about the demon blood. When we are in there and we have risen to the highest rank in the shortest time, it will call the attention of many high-ranked people. Everyone would either want this new, powerful group of people or they will want to kill us. This will allow us to make progress. We will be able to enter the deeper sides of the empire and start getting closer to the blood. When we do find the blood, we will have to find out who is behind it and why. We also have to find out what they use to make it and if they are risking undoing the seal of the demons. That would be a very unwanted happening. So that is the summary of the plan. We will give you a more in-depth plan later with each of your roles clearly laid out based on what you do best. This plan is estimated to take about 2 months to find the blood and uncover the secrets that the Empire holds. It might seem like a long time, but to be honest, it is a very short time, and we might not be able to pull it off if we aren't careful. Still, I believe that we will. We have all we need in terms of resources and people, so it should work out. Silver finally finished. The meeting came to an end with that, and there were no questions asked. Everyone knew the importance of this whole thing. After all, none of them wanted to be labeled as the person that failed Silver. So they were going to put in their all and make sure they made it work well. Leah, Quinn, Faye, Leah, Roxy, Aaron, Mike, Galen, and Dawn. These were the people set to tackle the forest training and become evolved. Amongst all of them, Leah was the closest to evolving. She was a hero candidate, and her legacy made it so that she could level up faster. Now that all of them were set, they were immediately teleported into the forest that Silver had specially sealed off. There was no way for them to leave the forest. Before they had left, Silver took away their storage rings and gave them rings that carried the bare minimum that they would use to survive. And with that, the forest training began at that moment. Each of them was teleported to a different location so that they wouldn't easily find each other and help each other. Leah was teleported into the middle of nowhere in a forest. She looked around a bit, and when she didn't see anything, she decided that she could check her ring out what Silver gave them. But as soon as she opened the ring, she felt the presence of several abominations heading her way like a swarm of bees. She immediately drew out her sword, the only weapon she was allowed to add into the ring, and then she got into a stance. From the thick coverings of the trees, a 7-foot grotesque abomination leapt out and attacked her, but she reacted fast enough. She twisted her feet, spun around, and slashed through the abomination. She cut it cleanly in half, but she was not done yet, because more had started coming out, so she charged at the next one. It tried to use its long arms to attack her, but she dodged to the side and cut the arm off. A small amount of purple lightning crackled under her feet, and her speed increased. She slashed through the abomination in one move. Then she used a tree to stop and continue her motion. She kicked the tree and shot in the opposite direction. More abominations came out and tried to get her, so she had to be faster. She was quick and decisive. She picked the smallest abomination that was about 4 feet tall and then she attacked. She ran full speed, and when she was right in front of it, she leapt into the air over the abomination and slashed through its head. With that move, she was able to kill it and make a way out so that she was not encircled by the other abominations. When she landed on the ground, she didn't stop moving. She backed up and then slashed with her sword, firing a large lightning arc. The abominations that were chasing after her ran into the arc and were cut in half clean. But more kept coming. It doesn't seem like their actual number is reducing. This will be a serious pain. Leah complained. She retreated a few steps and then started running in a circle. She found a good opening to take out multiple abominations and she took the opportunity. She charged into it with her sword crackling with lightning. She moved faster than normal and tore through them from the side like a wild wind. She killed close to 10 in a swift move, which actually reduced their number by a lot, but not enough. It was as if the abominations now understood that Leah was dangerous. They started attacking with more ferocity, slashing and biting. With their renewed vigor, they started pushing Leah back, but she wasn't backing down. She kept blocking their attacks and with every opening, she would take out one of them. Over the course of a few minutes, the coordination and flow of the abominations seemed to be getting better. The ones that were here earlier had now understood what they needed to do to fight her, and the new ones were following their lead. Yeah. Trust Silver to make everything hard. Who the hell makes intelligent abominations? She asked. But regardless, she decided to lock in and fight well. Her footwork suddenly changed, and her sword erupted with massive bolts of lightning. If there was one thing that she was good at, that was her mana. The lightning extended to cover her entire body, and in a flash, she vanished. When she appeared, the heads of over 20 abominations were blown off. She took a deep breath after doing that because it took a lot of energy out of her, but she wasn't done yet. She stabbed the sword into the ground, causing a massive blast of lightning moving like a wave. The wave caught almost all the abominations inside of it, electrocuting them to death. Only a few were left standing, and when that few came to attack her, she mowed them down with ease. She could finally take a breather. Now that she had stopped the abominations, she sat on the floor and leaned her back against a tree. You shouldn't let your guard down, hero. She heard a voice that she knew was Zack's voice. And if Zack was here, then she was about to get her ass beat. She jumped on her feet, took out her sword, and pointed at him. Nice reaction, though I would have already killed you before you made that move. That aside, you really did good work on all the abominations, nothing less from the hero candidate. But sadly, I was passing through this side and I heard the commotion, so I figured one of you had to be here fighting. So why not come and make your life 1,000 times harder? Zack asked. He took out his axe, ready to fight. Leah looked at the axe and swallowed subconsciously. She kept her straight face and spoke. Don't be so sure that you will beat me here. I am full of surprises, you know. She said. It is highly unlikely that you will even touch me, but dare to dream, Zack said and then took a step, releasing his aura. It moved like a wave and slammed into Leah. His aura alone sent her to her knees. Mike found himself walking through the quiet of the forest. He didn't see any abominations of any sort, and that was making him a bit uncomfortable because he knew Silver, and whatever Silver planned could not be normal. And as if he jinxed it, he saw several abominations appear, but that was not all, because at the center of them all, he saw a figure, and that sent chills down his spine because that figure was none other than Fang, the lightning tiger. He might not be too high in the rankings, but his strength was undoubted amongst the others. He was naturally talented. When Fang and the abominations came into view, Mike took out his sword. Unlike Leo and Silver, he didn't have a strong element, so he trained his swordsmanship and found a way to merge it with mana. He created a very unique fighting style that fit him very well. That was how he had been able to level up and keep growing. The abominations immediately attacked Mike at full force, wanting to rip him apart. The first one made it to Mike and tried to grab him. Mike stepped back with one swift step, and then he took another step, vanishing in a second. The abomination exploded into chunks of cleanly cut meat that fell to the floor. Fang was shocked to see this. His eyes had followed Mike's movement. Mike had taken one step to the side, and then his hands moved like a blur, slashing through the abomination. At times the blade didn't even touch it, but it was coated in thick yet very sharp mana, so it tore through the abomination with ease. What Mike did was not what shocked Fang, it was the fact that someone of his level could pull something like this off. It was a testament to how good of a swordsman Mike was. After Mike killed the first one, more came his way, but he was unfazed. He couldn't use the move he used just now repeatedly, but he could still move very fast. The only issue here was Fang, and it seemed Fang was not about to make it easy for Mike. Fang watched like a hawk, as if he was waiting for the right opportunity to pounce on Mike. That meant Mike would have to fight while watching Fang and making sure he didn't leave an opening for Fang to attack. That was harder than it sounded because the abominations were coming in hot. Very hot. A 10-foot-tall abomination came running towards Mike. It threw a very fast punch that took all of Mike's speed to dodge. He dodged the attack, but before he could counter, the abomination came in with another attack. Mike blocked with his sword and was immediately sent flying from the impact, but he flipped in the air and landed on his feet. The abomination was already headed his way at top speed, but Mike had a second to respond before the abomination got to him. He used that second as best as he could. He used the same move he used for the first abomination, taking one step and then vanishing. But unlike the first abomination, he was only able to deliver one heavy attack, and that was all. The attack didn't manage to kill the abomination, but it made it fall to the ground. When the abomination hit the ground, Mike moved to finish it off, but as he lifted his sword, a massive ball of lightning slammed into him and sent him into a tree, knocking him out for a second. It was his fault. He got too engrossed in fighting the abomination and had forgotten about Fang, who was eagerly watching for a chance to attack, and he gave Fang that chance. Mike struggled to get up. His stomach and chest were heavily burned, and blood was dripping out of them. He held his blade. His hands were shaky, but he forcefully stabilized them. That was a powerful attack. But I could tell that you held back a lot, Mike said. Well, it would be no fun if I killed you right off. I should at least give you a fighting chance, Fang said. That is very appreciated, Mike said and took one step. He vanished, using the same technique, and went for Fang. But Fang could follow his movements. Matter of fact, he could react to them as fast as Mike made them. He moved out of the line of the sword at the last moment and then used his paw to hit Mike. Mike took the brunt of the attack and flew like a bird, slamming into a tree. He got back up immediately and tried to use that technique again, but he coughed out huge amounts of blood and fell to his knees. That technique of yours is quite good, but it pushes your body to its current limit every time you use it. I'm guessing that's why you can't use it repeatedly. Now, your body is seriously injured, and it is taking all your willpower to keep standing. So if you try to use the technique again, it will cause your body to collapse, which is what we are seeing here. Maybe you aren't meant to be strong. Maybe this is your peak. You could give up now and walk away happily, Fang suggested. Give up? Give up? No. I can't do that, Mike said and pushed himself up slowly. I have been putting all my failures on people for a good part of my life, blaming people, especially Silver. Silver is a person that doesn't care who stands in his way. He would kill that person, and for a good time, I stood in his way repeatedly. And rather than kill me, he actually saved me. He went into the unknown and saved me despite the fact that I antagonized him for no good reason. So right now, in my life, I want to do my best to show him that I changed after he saved me, and I will make sure I do that, Mike said, standing straight with his swords in his hands. Here's the edited version. Leah struggled to get up, using all her strength to fight against the pressure that was pressing on her, while Zack just stood there watching. Is this all you have to offer? The fight hasn't even started, and you are already losing. Do you want to end up being the weakest hero of your generation? All the other heroes have probably evolved already, yet here you are on your knees, weak, pathetic. Zack spat out every word, staring her right in the eyes. She refused to let what he said get to her. She slowly pushed off the ground, her legs shaking, sweat covering her body, yet she kept going. I don't care about the whole hero thing. That can go to hell for all I care. But I want to be useful, capable of standing beside Silver. I want to follow him on his adventures, standing right beside him. So I refuse to stop here. I refuse to allow myself to lose. Even if it means I break every bone in my body, I will do it, and I will win. She yelled, her body erupted with lightning, and the lightning formed wings on her back. This was the first time she activated her legacy since she met Silver, and it was magnificent. She flapped her lightning wings and shot into the air before flying towards Zack at top speed. Your strength is still not enough, Zack said and swung his axe at the same time that she swung her sword. The sword and axe collided, and a small explosion happened. Leah was thrown full force into a tree, but Zack remained standing. But she didn't stay down long. She got back on her feet and flew towards him. Lightning covered her sword and extended to create what looked like a whip. She spun around and lashed with the whip. The whip crackled as it traveled towards Zack. Zack moved to the side and dodged the whip. Then he charged at her full speed. She could not react to his speed fast enough, and he rammed into her, slamming her against a tree that collapsed from the impact. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, barely breathing. She coughed out even more blood, then started getting up. "You have lost. Stay down for now and rest. You don't want to die," Zack said. "Oh, fuck that," she said as she coughed up blood again. She pushed herself up. She was barely able to stand straight, but she managed to stay erect. "You have the spirit of a warrior, a fine spirit indeed. I have to commend you, hero. You are strong, but your fight ends here today. Try again when you recover," Zack said, as he punched her in the guts, and that was the final blow. She fell to the ground, unconscious. Zack walked away from the place without looking back. Fang hit the ground with his paws, and a massive bolt of lightning shot through the ground towards Mike. Mike jumped up to avoid it, but the next second, Fang released a powerful blast of lightning breath while Mike was in the air. Mike used his sword to block the attack, but he was blasted back, breaking through several trees. He rolled across the ground for some time before finally coming to a stop. His body riddled with cuts and burns, but he was still conscious. "I respect your desire to show Master that you have changed and grown, but you are still too weak. What can you possibly do for Silver with that strength you have?" "Absolutely nothing," Fang said. Mike got back up, wiped the blood from the side of his lips, and then chuckled. "I might not be able to offer anything reasonable to Silver for now, but it doesn't mean I'll stop trying. I will keep pushing until one day I actually do something to help him out," Mike said as he charged at Fang again. His movements were sloppy and all over the place, but inside his completely scattered movements, Fang could see that Mike was actively refining his fighting style. He had started controlling his attacks and making sure that they were as effective as possible, still using only a little energy. To someone random, Mike was just a tired person swinging his sword crazily, but Fang could see the changes. He stuck his feet on the ground again and called a wave of lightning. Mike shockingly didn't jump this time like Fang thought he would. He ran through the lightning, taking the attack head-on. Fang saw him jerk back and almost go unconscious, but then he squeezed on something he had been holding. On closer look, it was a small-shaped blade. He squeezed the blade, allowing it to cut deep into his palm, making him not lose consciousness. Fang was beyond impressed at this point. Mike was going above and beyond in this fight right here, doing all that he could to get to Fang. Fang saw this resolve, and he decided to fight back with more strength. No warrior wanted to be looked down upon by their enemies, and he was sure the same applied to Mike. "You have fought very well, Mike, but sadly you will not be winning this fight," Fang said. He opened his mouth, and lightning began forming inside. It grew in size until it could not stay inside the mouth, so it came out of the mouth and increased in size until it was the size of a basketball. Fang took one more look at Mike, who was running his way, and then he fired the lightning ball. The ball shone so bright that it blinded Mike. Mike tried to block it, but when the ball hit the sword, it exploded and Mike was sent flying. He landed on the ground unconscious and covered in wounds. Fang watched Mike for a few seconds before turning and leaving the place. Leah, unlike the others, was not lucky enough to meet any abomination. Instead, she met Drake, casually seated on a tree eating steak. The moment she saw him, she attacked him with a large ice spike. Drake flicked his finger, shooting out a drop of blood that smashed into the ice spike and destroyed it. "Lady Leah, Master Silver wants to ensure that you have the toughest time here. He said that for some reason, your growth has stagnated for a while, and he would like to fix that. So do your best to survive, or you might end up dead," Drake said. Before Leah could answer, he made a blood sword and charged at her. Leah tried her best to react in a split second. She raised an ice wall, but Drake cut through it with ease. "Ice storm!" she yelled as she cast a wave of ice and snow, pushing against Drake with full force. But Drake walked through it without issues. "You'll have to do better to make me take actual damage." "Don't tell me this is the best that the Ice Princess can carry out," Drake said. Leah frowned when she heard this. She spun her staff around and pointed it at Drake. A magical circle formed around the tip of her staff and started spinning. This was the issue with magic users. They were not the best in close range. Drake could exploit that if he wanted to, but he wanted her to have a fighting chance. She fired a powerful blast of ice at him. It packed more power than her last attack, but Drake was too fast. He dodged the attack and walked toward Leah. You possess an immense amount of mana, but you lack the capability to actually use it in combat. Sadly, I'm not here to help you out. All I have to do is beat you up, Drake said and vanished. Leah looked around, trying to find Drake. Then she felt danger from behind her. She turned around and saw a blood sword coming for her head. She reacted as fast as she could, creating a small piece of ice to block the attack. It managed to slow it down for a split second, and that was all she needed to move her head out of the way. She fell to the ground but immediately stood up. She tried to put some distance between them, but Drake was already in front of her. She stopped running immediately. She didn't know what to do. Drake was powerful in both long range and close combat. He was her worst enemy, and now she had to fight him. This wasn't a fight. He was toying with her, playing games with her to break her. Young miss, the master is a ruler of a kingdom, a very powerful being. What do you have to offer him? Drake asked. I might not be strong enough, but I will offer everything that I have, and I'll not stop. Leah yelled. She pointed her staff at Drake, and ice fog exploded out of it, covering everywhere. It created a fog-like covering that allowed her to run while staying hidden. But she had forgotten that Drake was a vampire, and he could sense the heat of blood easily. Though, with his current level, he didn't need to drink blood for years, it was still something that attracted him. So he could easily tell where she was at any instant. Leah ran deep into the forest, but she wasn't moving fast enough. She had to try something. She pointed her staff at the ground, creating a path of ice and sliding on it to go faster. It took a lot of focus to do it well, but with her stats and level, it was doable. With this, her speed doubled. But when she thought she had gotten away from Drake, she saw him seated on a tree up ahead. She tried to stop but slid off the ice and fell to the ground. She got back up as fast as she could, but Drake was already in front of her. She tried to move, but he grabbed her hand and tossed her into a tree. She smashed through the tree and landed on the other side. She pushed herself up, sensing Drake attacking again, so she used a risky move and a split second. A circle formed under both of them, and a huge geyser of ice shot from the ground, pushing both of them into the air in different directions. She made this move because she had a higher resistance to ice and cold than normal people. She expected that such an attack would have an effect on Drake. She looked for Drake and found him unharmed, walking toward her. You must have thought that the move you made would give you the win, right? You have a higher resistance to cold, and it would work to your advantage. But you forgot that even if I don't have a resistance to cold, I have a higher resistance to everything compared to you. Even my resistance to cold is higher when compared to yours because my whole resistance is higher, Drake said. Leah was out of ideas. She didn't know what to do at this point, so she decided that the best route now would be to use her legacy. But before she could make the move to use it, Drake was in front of her. He punched her so hard in the gut that she coughed blood and fell to the ground. Drake stepped back. She tried to get up again, but as soon as she was on her feet, Drake sent a kick to her head, completely knocking her out. He looked at her body, wondering if he should shift her somewhere safe. Don't do anything. Leave her be and head to your next person. We don't have time, Silver said, appearing behind Drake. Drake nodded and left, and so did Silver. Silver walked through the forest, his mind set on one person, and that was Quinn. Quinn was developing a legacy inside of him, and it seemed it had something to do with a lot of things that would be happening in this world. So Silver wanted to grow his brother as much as possible. He needed to be ready for whatever was coming. When Silver arrived at where Quinn was, he could hear the sound of a blade dripping through flesh. He went in closer and saw Quinn fighting a horde of abominations. His sword skills were swift and very refined. It showed how long he had been fighting. As Silver stood there, he realized that his plans and everything had stood in the way of Quinn getting married. Their marriage had been put off for so long now, and it made Silver feel a little guilty for it, so he made a mental note to actually make the wedding happen. Quinn finally finished off the abominations, and he did that with ease. That was quite impressive, Quinn. It seems your swordsmanship hasn't withered at all, Silver said. Quinn immediately got into a stance when he saw Silver. He knew Silver was not here for chit-chat. To think I'll get beat up by my little brother here, Quinn said. You should have more faith in your strength, Silver said and vanished. Quinn could not follow the movements at all. He looked around to see if he could find Silver, but he couldn't see Silver at all. He only felt danger when Silver's blade was about to touch his neck. Quinn leapt back as fast as he could, avoiding the attack, but Silver was like a flowing wind. He pushed forward even after missing his strike and then sent a punch into Quinn's gut. Quinn arched back from the impact, saliva flew from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back a little. But he managed to keep himself from fainting. He grabbed onto Silver's arm and pushed himself back. He landed on one knee and immediately got up. I won't be able to stand my ground if I fight you normally. My legacy is not fully formed yet, but it's more than nothing, Quinn said. Dark fumes began emitting from his body, his eyes glowed red, and his power started increasing. This was the first time Silver had ever seen Quinn use his power. Quinn shot towards Silver like a bullet. He slashed for Silver's throat. Silver blocked the attack, and his hand was actually pushed back. Sure, he didn't put his full strength in it, but for his brother to actually be able to push his hand back, it showed how much power his brother had. Since you are this strong, there is no need for me to hold back. I'll have to beat into you the difference in power, Silver said and added some strength into his push. He immediately dominated and pushed Quinn back. Silver went in for a punch that was too fast for Quinn to follow. The punch connected with so much force that Quinn was forced out of his legacy state. But Silver didn't stop there. He grabbed Quinn by the hand and threw him straight into a tree, then ran to grab him again. Quinn tried to fight back, but Silver was too fast for him to do anything. Silver grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Tell me, is this all you have to offer? Is this the best your sword can do? Silver asked and then brought out his wings and shot into the sky. He then turned midair and flew down with Quinn facing the ground. He slammed Quinn into the ground, and a massive crater was formed. Silver walked away, feeling that would be enough to deal with his brother. But he was actually wrong. Quinn got back up. He took his sword and charged at Silver. His entire body was covered in blood, but he still kept moving. Silver looked at him and smiled. He was happy that Quinn didn't stay down. It's nice to see that your spirit is as strong as it gets, but you'll have to stop here for now, Silver said and moved for a last attack. He didn't use his sword, nor did he use a punch. He only used his palm to hit the back of Quinn's neck to knock him out. He was pretty good, seeing he went against you, Drake spoke from a tree. He actually did good. I thought he would give up after I ran him into the ground. But he held up pretty well, Silver said and walked away with Drake following him. So what's the plan after we beat them up? Drake asked. Well, they will probably think of ways to better themselves with the knowledge of the fight they experienced. We have a week to frustrate them and make them force growth. And that is what we want. We want to push all of them to their breaking point. If they can succeed to grow using this exercise, then that's the best outcome, Silver said. They left there and headed in the direction of Gillen. Gillen should have evolved long ago. He was supposed to have evolved by now, so he is slacking off. For his own, I want the two of us to handle him, make his training more torturous. When they arrived at Gillen's, he was struggling with a horde of massive abominations. The fight seemed to be going nowhere. The abominations were fast and powerful. It seemed like Silver had gathered all the stronger ones to take on Gillen, and Gillen was seriously struggling. Some of the abominations were about 10 feet tall and held immense power, but Gillen was able to hold his ground against them. With his dual blade technique, it was as though two people were fighting at the same time, and they were both good at it. When Silver saw that the abominations were about to lose, he decided it was time to step in.